insecure. I was like, because I was doubting, you know, all this thing that I had been working towards. And maybe that's why I get like as charged up as I do, because like that's been my experience, you know. Hopefully we won't have to wait that long, you know. Like hopefully in 2.5 years a Democrat will be, you know, sworn into the presidency. And then we can double back and we don't even need to double back. At that point, you know, just watch what they do, okay? Watch what they do. If Kamala runs and she wins the nomination, she wins the election, just it's so predictable what they're going to do in that spot. They are going to run 24/7 propaganda for the Republican Party. Whether intentional or not, they are going to run 24/7 constant anti-Kamala or anti-Newsom or anti-whoever propaganda. They're going to.
Oh, sorry. I was like 3 seltzers deep into that conversation last night. I didn't think I was going to jump on anything, but then I heard him talking. I got so triggered. I was like, all right, let me just hop into this real quick. All right. Sheesh.
Democratic president.
And here, the wild gnome emerges to complain about lefties for another day.
You gnome fuck!
Unfortunately, the females can sense the 5'8" frame from miles away. Truly, nature's most divorced creature.
25. I wonder.
Okay, guys.
I wonder if call any of the Live and Learn gang horrible names like molester for 1 week on end after month, would they still call you their boy? Sorry, I'm a little bit fried and so I can't follow that. Stayed up a little too late last night. Ate a little too much food last night. CBU, I think I got you for that one. Wiley Reed with $2. PISSCO and Josiah have evolved into dustpans. All right, guys.
Oh.
Jesus.
Oh.
Hutch would be Star-Lord. Hutch would be Star-Lord in Infinity
So
War.
you said last night that
Thanos.
PISSCO is 70% your boy, but you were drunk. Do you stand by that?
I don't know. You have to ask when I'm drunk again.
Yeah, he's like, where's Gamora? Probably a fellow traveler, but even still, of course, the Soviet Union, with respect to defeating Nazis.
What does that mean, by the way? Fellow traveler. What is that? Is that an anti-Semitic thing? What do you mean by that?
Post, Barbarossa, were allies with respect to that goal, right?
Yeah, they weren't friends, but they were allies.
Give me 10 minutes.
They were
Doing
allies.
emails. I got it, guys. Don't worry.
What is it, Uncle Joe or whatever? Yes, this, and they were trying to get the Soviets on side for that purpose. Now, obviously, they're not all-purpose allies. They're not like friends in every respect. But with respect to a particular goal, that's the sense in which they're an ally.
I mean, it's a very apt comparison because they knew as soon as Hitler and the Japanese were done, that shit was going to pop off with Russia.
Yeah, they might, and they might hear Josiah. Do you hear Josiah deny that?
Oh man, we'll probably talk about this at some point. I didn't want this to come out, but this is just like a whole thing. The people that oh fuck! Oh god, I was gonna do a meme and I just realized this meant something completely different. Never mind. Fuck! I thought it was the CK. I thought they meant the kitchen truck bombing, but that's the Charlie Kirk shooting.
Wait, Vosh, I can explain.
Let me redo it.
You're
Let me
making 500. You're only giving me 30,000 to shit on Israel.
30,000. I'm only getting what 1,000.
You guys are getting paid.
To Mike Rogers, and therefore he hopes she wins the election, people to vote for her, then he will have
at least
trade his
Destiny is
public
somewhat
commitment to drag
intelligent.
his balls.
Hassan is just low IQ. Leftists are just low IQ. Actual subhumans, at least with Destiny's friends like Daniel Saltmanstein, you can say Hez smart and rich. Look at who Hassan associates with. Yuck.
It would be more like NOOOO, how I treat NOOOO, because then it's like you've moved into NOOOO territory. Where
my whole thing is like that is inevitable. So let's just get to the party. You know what I mean? Like,
don't give a fuck about the outcome.
But Hutch, it wouldn't move you. That's the difference. It would move Josiah. It wouldn't move you.
Ooh.
If the opposite occurred.
No, it would not. One Senate race in Michigan in the middle of this like Trump administration.
No, but that's not the only test. I'm saying that's the next test. Right. So then after that, let's say he passes that test. OK, and then it'll be the next election, then it gets to 2028.
Why does he get to go and do more tests when he's failed the last fucking 3?
Yeah. I don't know. I can't figure it out. I don't know what it is. Why? What do you think the answer is?
I don't know. It just feels like the fucking meme where they put the line on the ground and then they just keep crossing over. And
Yeah,
they're
no,
like,
I understand.
Okay, but this is really the line.
Yeah, I know the meme, but like, why do you think they're so tolerant of it?
geezer! How's it going?
But honestly, the reason that I would think is because they would just rather make Trump bad content. I don't really know. I really don't know why Josiah is fighting for this, I guess.
Bruh. What are we doing here? Did you see this?
See? No, I did not see that. That's
Why?
I don't understand. Wait, I don't understand the nature of the relationship. If you conceded to me about 45 minutes ago that they would throw you under the bus and call you a genocide apologist if you were involved with chorus, like baselessly.
Well, number one, I didn't say that. I definitely think they would do that. I don't know. I said that that could very well be the case. I don't.
I think he said there's a. I don't know what exactly he said. I think he said that there's decent chance.
No, because I don't.
100%.
I don't know that. I have no idea if they would have reacted the same way if they knew that I was in there. Maybe they would want to have me on their show. Maybe they would want to talk to me just like they Crystal and Kyle. Maybe because Crystal and Kyle had you and I on to litigate disagreements, Hutch. That was my first interaction with either of them. Face to face was with you.
Well, I regret forging that bond.
It's too late.
Why would it be bad for
Is that a real picture?
Josiah to
Or like is that your cat?
go on their shows, to know
That's
them,
fucking
to
awesome.
influence them when it comes to court opinions? I mean, Kyle has
that's the best pick I've ever seen of her.
and has credited Josiah on court expansion.
Oh, hold on.
Maximalization as
Now
one
being
of his
the
core
number one,
policies.
he says it's got to be the number one priority of the Democratic Party, more than healthcare, more than
And
every other thing that
explicitly
I've
credits
advocated for.
Josiah for this. Why would that be bad? Like, what about this has been negative? Why do you regret it?
Because I don't think that they're on the same page at all, and I don't.
Well,
think that
they may not be in the future. They may not be in the future,
They can
but
say
for
a lot,
now,
they can talk a lot, and they can talk a lot.
I don't think they're on the same page right now.
Their past actions show what they're made of.
right? So usurp.
Will your
I don't.
opinion-
so
will your
usurp. I'm
opinion
gonna try a
shift-
different combination of words. How many times do I have to say that if the
I know
moment
you can keep
comes,
saying that, but I'm just
if
surprised.
the
Like, I base
moment
people off their
comes,
previous
if
actions.
the
I base
moment
them off of
comes,
previous
Do
actions.
your
if the
cats do the
moment-
thing where like they tell you when it's time to wake up?
Oh, yeah, big time. This motherfucker, if she's hungry, she will go and find something crinkly and just like crinkle it until I wake up.
Oh,
and then
that's a
feed her.
thing. Okay, yeah, Aslan used
Yeah.
to do that like crazy.
They're smart.
One of the time when Lana used to stay here, every time Honey decided it was time to wake up, he would try to stand on both of us at the same time, and he would look judgmentally down.
And put like as much fucking weight as they can. Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. Oh, I sent you 2 pictures. I don't see him.
Oh.
But he's standing on both of us. He would just stand on.
Aw. Yeah, he's pissed. He's like, all right,
And
you've been
then
sleeping enough.
every time a cat does this, as soon as you wake up,
Yeah, it's like Pavloving them.
well, as soon as you wake up after you feed them, then they just go to sleep for like 6 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Dumbass cat.
Why the hell would you say that?
right? But then they did, right?
Yeah, because you.
Okay,
know,
so usurp.
and
Do you
reality's
usurp?
weirder
What
than we
am I
thought.
getting at? What am I getting at?
You consider them an ally now, and time moves forward, and
Right. You're scoffing. You're scoffing
No,
now,
they
and
we consider them an ally now
you are-
because they saw
you
the
are
moment
scoffing
and they've actually made
now.
the right decision.
You are scoffing
were-
now.
They rose
You
to the occasion. They rose to the occasion.
What about
The
all
other
those
people
times
didn't.
they didn't usurp? Did the occasion just come
When it
up
mattered.
after
When it
January
fucking
6th?
mattered.
I don't understand how at some point something has to give where people are like, okay, it is kind of weird that everybody seems to be avoiding the gnome, right? Like, I don't know how much you know about that Professor Dave guy, but he is like the craziest like debate bro And I mean that in
I
the
didn't
most,
know anything about it.
Oh, I mean that in the most respectful way possible. I don't know. Did you see the video I posted on Twitter or whatever, or I think retweeted Black Cat?
No, I don't think so.
Like, this is normal Dave behavior.
You're a coward because you've never emailed me a single time to set up a debate, because you don't actually want to debate me, because you're a pathetic toddler coward. He can't handle being humiliated because his
did you
fake
email
image
him?
as some kind of scholar is his entire currency. He makes 100% of his living off of donations. So to be seen for the pathetic science illiterate loser that he is would be career suicide. But of course he can't actually debate me, or he would look even dumber than he already does.
Why? You want this nice safe back and forth.
Said the cowardly loser who does nothing but post videos for his fans instead of actually emailing me to set up a debate. I'll still gladly humiliate you on the internet for free, but we both know you're too much of a coward to agree to that. Next, he privately exclaimed that he thought the episode was great. He followed up on wanting me to debate Brett Weinstein on his show, who presumably declined like he already has before on Piers Morgan, since he's a cowardly little wiener. Any of you saw my recent video detailing what I would have said to Brett Weinstein if he wasn't a little coward who declined to debate me on
I need a screenshot of that. There's no way he said that. I commented and oh no, I'm sorry, he said a viewer. I commented and a Professor Dave viewer said he shouldn't debate Destiny because Destiny is a liar and argues in bad faith. Yeah, the guy literally debates flat earthers.
Flat earthers, duh. That's his whole job.
These two shitheads are universally known to be worthless frauds by literally everybody except for the other grifter influencers in their cabal and their hapless victims. There is no debate, and in fact, they avoid debates like the plague because they know they're lying frauds. Each of them had an opportunity to debate me on Piers Morgan, and each of them declined. And when Eric...
In a recent comment, someone said that Pangburn is your shill, and Dave agreed and said that he's going to burn the Pangburn Bridge. Why? A poor Pangburn. I feel like I'm not like, no shade at him, but I've been like rejecting so many debates and stuff from him recently just because I've been at home streaming and I just don't feel like traveling and doing a fuck ton of shit. That's so... Jesus.
Grew some plums and faced...
At Destiny, you can train your cats to not wake you up or make noise. I have 4 cats. I shut my doors at night and they don't meow at all. You have to show them that you are their master and that you decide when is the time for eating. Well, no, I was half joking. There's a really easy way to do it. If your cat is doing shit that you don't like, usually what you do is, as long as you're like in an open area, you just kind of like crawl towards them. You kind of like bite the scruff on the back of their neck with your teeth, and then you kind of like get above them so that you're kind of like on all fours over them on all fours. And then, no, stop.
So would you...
What did I just say?
Not like, okay, but I'm just saying, like, is that a concession that she's not an ally then?
Well, the attribution is directly to Kyle. I can't remember exactly what
You got to
Crystal has
email
said
him
on the
though.
score.
And be like,
I already messaged him on Instagram, and Pangburn reached out to him. He already said no. He said no like 15 times. Everybody keeps saying you just no. He said no like 15 times. He's never doing it.
Hey, Dave, saw you were saying all this about the other people. What about me? Yeah.
Also, what was he saying that his video was demonetized? Has he said that anywhere? And that's why he's collecting money for it? Because this video is super monetized.
Is it?
Yes.
I'm honestly surprised it is with the amount of fucking like children he put in there that are dying.
He said he thought it would be demonetized. I feel like people always say that.
Okay, then I will Venmo Destiny $20.
Wait, but you know when it's going to be monetized or not, no? Where's ads in ARC? When you post the video, the YouTube thing automatically checks it. You can do that before you even make it live. That's why I think YouTubers will upload a video. If it gets demonetized, they'll make some changes and then re-upload it. Yeah, fuck these guys. Fucking losers.
He has acted certain ways in the past precludes a change in behavior.
What's going to be funny is when he
forward.
talks to Hassan about it, but no.
True.
Liz Cheney supported Donald Trump until January 6th. And then they got off the Trump train, and then they became, just as stalwart opponents to him as they could possibly be. They were enemies until they stopped being enemies. Yeah,
right.
What I'm saying
Term
is
1 wasn't as crazy as he is in Term 2.
This whole argument.
Insurrection.
This is the only reason I joined, because I was drinking last night. I didn't even want to get into this, but when I heard him start doing this, like comparing Adam and Liz to fucking Kyle Kalinske, I'm like, kill me, bro. Oh my god.
These people gave up their careers to stand for what they believed in.
He did give positive coverage of Kamala Harris, mixed in with some criticism or whatever, but like actual criticism. But he did give some positive coverage to Kamala during that race. But he very, very deliberately stopped short of endorsing, and that was not an accident.
Correct.
That was
like Kalinske made 2 videos coming up in the election, and one was like, what was it? It was like the case for Donald Trump, the case against Donald Trump, or something. It was something like that. But I just noted in the case against, he just talked about why you shouldn't vote for Donald Trump. He never says you should vote for Harris. It's crazy. Also, HaSLOP, LOL. Tell me you get all your information from Hassan Piker on Twitter, one word. Duh, Twitter, duh, Hassan, duh. Are you pretending that's not a well-defined word that anyone who isn't an idiot knows the definition of? Jesus Christ, your morons get dumber by the hour. When you say that somebody's doing HaSLOP, you're implying pretty clearly that they're getting paid by Israel. The saddest thing is that if that country were to fucking disappear, these guys would just have to, like, be openly anti-Semitic. Because now they can't hide behind, like, Israel anymore. They just have to say Jew.
Well, they would just say, like, all of the Israelis left, and these are still the bad people.
I guess. Did you catch the section in that video? The race realist section of that fucking video? Oh my god! Where he's like,
when he was talking about like, the Jews own the media.
Goes, yeah, no. He goes, okay. So you know that Jews aren't actually Semites, right? They're not even from Israel, okay? How do you know this? Because when you do a 23andMe, Ashkenazi Jewish DNA shows up under the European section. I'm like, are you fucking retarded?
And 23andMe is banned from Israel because they don't want you to know. Yeah.
No, but it's like, dude, I don't know if you understand. Like when it comes to ancestry, like it only goes back. So I think for 23andMe, it's 300 to 500 years, right? Because it's not, humans didn't spawn on random parts of the planet. We all come from Africa. It's not like Europe gave, like, some humans spawned there, and then in North America, Pocahontas spawned there, and in South America, like, people, like, we all came from Africa. It only goes back so many hundreds of years just to tell you, like, broadly speaking, where your family was. Like, that's all it can really do. And it's just so, oh my God. It's just disappointing because it's like, there's something about the Jew that penetrates the otherwise the ordinary rational human mind. Because this guy is like a debunker. He's a professional debunker that goes through all of these crazy fucking flat Earth videos. But then when it comes time to do Israel Palestine, he's like, watch this video. TikTok video plays, spooky music in the background. Guy speaks for 30 seconds while flashing unverified Al Jazeera news articles in front of you. And it's like, oh my God, like what? Oh my God.
There is something about the Jew.
True.
Trying to shut the fuck up so we can get through this video. Tyler,
okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm doing my emails. Get fucked. Somebody says there is a big drama happening in the WoW world over this video.
I wouldn't even watch this video.
I wonder where I've been.
You wouldn't? Wait, why?
It was an hour long about World of Warcraft.
Oh, but you watched it. Was it good?
No, I didn't watch it.
It has 300K views. 300K plus views, but millions, counting SodaPop and other large WoW streamers reacting to it. It has nothing to do with WoW specifically, but it might be worth a watch as the toxic WoW guild being exposed are either communist, socialist, or, best case scenario, LARPers. The guild leader name is Poppy Putin. His Discord is an AI-generated Putin. His guild is called the Red Empire. All his guild officers are some kind of Soviet Russia meme. Basically, this guild's main goal is doxing other guild's members, linking to their Discords or Twitch streams, and astroturfing, spam reporting, saying slurs, then reporting other guilds' Discord streams and YouTubes for racism. There's something about these types who always mass harass, dox brigade, and say racist stuff that also happens to be communist iconography using LARPers. Lots of big WoW streamers reacted to the video. Oddly, though, Asman hasn't and said he's not going to, which is particularly interesting, and that it's massive drama in the WoW space right now, but you recall his editor is Russian. And this might not be a good look. Wink.
Interesting.
And Mootin didn't watch it. Interesting. What's your
I didn't
ethnic
know.
background?
I didn't know all
What's your
that.
ethnic
I
background?
thought it was just about a bad guy who was mean. My ethnic background? Mexican.
That's a nationality. I had a dream that
Obama?
I had a dream that I got into Yale. And then I was gonna tell my stream. And then I got I had a snarker that was following me to Yale, but it was a Terminator snarker. This is the most insane, this is a very vivid, intense dream. I'm cutting a lot of details, but I'm being chased by it was like a Terminator snarker, and then eventually I stumble onto a movie set in Yale. It's like a theater set, and they're doing like a Terminator 3 enactment, but the people there have real weapons. And Joe Biden is in the audience eating an ice cream cone. And then I remember I'm hiding in here, and then I'm asking Joe what to do. And then he says to just have the people on stage kill him. But I'm like, well, they're actors. And then the guy comes in, and then the people on stage, they shoot their theater weapons on him, but then they kill the dude.
So Joe saved the world then?
I don't know. It was just a crazy, I don't understand. I don't know, man.
What kind of ice cream?
It was vanilla, I'm pretty sure.
Kinzinger.
Hold on. Oh, fuck. Never mind.
Fine.
Well, okay, no, you can see some color. You know how people ask, like, when you imagine things, can you imagine them in color?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure I can, but I've thought about this a lot, and I don't know if I'm intellectualizing it or not. Like, if I close my eyes and I think of the difference between, like, a blue apple and a red apple. Like, I feel like I can see a blue apple and a red apple, but now I'm not sure if I'm just, like, telling myself enough that it's like a blue apple. Like, how can you know the difference now?
You could see it, no?
Well, what do you mean by see it, though, when you say see it?
When
like if I close my eyes,
I can't see full color when I close my eyes. I can see like I have like where I can see the object, but I can't put color there.
What does that mean, though? Because I don't see any object. It's just black, right? That's everybody, right?
Okay.
You don't actually see anything, right? Yes, correct. What do you mean you have to when you close your eyes, it's just black.
Yeah,
You're not actually.
It's not just an easy answer because I can imagine it. Yes, I don't see it. Sure.
Well, now I don't know if I'm not sure if I actually see anything or not.
You see it in your brain.
Well, yeah, but I don't know what that means. What if I'm just telling myself I see it?
Well, then you're cooked. What do you want me to say?
Fuck you.
They knowingly sacrificed their entire political career. You know, like how many politicians get to say that? That's a small list.
Oh, hot take. I know there's a way to turn this off in advance. Fuck you. You know what I don't like? On the AirPod Pro 3s, or it might be on the AirPod Pro 2s. Do you have AirPods?
Yep.
I think they, I'm pretty sure there's a feature on them that can directionally place your phone like in 3D space. So like if you walk away from your phone or if you turn your head, it moves the sound to the other side. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I've never had this on.
I'm almost
on
positive it
AirPods.
does this because sometimes I'll do this and I'm watching a video and then somebody says something and then I'll look around and then I'll hear the volume move and I'm like, oh my God, have I been playing this on my speakers the whole time? And it fucks with me hard.
No, I've never had that on me.
You're a loser. You can't hear 3D audio.
No, I don't want
You're
that.
disabled. For real.
He said that Kinzinger and Cheney have a good excuse, and Crystal and Kyle don't. That's what he said.
They have a more rational excuse. They have a more realistic excuse.
What was their rational excuse?
That, guess what? He's on our team. I'm going to lie to myself and say, you know, he's just being crazy on a campaign trail, but the moment he steps in the office,
Based on what?
itself, based on
what?
Based on fucking fairy tale lands. But guess what? In 2024,
You're right. What a magnificent excuse.
But wait, isn't that their version of blue no matter who? Like, isn't that their version, right? So if they're conservative, you know, I'm not like, obviously I think Trump was just a nightmare. But from their perspective in the inverse, are they not doing like red no matter who? It's the same principle. You don't think that either one of them had issues when they supported them? But even after all that, they literally sacrificed their entire political careers. So Liz Cheney had presidential aspirations and willingly sacrificed that to go after Trump after the fact.
In the meantime,
all of that. All of that is non-responsive. All of that's non-responsive. I grant all of that. It's still non-responsive.
Do you think Crystal and Kyle are more of an ally to the Democratic Party than Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney?
No.
Okay, then what are we talking about? Then even you understand that there's a difference here.
You know what actually worked last night? Was forcing a little bit of, I felt bad, but forcing a little bit of the yes or no on PISSCO, because these guys play so fast and loose with these words sometimes. It's like, well, you consider them allies. Well, do you consider these people allies? And it's like, hold on. When you say ally, do you mean the exact same type of person? Yeah. Are you saying that like, because like you can consider somebody an ally in a certain cause, but that doesn't mean they're the same type of ally as like an actual Democrat, you know?
Well, these people,
the thing that helped
they were the ones who initially said ally.
Well, yeah, they might have. Yeah, because they throw these words around. I feel like sometimes to either make things murky for their advantage and then to focus it in to their advantage when they want to. Like, oh, well, you said that these guys were friendly. Well, didn't you say that we're friendly? So does that mean that we're also war vets because Adam Kinzinger was a war vet? Or like they do like the craziest shit. Yeah, and it's like, hold on. And thank God I didn't get this wrong, but I don't think I would have ever gotten this wrong because I'm not fucking autistic. Like, I could literally ask Usurp and Hutch, and there were two of them. I was like, hold on, just curious. Do you guys think that Adam and Liz would vote for a Democrat over a moderate Republican? And they were like, no. Obviously They wouldn't do that. They would vote for the Republican. Because they're Republicans. So they're allies, but not allies in the same way that like another Democrat would be an ally. But it's so obvious, you know? Yeah.
The Supreme Court.
They
if
threw the
nothing
ally
else.
term around, and then they were the ones asking Hutch to define what he means by ally when Hutch was just following their definition.
Language. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was that was crazy.
Oh yeah.
Dangerous movements before they get to power. So by your own logic, 2016 was more important than 2020 and 2024. Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger were active allies of Donald Trump. And then they supported Trump all the way up until January 6th.
I see.
So for 4 years, they used their power and influence to actively support.
I keep trying to pause the video to interject with my thoughts, but I mean, I remember this part.
It's so hard to communicate this stuff. Somebody sent me an email on this. This is a decent one. I'll read this. Hold on. Hi, Stephen. We spoke in the past, and I appreciate your response back then. 1, I feel the messaging in these convos is too convoluted and in the weeds for us normies, especially when dealing with bad faith interlocutors like PISSCO. I don't know if he's bad faith. I think he just really dug in. It might be easier to stick to 2 simple points and focus the debate there, making the message easily digestible. A, we have no room in our party for illiberal people and those who enable them, same as we call out and force out racists or sexual abusers. And B, these guys openly want to destroy us and are playing a zero-sum game. Your bet with Josiah is pointless because even if Abdul/Kyle endorses Stevens, it would mean nothing. It would be a tepid, yeah, she sucks, but Trump, and will never move the needle for their unhinged audience. You touched on that, but that's the main issue with these guys. They spent the last 3 months calling her a genocidal maniac, corporate shill, MAGA light, Republican, etc. There's no way back from that, even if they wanted to, without losing all credibility with their unhinged audience. A good question for PISSCO would be, if Stevens wins and asks Saeed to campaign for her in Dearborn, can he even do it? Never mind the fact that he has no desire to. Point being that they are not running contentious, hard-fought campaigns. They are intentionally burning down the tent and poisoning the well.
They are more full-throatedly in defense of the Democratic Party.
But I've never
and they had to sacrifice a shit ton. They paid, if that makes sense.
But the reason they had to pay, the reason it was a sacrifice is because they dug themselves in a hole, which is Josiah's point.
Yes,
right.
but I've never taken the view that people can't be formerly, enemies and become allies.
Except for Crystal and Kyle.
And the reason that I was clobbering the reason that I was clobbering Usurp over the head with this is maybe you don't, Hutch, but Usurp does, because Usurp going back.
Fuck? Wait, where's the meme? That they post from The Big Short, where it's like time to. Fuck, what am I thinking of? What's that meme format? It has to do with like, this is when it's time to sell because shit is about to get fucked.
I think it is The Big Short. DoorDash Air? What are we DoorDashing?
I know.
Can't wait to DoorDash Air something on my Klarna.
Kyle and Crystal to continue to be allies of my project, which is to emphasize that the Democratic Party is better than the Republican Party and that Trump is worse than any Democrat. I'm going to continue to make room for that until they prove me wrong. And if they prove me wrong, with this upcoming primary is a great example.
Somebody just said this. I listened to your Twitter Space Convo with Josiah and PISSCO last night, and this section near the end really revealed their whole attitude and thinking in this current media space. Quote, what do you want us to do? We can't do anything. No one listens to us. We're just content creators. And then he puts in italics. We're just small beans. Do they think anyone in the Trump admin is listening, taking notes, or adjusting their attitudes to any of their critiques? If they think they are small beans to the Democratic apparatus, they are less than dirt to the Republicans. Why are they doing any of this? Why are they rightfully critiquing and excoriating maggots, even though their words won't get through to the vast majority of them? Hassan does this a lot too. After the New York wins, you saw him like in the camera, was like, Richie Tories, we're coming for you. And if you guys want to sit on my stream now, you got to be a big guy. But then when people are like, Hassan, isn't it kind of bad that you didn't endorse Harris? It's like, what do you want me to do, bro? It's not like I would move the needle at all. I'm just a little Twitch streamer, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
He simultaneously gets everybody elected, but then also is nothing.
Cringe. Bro, people, I don't know where people write the craziest fucking fan fiction about me. Hold on.
I can't wait to hear Republicans talk about how they're DoorDash airing illegals.
True.
also talked openly about how, and this is something that's been borne out by all of his, not all of his, but a lot of his past interests, he likes small girls. He likes girls that are short and petite. Some might even say childlike.
Like, what? I feel like half the women I've had long-term relationships with have been like my height or taller. Not much though. Like
Lauren Southern's tall. Aaron was tall-ish, right?
I think Aaron and Melina were normal, like 5'4", 5'5". My ex-wife was my height. My current top secret partner is my height. I think Teresa might have been 5'4", 5'5". Like, have I ever even... I don't even know if I've ever even been seen with like a super short person. Like, what is... I just don't even know where these... Are they like writing fanfics about me or... Yeah, if anything, I feel like Melina was a muscle mommy or whatever, if you wanted to use her arms. Melina was... The biggest crime in Melina was that nobody fucking took her as a child and was like, you have to do fucking powerlifting. Melina could pull 225 without like much training. Like she kind of like casually trained, but she could do 5 reps with good form, real deadlifts, not like even the crazy ultra sumo wide, like real deadlifts for 225 without like... She was a really strong person.
She could have been a powerlifter.
She could have been, yeah.
Unironically, I'm not kidding, yeah.
Although actually, so is her friend, fuck, I'm not gonna remember her name. Wait, you guys saw her, right? She was...
Yeah, well, I haven't seen her, yeah.
She is a big power lifter.
Does it start with A? I don't remember her name.
Ellen V or whatever, yeah. It's weird.
I think we all just need to the best of our ability, make our peace.
Just start calling everybody obsessed.
This whole thing,
yeah, they're obsessed.
True. This whole thing seems like an extension of the adult-child shit. Even for the, not to get weird, I guess, but like even for the Rose person was not like a small petite. This was like a big. They did not have small child features. The only thing that some people like really wanted to harp on was the fact that I think maybe at some point early on, I think she had braces, but like I've known people who've gotten braces all throughout, not usually braces, usually now it's Invisalign, but I don't automatically associate like a person having braces as a child. It can be like a feature, but the thing I associate way more heavily with like a child appearance than anything else is the girls that do the super rosy red makeup. That's the Belle Delphine makeup or whatever, and some of the Twitch streamer girl makeup. That's where it starts. Like, what?
You have every right to.
All right, we're gonna skip ahead a little bit here.
Prescription.
But we're weaker.
Or just
he's skipping. He's scared.
True.
Obvious problem. Liberal, right? Question.
I'd
skip Parsec too.
Very
smart touch.
And you
treat them
almost
there.
Hold on.
About it. But they won't handle it. I have an friend by definition.
Here we go.
I mean, Prime Kai, Ogre Boy, adversarial. That's just my you treat them like one of them.
They're like, could the danger be that if you completely beholden to corporate interests they don't give a fuck about like that's the pipeline that I think is at least like my concern.
If I treat them favorably,
yeah. If you treat them like they're
you treat them like one of us. That's
political friends.
Okay.
Ask me to define friend. I'm not going to do it.
I think I'm more likely to like if anything take some of theirs than they are to take some of mine. I don't know, because I'm maybe that's false. That's just my intuition. Maybe I'm like totally coping about that, but regardless, I think it's useful to go on these big platforms and when it's called for it to be adversarial. And I think that there's probably some agreement. I don't think that you would say don't go on Joe Rogan, but because you would say go speak.
I'm sorry. I will drop the bad faith on this one. Every time people do this weird thing where they're like, oh, well, like, shouldn't you go on Joe Rogan? Shouldn't you go? So then why shouldn't we be super close friends with Cocklinsky and Chris? Like, I don't know why people keep making this. I'm sorry. I'm not going to say I don't know why. This has to be a bad faith comparison. Nobody is saying don't go be adversarial somewhere. Nobody has ever said, well, No, nobody in our space says that because we're all kind of debate bro-y people. Nobody says that. So I don't know why they'll fall back on that. Someone's just like, oh, so you're saying we shouldn't go on these other huge platforms? Like, no, do it. But nobody thinks that Joe Rogan is your political ally.
Be adversarial and
an adversarial debate with any of these lefties ever?
With any which lefties? Yeah, I've had adversarial debates with lefties.
Define
not
lefty.
Particularly with Kyle Kalinske or Crystal Ball, but with lefties who call in, Prime Kai, Ogre Boy, Vadim.
Anybody with a platform, whatever you answer, the point I'm getting at is I know the answer is no because they're never going to host those. So when you say I'll have an adversarial relationship with them, no, you won't.
Okay.
They never will. That's the point.
Okay. I mean, if you're saying they won't let me, then
Destiny comes in and just.
I mean, and tweets don't count, and Vadim doesn't count, and Ogre Boy doesn't count. Nothing counts. It only counts if it's scheduled specifically as a debate.
Nothing. Wait. Do you think that nothing counts is the same as saying only people that only have something to gain by using your platform because they're way smaller is the same thing as saying nothing counts? Is that
well, I'm asking what counts, and the only thing that counts.
No. Hold on. Counts. I asked you a clear question. Answer that yes or no. Is it the same to say that nothing counts is the exact same thing as only infinitesimally smaller creators?
Soy Pill with $5. AOC or Vance in 2028. Second question: AOC or Vance, but Vance is pro-segregation. Paradox with $10. The comparison between Kyle and Kinzinger is sickening. Kinzinger put his career on the line for his country. I think I already read that.
Oh my God, bro.
We'll talk to you.
Analytically, they're different by definition.
Okay, thank you. So when I say these people won't talk to you, what I mean is the Ryan Grimms and the Kyle Kalinskis and the Crystal Balls and the Sam Cedars are not going to have adversarial conversations with you, correct? Or can you give me an example of a single one you had in the past?
I haven't had those debates with them. I haven't. I don't know if they're willing. So the answer is I'm not. The answer is I'm not sure. The answer is I'm not sure. Wait, do you want my answer? Or do you not want my answer?
Well, you said you quote tweeted two of them and you didn't get a response.
Wait, I got an initial response from Ryan Grimm and then he stopped responding. After I'm like, well, this is insufficient.
So is that a long way of saying yes?
Hang on a second. So I haven't requested a specific debate with Ryan Grimm. Your question was, would they be willing to be adversarial? And my answer to that is, I don't know. With me, I'm not sure.
Okay, right. I'm curious. I think the answer is no. Okay. You guys got hung up a lot on this Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney thing. Why? Nobody is trying to run either of these two people as Democrats. These are Republicans. And the reason why we say these guys are good people is because they took a huge political career risk to do what they felt principally was the right thing.
Whether we're willing to run them or not is tangential. The question is on allyship. The question is on whether they're in the tent or not. And so it's tangential to say, are they running or is there sacrifice of a given quantity? That's just tangential to the question of whether they're allies.
Oh, wait. I got a thing for you to research. Ready?
Yep.
Okay. I didn't have time to dig into this, but somebody put up this idea that there are conservatives that run ads for progressive or lefty candidates, but the way that they do it is like they'll make a danger ad and they'll be like, Al Saeed wants to do Medicare for all, don't vote for him. So it's like an attack ad against him that signals to kind of conservatives like the normal shit, but it's like a pro lefty ad when Democrats view it. Can you find out how true that is? That's your
okay.
When
Dems view it, I'll do that tomorrow.
There might have been a name for this type of advertising. Somebody in chat. Fuck, there's an article somebody linked me or something, but and there is ally is if you were the United States versus Nazi Germany, is Texas the same thing to you as the Soviet Union?
Analytically, they're different. No, I mean yes, they're different.
So when you say allyship, why are you doing this weird game of conflating all allies as the same?
I'm literally doing the opposite. I'm trying to disentangle. So I'll respond to that. So
you think do you have the same standard for a never Trumper quote unquote ally as you would for somebody who is in your party?
What kind of standard are you talking about with respect to what?
I asked if you would have the same.
With
standard.
what? I mean, you have different standards for different folks. I don't know what you're talking about. For different things.
So for different things. So why do you keep comparing Adam and Liz Cheney with fucking?
I'll tell you why. So a criteria is given by someone, let's call it Mr. Hutch, and they give a criteria for being in the tent or not being in the tent. Then we give someone and we apply the criteria. We apply the criteria. We apply the criteria. We apply the criteria that was given to us to some other person to test for consistency. And yeah, that's the answer to that question.
Yes or no, Hutch? I'm not playing your silly game, Soy Pill.
Hutch and you, sir, you guys are horrible. You guys said that those guys were in the Democratic Party tent. Did you guys really say
allies? Allies.
Yeah, allies. You leave me out of your.
Yes.
See how I use PISSCO's own word there, right? They were in the tent because he used big tent. Let me make sure I'm hearing this. But then he clarifies, what, not big tent, allies is what I mean. Like, standard for a never Trumper ally as you would for somebody who is in your party.
What kind of standard are you talking about with respect to what?
I asked if you would have the same.
With
standard.
what? I mean, you have different standards for different folks. I don't know what you're talking about. For different things.
So for different things. So why do you keep comparing Adam and Liz Cheney with fucking?
I'll tell you why. So a criteria is given by someone, let's call it Mr. Hutch, and they give a criteria for being in the tent or not being in the tent. Then we get someone and we apply the criteria. We apply the criteria. We apply the criteria. We apply the criteria that was given to us to some other person to test for consistency. And yeah, that's the answer to that question.
Okay, wait. This is my problem with the autism claim. Okay. Hold on. Listen. Okay. I'm asking you guys to operate on a higher level. Pop your Adderalls, get your meth out, whatever you need, okay? I need you to operate on a higher level.
Oh no.
PISSCO said, big tent. Are they included in the tent? Big tent. Are they included in the tent? Big tent. Okay. Now, I turn to Hutch and Usurp, and I sarcastically chastise them.
Yes or no, Hutch? I'm not playing your silly game, Soypill.
Hutch and Usurp, you guys are horrible. You guys said that those guys were in the Democratic Party tent. Did you guys really say
allies?
That?
Now, when I say they're in the tent here, this is why I'm saying it's not an autistic thing. PISSCO jumps in. PISSCO knows what they're going to say. He knows that they're going to say yes, or he knows they're going to say no, they're not in the tent, obviously. So now he has to change back to the word ally, but he was the one that used the term tent. When people are doing weird shit with words like this, I feel like we're not having a communication problem. I feel like there's some level of intentional obfuscation going on here. Now, whether that's in service to a huge commie plot, I don't think so. Or whether it's just like a bad faith, like temporary engagement to try to win an argument, maybe. But like, what? Why did he interject there? No, I didn't mean tent. I did mean allies. I did mean allies. It's like, whoa.
Well, he's also the first one to bring up allies in the convo, and then he never defines it. But then later on, he's like, well, it's how did they define it? It's like, well, they were just going with what you were talking about.
Allies. Yeah, allies.
You leave me out of your petty.
Yes, they said they were allies. Yes, correct. Yes.
I said leave me out of that shit.
Hold on, Hutch and Usurp, would you expect, let's see if the scientists can guess what they're going to answer. Hutch and Usurp, would you guess that Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney would vote for a Democrat over a moderate Republican?
Nope. No, but that's not the question. That's tangential. Hang on, that's tangential. Hang on, that's tangential.
I'm just curious.
That's tangential.
Did you guess they were going to answer that way? Did you guess
that is tangential. The question is on allyship. So we're assessing one thing.
So my point is obviously proven. It's very obvious what everybody means. Everybody knows what's being said, but now PISSCO wants to retreat back to this is what I mean when I say very broad. Oh, big tent, ally, friend. And now he wants to get very narrow. It's like, whoa, wait. We're hyper-specifically defining this one thing. You can't ask any other questions. Like, we know what we're talking about. Why are you making this so much more complicated?
Thing at a time.
It's Texas.
Oh, Trias in chat. Type this in, Moot, this is part of your research. Metal ads. MEDDLE space ads is apparently what they call them.
That is tangential. The question is on allyship. So we're assessing one thing at a time.
It's Texas and the Soviet Union.
No, they're not. So the question. Okay.
Stop saying allyship.
So the question. So the question is only the question is whether or not people are in the tent, and it's a different question.
Fucking noisy.
Now we're back to in the tent. What happened to allyship?
There's no equivocation. There's no equivocation. These terms there's no equivocation here. So an equivocation is using different definitions for terms. There's no equivocation here. You can't identify an equivocation.
I don't know why he said that. I don't even know if I respond clearly. When you equivocating is just playing kind of nebulously to kind of like obscure what you're trying to say. Like, oh, that guy's my family, and it's like, oh, okay. Oh, like you're going to a fair and like family gets in for half price. Oh, that guy's my family, and then you get in, and then the guy's like, hold on, wait a second, we ran your IDs. You guys aren't family. And it's like, oh no, I mean he's like my brother, like my friend, you know? It's like, okay, so he's not your family, you fucking piece of shit. You know what we mean when we say family, okay? You're equivocating on the word family here because you're trying to be cute and clever and get a fucking free pass. That's what equivocating means, is when you're playing fast and loose with the term, generally for the purposes, no, not generally, definitionally, I'm sorry, hold on. Equivocation is bad always. You never equivocate in good faith. Equivocating is always done with the intent to obscure. It's the difference between being wrong and lying. You would never say that somebody who is lying was wrong. Oh, John said he was going to come home last night at 10, but instead he decided to stay out all night and fuck other bitches and cheat on me, and he came home the next morning. He was wrong. No, he wasn't wrong. He was lying, right? Equivocating is always a bad thing. PISSCO is equivocating on the definition of equivocate, because now he's trying to say, well, equivocation is just when it's the same word has multiple definitions. No, it's not. What are you talking about?
There's no equivocation here. So an equivocation is using different definitions for terms.
That's an equivocation on the word equivocate.
No equivocation here. You can't identify an equivocation.
And you're equivocating on the term tent because you're
I do say it, thank God.
You're being
no, I'm not being intentionally vague. So I'm the one calling.
Do you consider Adam and Liz people that you would consider Democrats?
Allies was the term we're using. Allies is the term we're using. Why are we changing the term?
What happened to put about big tent? What about tent?
Who's being slippery with language?
Ally. What do you mean by ally?
That's my fucking question. That's what I asked, and they get fucking.
And so he says, now he's like, well, that was my question, what ally means. But somehow, I was able to ask two different questions to Usurp. I think I've asked two, right? To Usurp and to Hutch. And I knew both their answers. And everybody in that call would have known their answers. Even PISSCO knew their answers, which is why he had to interject real quick after I said the Big Ten thing. And he had to interject, wait, I meant ally, not Big Ten. Because he knew what they were going to answer. We all know what we're saying.
Pissed when I ask, what do you mean by allies?
Claims that everybody here has an intuitive sense that there's a difference between an ally who is a never-Trumper versus you.
That's by definition an equivocation, isn't it? You're using ally in different senses, yes or no? It is by definition an equivocation. You're saying ally is something different and you're comparing two different things, apples and oranges. That's an equivocation.
No, equivocation is when you're being intentionally vague or hazy. Like when you say big tent,
I'm asking, so you're complaining.
Oh my God, dude. I feel like I need like I need 2 drinks. Because I think I had a good performance in that Adam Mockler one too. I think I just need to get a little wasted for debates, dude. I'm fucking, and then I'm locked in. I'm locked in.
I'm the one who's asking for clarification about what these people mean with these fucking terms. That's been my whole cause this entire time. So I asked, what do you mean by ally? And Hutch says, what do you mean by what do you mean? Right? They're getting pissed that I'm asking clarifying questions, and you outrageously accuse me of equivocation. It's crazy.
But that's fair for Hutch. What do you mean? What do you mean by ally? What do you mean by what do you mean? Like, it's a fair question. It's very... PISSCO is very hard to understand here.
Because what they mean when they say, oh, I think that Adam is an ally, and you also say like, oh, well, of course, like Jeffries is an ally. Do you think they mean the same thing when they say that?
I would hope they're not equivocating. That's why I'm trying to have non-equivocation.
I'm asking you, as a human being, gun to your head, when Hutch, if he says something like, I think Adam Kinzinger is like an ally,
the truth is I'm not sure. The truth is I'm not sure. I assume and I have this conversation. Wait, let me finish my response. The truth is I'm not sure. My assumption when I'm having this conversation is that we're not equivocating, right? So when we ask about allyship, my assumption is that Hutch isn't equivocating. That's why I want one standard, one criteria. That's why I'm asking these questions.
You're not going to have the same standard.
So then we are equivocating. If we're using different terms that mean different things, that's equivocation.
No, it's like when somebody says a friend. Like, does a friend of the stream mean that they're going to be at your wedding? Like a friend.
So that's what I'm trying to do is get clarity on language. When he asks whether Hassan is an ally, whether Hassan is in the tent, I need to know what he means.
Okay, then give us new words right now. If you were talking about Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, I consider these two people, I don't know, friends, allies, whatever. They were willing to stake their political reputations on standing against Trump. I think that's a really admirable thing. I think it benefits us in the long run and it benefits America. But I wouldn't consider them the same thing as like elected leader Democrats. So what is the different term you would use for them than what you would use?
I'm not proposing the use of these terms. I'm responding to people who are asking me the question about whether given people such as Kyle or Crystal.
You don't like the same word. Hold on. But notice how I was able to understand immediately, and I can probably ask more questions, what Hutch and you serve and anybody else.
What do they mean by ally?
As in, right now, there is a huge confrontation that we have with a foreboding force. We can call it fascism or Trumpism or MAGA or whatever. And these people seem to be standing on the side of basic...
Democratic Party, at this point in time, in the United States, things are so dire in the U.S. that the Democratic Party right now are the vanguard for a pro-small L liberal, pro-democracy, anti-fascist movement. That's what the Democratic Party represents. Warts and all. Within this two-party system. That is what they represent in this moment as a response to Trump and MAGA and how far he has dragged the conservative movement down in the last like 10 years. And so if you understand this, or if you take that view, then you would have to, I think, necessarily view any kind of force that seeks to smear that movement, not criticize them, not do good faith analysis and criticism, but smear that party and then attempt to take it over from the inside like a cancer, then I don't understand why you wouldn't regard those people as adversaries. The thing is that they don't dress themselves up as adversaries as such. They dress themselves up as, well, we're just these small beans progressives that want to give everybody healthcare. And I think a lot of people fall for that framing. But that's not what they are. That's not what they represent. That's not what they are in relation to the Democratic Party. They're not just some small beans progressive movement that's trying to give people fucking healthcare. That's not...
We just want healthcare.
There's a bunch of stuff I'm going to go over after, but it's going to be after my chat with Shikha, I believe. Am I pronouncing her name right? The organizer for the libcon event.
Oh, she was really nice. I didn't get a chance to tell her.
Shikha, not Shikha, sorry. What is this? Uh-oh.
On the Haley Stevens camp. Not even these.
Oh, nice. Now he's watching also directly to try to push this in a certain way. Good job.
Liberals are defending Haley Stevens. Let's take a look.
I don't know. I'm kind of agnostic in that race. Like, I don't really like either of them, to be honest with you.
Really?
I mean, I liked McMorrow. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. If he gets elected, I do think, like, he's a bit of a showboat. Like, I don't know. I don't like his vibes, but I'm closer to policy on...
This has to be, like, the maximally... He's got to be wearing this, like, trigger people, right? I don't know what it is about. This is the... If I truly do live in his brain, and he really does want to just go after me, this is the most triggering... Hassan appearance, I think. Like the stupid fake fucking glasses, the lack of facial hair makes the stupid fucking facial expressions like painfully obvious. Like this is the most triggering dumb fucking...
Are those not real glasses?
No.
When it comes to him, like over Stevens, but...
Wow. Wow. Wow.
What?
Remember the universal outrage when
hey,
you
it's me again.
Didn't immediately endorse a hypothetical Gavin Newsom run? Streamer Destiny says he's not sure who he would vote for if the 2028 presidential election between JD Vance and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in a vacuum. I don't know what JD Vance's political opinions are. I mean, I probably would vote AOC, but it's a coin flip.
I don't like communists. Stay mad.
Yeah.
I just like the way that she carries herself more. And I do think that the fact that she got the endorsements from people that are
I mean, she's not a commie. You know what? Sometimes I think I gave AOC too much of a free pass. You should go back and look at the Green New Deal, okay? It is actual commie slop dog shit. It is the most retarded shit you've ever seen in your entire life. Now, I give AOC a lot of pass because she obviously moderated a bit and became a more effective legislator. But like...
actually plugged into Michigan politics. Like, I do care about that stuff as a voter. I think that stuff does.
My big issue, though, isn't with AOC. It's the same thing that I said for JD Vance. Just like my big issue isn't with JD Vance. My big issue is how much are you going to let your party slide on shit when the crazies come around? That's why, like, if you were to ask me, for instance, would you rather have JD Vance or Marco Rubio? It would be an equally challenging issue for me, where I would maybe slightly lean towards Rubio in a coin flip. But, like, Rubio has also shown himself completely and totally incapable of holding the crazies at bay.
Matter. And so, but I really don't have like a strong preference either way.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I feel like I'm the only Stevens champion out there right now. I don't know, because even Josiah said he was with El Sayed last night.
He did,
so
yeah.
I was surprised to hear that, but
Funny that Hassan says people don't listen to the context of his clips, and he does it here. He always does it. Yeah, of course. He'll listen to... There used to be this whole TikTok thing called... it was Destiny versus Destiny, where he would watch like the most heavily edited, like it'll be like a minute of like 20 different clips from like 10 different years edited together to make a point about me.
I mean,
Josiah listens to me.
Put the APAC stuff aside, which I know is hard for a lot of people, and I think she's a good candidate.
Put the APAC stuff aside? Why would you do that? What do you mean? Listen. Pay no attention to the fact that I got hit in the gut with a shotgun, okay? Aside from the gaping wound on my gut, I am a beacon of health and excellence, okay? Just put that aside. I don't understand. It's only $54 million. Just put it aside, dude. It's $54 million. What do you mean? It's a record-breaking amount of money. Just put it aside. Yeah, replace APAC with DSA. Not so funny now, is it? Yeah, exactly. The only reason they're for Steve...
Wait, what?
He did.
Just put it aside, dude. It's $54 million. What do you mean? It's a record-breaking amount of money. Just put it aside. Yeah, replace APAC with DSA. Not so funny now, is it? Yeah.
Because APAC are donors and DSA is the political platform that you're endorsing. What? Of course there's a difference there. What do you mean?
Exactly. The only reason they're for Stevens is because they're against you? I don't think so. I think...
These guys are so full of themselves. Now this makes you wonder, but no, there's no way, because Hassan has kind of been on the commie LARP his whole life, right? Where it's like, why do you keep accusing me of having all my political positions just an opposite of you? Are your political positions defined that way? Like, are they just the opposite of me? But there's no way, right?
This one is teetering on the edge. This one's already gone. Okay. PISSCO's already far more open-minded. He's on like the Podjohn wavelength where he just doesn't care. If Democratic Socialists are winning, he's like, no, that's great. As long as they're winning, that's great. This one is just a Destiny Orbiter, but I guess even he's teetering on the edge here. And I don't...
It's so fucking disgusting how this guy like keeps track so much of everybody in my space, and they have to do it more blatantly now. Like, part of the reason why Hassan is being so much more overt with this is because we've gotten more overt, so now he has to. He can't like play this from the shadows anymore, which is technically good for us. But like, this has been going on the whole time, and it is very fucking gross how he tries to like put his finger on the scales of people that he would never, ever, ever fucking interact with. He would never interact with any of these people.
Really know anything about this one. I assume
but it's
this
so fucking important for him to control the political opinion of every single person around him, which, by the way, is indicative of how commies operate. When they get power in any country, the first thing they do is they kill every other fucking leftist that isn't part of their group. And obviously they are oppressing any other political movement that isn't part of their political movement. Like, there is no room for dissent or disagreement.
Just like a pro-Israel guy, first and foremost. And that's why he said something as silly as, put the APAC stuff aside. Stop, man. You gave Pac-Man grace and you know what happened? I mean, I'll continue.
I'll continue to give grace. I'm such a nice person.
I'm really important, really hates you. IDF family member. Yeah, oh, there you go.
What?
Wait, he's a citizen of Israel?
There's no way he didn't know this. He absolutely knew this. I'm sorry.
Put the APAC stuff aside, guys. God,
fuck this dog shit ass fuck platform too. It is crazy to me how much oh my god, dude, I'm ready, dude. I'm ready to become MAGA. I want to become a conservative. I just want to become a conservative. At least they're honest about like their racism and everything. Like, I'll never take any of you wokey motherfuckers again. You know what we need to do? This is what we need to do. We need to invade the fucking South. We need to dig up and revive all the old fucking civil rights leaders, and we just need to give our party to old black people, not young black people. It's in college. They're white, okay? You'll understand that if you don't already, okay? The old guard black civil rights leaders, we need to bring them back, and they need to be in charge of everything, because this shit is crazy.
Guys, can you put the APAC stuff aside? Oh, dang. So, yeah, I don't think it's just animosity towards whatever he perceives my position to be.
Remember when those two, when the two Jewish people got killed outside the embassy, I think in DC? I'm pretty sure Hassan, somebody can find the clip. I was pretty sure Hassan was saying that was a false flag, or like heavily implied it. But whatever.
I think there's maybe a little bit more to it than that, but you know.
I mean, she's got the experience. She just seems like she knows what she's doing. I'm more concerned about El Sayed not being able to have the Democratic Party in Michigan coalesce around him if he wins, because he's been so nasty. Like when Gretchen Whitmer endorsed Stevens on Friday, he was like, "We still got potholes."
For the record, I do want to say something. I mean, there's literally Israeli citizens in my community. Okay,
oh my
they're
God,
anti-Zionist.
bro.
They live here now. So just because someone is even a citizen of Israel,
yeah, thank you.
doesn't
Good clarification,
automatically
bro.
make them someone who would be, pro-Israel, pro-APAC, all this shit. From my estimation, I made that assumption because I didn't know that he was a citizen of Israel. I just assumed that he's very pro-Israel because he said, "Put the APAC stuff aside." Okay.
That need to get filled 8 years later, and it's like, all right, bro, like you're not helping yourself here by attacking people who chose to go a different direction. You know, it's like you're gonna need those votes and those endorsements in the general. What are you doing, man?
Joe Bart coming to LA August 1st. Get him on for a Chad Vice. Yes, we were supposed to do that. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna be here. I don't think I'm going to be here when Joe Bart is here, ironically enough.
He's going to be with his best friend, Abdul.
His bestest friend.
God, you suck at fun. How do I unsub? I don't. What is this? It looks like Roop Raj might be a fan. No, Roop, be careful. You're going to get banned from Twitch.
Oh my God.
I like that everybody in this community loves Roop Raj as much as I do. There's no such thing as Palestine 2 weeks ago.
It didn't seem that crazy.
Top
Yeah,
DNC
they got the
show.
clips
I'm
ready and
really
everything.
important. Liberals will kind of strip a stunt and nothing burger. Yeah, I don't care about this. All right, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? I don't need a deep dive into this guy's behavior. Okay, I don't care. Yeah, we're a part of the Roop Troop. You got brought
Just
up on
imagine
the
what they'd be doing
Megyn
if
Kelly
Raj
shows.
instead gave
Zara Magani grew up with a silver
hard
spoon in his
interview.
mouth. It's not
If who did?
If the Roop Raj guy gave Abdul the hard interview or whatever, the hard questions, they would be attacking him nonstop.
Yeah, of course. Okay, one more quick one, and then I gotta get my interview stuff ready.
Yeah, boy.
Attack like this, maybe?
Said that a 30-year-old
Apparently Hassan watched the whole Professor Day video on me. Good job.
randomly said a 14-year-old would not be grooming.
Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds.
Yeah, Shannon Watts supports this guy, by the way. And so does the Bulwark. So does the Bulwark Network. so do all of the former neocon, now turned liberal, Liz Cheney defending Bulwark Network, and David Pakman. And Smira Tandon, I suspect. Just, you know. They love this guy. They love this guy. Brian Tyler Cohen, too. He's a regular guest there. Gross. I didn't even know that.
I didn't even know that. Do we have Brian Tyler Cohen on regularly?
Brian Tyler Cohen as well. Gross. Yes, we're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this in a little bit. Let me finish this video first. Great video from Professor Dave Explains. Very beefy. And,
great video, man.
I think you can maybe send this to like the Sex Pestiny fans that you may know that you still keep in contact with, or some people who are on the edge. Yeah, he did a great video. Overall, you know, show some love to Professor Dave. He's probably getting a barrage of harassment right now at this very moment.
Oh my God, dude.
Not what it is. They are dishonest with that framing, deliberately dishonest with that framing, because it works. You know what I mean? It's effective. Take a look at what's happening in the fucking Democratic Party right now. Take a look at some of the coverage that we're seeing from the media. This guy, Osted, he is driving me fucking insane. This guy from Vox.
Uh-oh.
I bookmarked something from, like, this shit. This is the product. This is the product. This is the product of all those years of, I'm just a small beans progressive person, you know?
We hear it every election night. The socialists are on the rise. And what does that mean for the leftist takeover of the Democratic Party? And to some extent, that's true. There have been big wins by progressives in Democratic primaries all across the country. But the subject of my new Substack is about how I think you should think about it a little differently. And actually, the story in the primaries since the 2024 election is, to me, that the moderates are collapsing and the establishment wing can't get itself together. I mean, think about the candidates they put up in these elections. Andrew Cuomo in New York City.
The generalizing, you know, like, the completely, like, buying into the framing. Like, oh, it's progressives versus the establishment. No, that's not what this is. That's not that is such an outdated way of looking at things. I don't even know if it was ever relevant.
When people talk about progressives now on the left, you should cringe the same way when you hear people say, like, oh, what about like the alt-right? Like, the alt-right? That hasn't been relevant in so long. And like the progressives, those guys are long gone. Now we have the commies, unfortunately.
Way that they think. Is this delusional or calculated? No, I think this guy is a useful idiot. I think this guy, this Osted guy, man, he's really pissing me off lately. Driving me bananas. That is the result of just fucking years and years and years of the movement that I'm talking about.
All right. I'm gonna be back in a bit. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
How you doing? I am the engineer. I do everything, okay?
Oh, good for you.
I have my background was programming and also kind of a lot of techie stuff, so generally speaking, I can usually handle it all.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's a skill I still have to acquire.
Yeah. All right. I'm joined by Shikha, the organizer of the libcon event that we were just at. And we are chatting today, I imagine, about how the libcon event went and everything. Yeah.
Yep, sure. Although I'm more interested in hearing about what you thought about how libcon went than I thought. I mean, I'm going to give you the spin. It went great from my point of view. But you tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked it. I thought for me, it's really nice to interface with people who are liberals. In a lot of liberal spaces, we were just covering this today. We covered it yesterday and the day before. Every liberal space is kind of like, it's liberal, but always with a whole bunch of sympathies to the very, very, very far left faction. And then there are always some of those people there. We're always kind of doing this like weird, like back and forth with them. So it's nice to just be in a solidly liberal space, talking about like the political climate from like a liberal perspective. I sound a little coldy right now, but I don't know. It's just nice to have that space where you're not constantly having to give into the, I guess, further left parts of the party. And then obviously there are a lot of people there that I super respect, and it was cool to see them and chat with them in real life. Some personally, and then some just that I've seen, online, your Ezra Kleins, and getting to do that panel with Sarah was really cool. And yeah, so I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, good. I'm very happy to hear that. Yeah, no, I mean, from our point of view, it was great. It was our third libcon. Every year we grow. This year we were the biggest. And even though we had added capacity, given the demand we saw last year, we kind of outstripped that, 2 weeks before the conference. So we maxed out at like 400 plus people. And then we had a waiting list of 200 people, which we couldn't get, accommodate. And now they all want to be told ahead of time before next libcon. So that's all a good sign. But, as you saw, with libcon, we are trying to do a number of things. We are trying to shore up the forces of liberalism against authoritarianism, especially against this modern variety of authoritarianism, which is the populist variety, which we talked about last time. It's very different from the 20th century authoritarianism, which was basically, socialism. And we are trying to build a very, very broad coalition of pretty much everybody from center left to center right that takes the problem seriously. So we very seriously avoid both sidism, like, both sides are an equal problem. We don't think that's the case. Maybe it will be again someday, not right now. And we just want, people to acknowledge that authoritarianism is the existential threat that we are facing, right-wing authoritarianism specifically. So if you basically are concerned about the current moment and are not both sidist, you're part of our coalition. Come join us. You're a comrade. And so what you see, which I've heard from a lot of people, and this is by design, so I'm very glad that we are kind of hitting the right note over here, is that there's no echo chamber. There's a fair amount of disagreement. There is a fair amount of safe space for people to express center-right and center-left views and still have a productive conversation. And this year, of course, the one thing that had been a little bit missing, especially in the first libcon, a little bit less in the second, and not so much in the third, was bringing in the new generation, this new, you guys, the alternative media, the new media. We were very eager to engage the next generation, Gen Z, so which is why you were on the Gen Z panel. We want to bring them into the fold, partly because we want to hear from them. We want to know what they're thinking, how they're thinking, and all of that. But we also want to train the next generation of liberal leaders. We want them to be, exposed to the biggest minds who are thinking about this kind of thing, and talk to them and just interact with them. So this year, I thought libcon really hit all those notes that we were trying to hit.
I was going to say, just at the beginning, based on the number of tickets sold and everything, I feel like with some of the names that you're reaching into, especially for alternative media stuff, when you're talking about like bulwark people, when you're talking about, Ezra Klein, I feel like you guys could sell a lot more tickets to this, like fill up like 1,000-seat venue, like pretty easily even, just because of how big a lot of these names are. Yeah.
So it's a very good point. And, we think about it. First of all, I'll just tell you, we are a very small staff. We are a staff of 3 people, full-time staff of 3 people. Okay. We hired an event management company that helps us, put everything together, and they are freaking awesome. But, 1,000 people is a different ball game than 400 people. It changes not just the scale, it actually changes the the qualitatively what you want to do.
Sure.
And one thing what we really do want to do with libcon is make this also like a productive networking event for liberals of all stripes and shades. And if you have a very big event, and I've been to some conferences that are kind of that large, you just kind of get lost. It's a zoo. You can't find the people you want to meet. It becomes very hard to actually form little subcultures and sub-communities when there are 1,000 people, because it's too anonymous. It's like New York. You become an atomized individual where you are just kind of like bumbling along, and maybe you'll run into somebody or maybe you're not, but you're just doing your own thing. So you're kind of trying to avoid that vibe. But I don't know, maybe we'll rethink it going forward. But the number is right now by design.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. I guess that's true, actually, because I guess for these events, they were small enough that you could step off the stage and chat with people in the crowd and kind of like make friends and make connections that way. But if it was like 1,000 plus, it would probably be you speak and then you disappear from the stage, and you probably don't ever go out much because you're going to get swarmed or mobbed. So, okay, yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, so that's the reason.
What do you...
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, what was a thing that you didn't have this time that you really would want to have next time? If you could add like one thing...
I knew you were going to ask me that question, and I actually do not have a great answer to that. Mm-hmm. So one thing is that we've been doing this formula now for 3 years, which you saw. There are mm-hmm. 3 people on a panel, and there's a moderator, and the 3 people are chosen extremely carefully to represent different positions, different shades. We want diversity in all its resplendence, right? Like ethnic, sexual, religious, and but without identitarian concerns. We want people over there from every background to be represented because they're fighting for liberalism, not because they are bringing their identity concerns to the table. Sometimes that's okay, but that's not the purpose. But so that's kind of been the format. Next year, we are thinking, and don't hold me to this, but having a little bit more of a debate format where we actually, so far what we've been doing is building this liberal community. Mm-hmm. And, and there are a lot of people who have never been in the same room. And, or even with the kinds of people, like there are a lot of center-left people over there who've never really interacted with a conservative. And so we were trying to so far bridge that divide going forward. And so which also meant that we were papering over some disagreements for now. Next year, we want to actually frontally, get into some of these disagreements, because finally, I think if you're going to build a liberal coalition, you can't really, avoid the tension points. You've got to get through them, not around them. So I'm thinking we are going to identify a whole bunch of themes on which there are disagreements within the liberal community, mm-hmm. and actually just sort of have at it. What do you think of that?
I think it would be a phenomenal idea. One of the things that I hate the most about the debate environment and the current political environment is that all of the conversations get hijacked by the most insane people, and then all the conversations become really bad. This has been my biggest complaint probably for 5 years now. But there is a lot of stuff that I think is very rich for exploration, and hearing a well-moderated debate on you could have a very passionate debate where reasonable minds could disagree on something like abortion. Should this be a thing figured out by each state? Should it be a thing figured out by the federal government? And you could have an argument there that I think is a squarely in the bounds of liberalism argument from the conservative side and from the Democratic side, from the liberal side. And then you could run this, across a ton of different issues. And I think it's also good because it does demonstrate, like you say, that, there is a... One of the really annoying things is there's this thing that happens where you have your liberal bubble, and then these two populist sides that have come away, they try to reach in and extract all of the good from the liberal bubble and then claim it on their own. So when you talk to somebody about affordability, I think that people should be able, if you're smart enough to go to college and do well, nothing should stop you from doing that. And healthcare should never be an impediment to somebody living, a happy life and living to their fullest. These are things that we all should agree on, right? This is why we need the DSA or the Communist Order. It's well, hold on. Everything you just said is that's a mainstream Democratic Party position. And we even have disagreements within the Democratic Party for how to do that. So I think it would be good to demonstrate, inside the Democratic Party or inside the liberal coalition, that people can have rich disagreements in here, but still be liberal, Yeah.
Right, exactly, because they believe, they all agree on the rules of the game. They don't agree on what the outcome of the game ought to be. That's got to be determined through debate, discussion, conversation, and you may not like the final outcome that comes out, but you will get another try because this is an ongoing conversation, and we can always keep persuading each other and whatnot. Yeah, so that's very much the spirit of it. So next year, kind of that. And it's also partly important to get into these disagreements because partly there are over, like you said, very important substantive issues like abortion. Now, if we are in this authoritarian moment and we want to get out of it, this year's whole theme was the reconstruction agenda. How do you rebuild these institutions so that they are less vulnerable to an authoritarian takeover in the future? Now, you might think this is an easy subject, but it is an enormously difficult subject because you're not going to agree on what needs to be rebuilt and how it needs to be rebuilt and what strategy you should employ, right? So all of that too needs to be worked out. Otherwise, my fear is that this liberal coalition is not going to hold together, after 2028 when we really need it. And if we've got like the political stars aligned where some kind of reconstruction is possible, but we don't have our ducks in a row because we haven't done the hard work of building an intellectual consensus, then that moment is going to be lost. So that's another reason to start like really wading into difficult territory and talking about it.
Yeah, I've had one of my kind of disagreements with some people when it comes to amending legislation or whatever going forward is that sometimes I wonder if we do more harm than good by saying we need to patch a law or change like like take a norm and codify it into law, because I'm thinking for a lot of the issues that we're having right now, it's with people who are not wanting to play by the rules at all. So, you can change a law, but they've decided they don't care about the laws. Somebody did pose kind of an interesting idea to me though a while ago, and it was the idea that like we need to change a lot of the laws. We need to have like kind of like a second constitutional convention where the goal, it's not really just to change the laws, but like something happened when the US Constitution was drafted, and it wasn't just what went into the Constitution. It was also this like meeting of the minds that really came together and decided like what kind of structure of government ought we and will we have, and that was like solidly affirmed and then played out at the legislative and court level for the next 250 years or hundreds of years, at least. And maybe the idea of coming back together and like really reevaluating the structure of the Constitution of the U.S. government, whatever, that would be good. It's hard to imagine doing something so dramatic, but I mean, I feel like something dramatic kind of has to happen because this like pendulum thing is not like we can't, like, I don't know how many of these swings we can survive. People always say, well, yeah, it gets wacky, but then we come back, and it's like, but how far, can you swing before it comes breaking out of the I guess the clock case or whatever a pendulum is in?
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, and that's, part of the thing is that the problem is you can't have a constitutional convention and come to an agreement in such a polarized country, right? No. Neither side trusts the other, or, and you can't agree on the fundamental nature of what our polity ought to look like. So part of the effort is precisely to kind of reshore the center, keep the extremes at bay, and then you can start this this conversation. I don't know if it'll take the form of a constitutional convention. I'm not sure that is possible. It's going to happen, but I do think we can do a lot of good work through constitutional amendments. We haven't had a constitutional amendment in this country in a very, very long time. Our founders actually did not visualize a state of affairs when we were not constantly updating our operating system, right? Our computers update their system I'm being prompted every other day, it seems. And we haven't done that. And things have changed dramatically. And there is nothing wrong with passing all kinds of constitutional amendments that now start plugging some of the holes in our constitutional framework. One of the things that we've been talking about at the Unpopulist is, in the wake of the immunity ruling by the Supreme Court, where it has given these absolutely enormous carte blanche powers to the president to pardon whoever he wants, right? Like, and so he can, sell pardons for bribes. He can do pay for play. He can, get people to do corrupt things, violent things on his behalf, and then pardon them. You can't have a polity that way. And I think, and it's impossible after the immunity ruling to just do something about the pardon powers through just legislation. That doesn't work. So you need a constitutional amendment to actually rewrite our pardon powers and put in place provisions that say conflict of interest pardons are not allowed, and you can think of a whole bunch of things, right? And so we need an amendment like that. So that's kind of what we are doing, is like, going through every branch of government, Article 1, Article 2, Article 3, and looking for like fundamental changes and updates to each of those elements of our operating system.
Yeah, I think one thing that really kind of changed the way that I viewed a lot of the Constitution was you have to remember the time in which it was adopted, because there are certain things that I looked at that I thought were so stupid. And then, you read the Federalist Papers, and then some of them seem even more stupid. But then you try to remember, like, what was going on at the time. So, like, when you think of, I've made this criticism a lot. When you read the Federalist Papers, when they talk about the pardon power, they just say that, like, pardons are really good in times of, like, if there's like a huge national like drama and maybe somebody's being accused of treason, there was a huge thing and everybody's like on the verge of civil war, and a well-timed pardon could save us so much from a wise individual. And then it's like, and then the next sentence is, it's something like, obviously a president would never make an incredibly partisan and unpopular pardon because he would immediately be cast out of office. It's like, well, that obviously is not the case. But one of the things that you have to keep in mind so much is that there weren't very many like federal laws. Like the federal government really wasn't in the business of doing much stuff. So when you think about like corrupt pardons, it doesn't even like, what could the president even corruptly pardon? Like there weren't just many things going on, whereas now obviously federal law encompasses so much of what we do on the day-to-day. And I don't know if the framers originally, knowing how expansive the federal government would become, would envision the same ability for somebody to just unilaterally pardon somebody with no oversight from anybody whatsoever, especially now with Robert saying you can do this as part of a bribe and nobody can question it. And maybe the expansiveness of the federal government has maybe got to the point where it is good to really think and address, foundationally what our frame of government should look like, or if it needs some kind of like updating or change. But like you said, doing it in like such a hyper polarized environment where I can't even imagine who people would send the delegates on each side to argue what that should look like, what that would actually be,
Right. Yeah, no, going back, those are all great points. I mean, yes, actually on the pardon power, the anti-federalists were very opposed to giving the president these powers. I mean, there was actually a debate and a discussion about it. And you're absolutely right. The scope for pardon powers was not that great, because the federal government simply wasn't dispensing so many favors through its large, regulations it was writing, and there wasn't this lobbying industry, and none of that was there. However, it was possible to call an insurrection against by a sitting president to keep himself in power. That was entirely conceivable even then. They didn't quite take that possibility seriously, because it was, through the whole constitutional convention, it was George Washington who was sitting over there, this benevolent, beneficent figure who they knew was going to be the next president. And that was their mental image of, the president. But, in my opening remarks at libcon, I had this statement by Alexander Hamilton where he was worried about exactly a populist demagogue like Trump coming and abusing the powers that he was being given. And if you read that description, I mean, it fits Trump to the T. I mean, we couldn't write it better after the fact, after observing this man, than Alexander Hamilton did, at that time. So, so this was always contentious. I think the founders kind of like fucked up, frankly, on that, just because they was thinking of George Washington and not like, the kind of person that Alexander Hamilton had in mind. So, but that all needs to be rethought at this moment, right? Pardon power is just one thing, but there are a whole bunch of things, that we can think of. I mean, one reason the president gets away with what he does is because impeachment is so hard. You need to get 2/3 buy-in from the Senate for impeachment and this polarized time when the parties just rally around their president, you're not going to get that. So I think you need a constitutional amendment to, actually, I'm not sure you need a constitutional amendment for that. I think you may be able to do it by statute to lower the impeachment threshold.
Maybe,
but
yeah.
it's still, still a fundamental change. And we've proposed, like, instead of 2/3, make it 60%. So it's not.
Looks like she only has 60% of her bandwidth. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Whoa. I was gonna say your thing just like you said, make it 60%, and then your thing cut out for 10 seconds. Sorry.
Oh.
Hmm? Oh.
You'll have to get buy-in from the other, the other party, but it's not so high that it becomes impossible. So we've been kind of like banding around those kinds of very fundamental reforms, basically with the idea of creating a more accountable executive that is not a freaking king or a monarch, in the way we are seeing right now.
Yeah, I'll say, two quick things to that. I was envisioning the pardons more with like conjunction of it being like a bribe thing. I do agree that the Jan 6 stuff and the insurrection stuff, that this is squarely within why like a thing that the president obviously should not be directly involved in like that, because that was just a fundamentally crazy. There was just so much crazy about that. And the fact that Trump literally pardoned the people that were trying to coup the government to help him, that is just improper on so many levels. A second thing also, which is kind of funny because you bring this up, like the 60%, the 66%, or the 2/3 or whatever, like how do we do this? I think the framers also, I think all the framers, maybe not all of them, but most of them were against the concept of political parties, but I think these started to pop up almost immediately. So then you also have to consider the Constitution from the viewpoint of like, well, we really don't like the idea of political parties, so hopefully there won't be political parties, but then the political parties come immediately and it's like, oh fuck, okay, well maybe we need to reconsider this. And then same thing with the kind of the Supreme Court having this like ultimate, judicial review of being the kind of like the God whisperers to the Constitution was also not there at the inception. Right, this was the famous Marbury v. Madison decision. And so maybe that would also change the way that we envision the structure of the Supreme Court, and maybe there would be a different kind of check or balance to that possibly. So a lot of stuff has definitely evolved and changed over time, and we've had a resilient government that's held up a lot, but at some point, maybe there are some things that you need to revisit. Yeah, it's just difficult. I guess I know that you guys have written a few articles related to, being like for court packing and against court packing recently. What are like, I guess if you could change a couple things like in the next like few years, assuming you were able to get popular support for it, like what are a couple big changes you think the U.S. government could make that would be really beneficial?
So, so our whole concern is about, authoritarianism, and core to authoritarian is an out of control president who can do whatever the hell he wants, right? I mean, that's the situation. We have been trending towards an imperial presidency for a long time because Congress was delegating its powers, ceding them to the executive, or not, providing its oversight functions. So if a president wants to go to war without actually getting a declaration from, Congress, well, he can do it, right? And so Congress needs to take back all these powers. So that, that's one. But I think in the last 2 years, the agency, which is, or the branch of government to whom we should have turned to curb the presidential power has become the aider and abetter of presidential power, and that's the Supreme Court. By the way, I mean, like the district courts have been really great. I mean, the immunity ruling that you were referring to, which came about because of Trump's insurrection, and the Supreme Court said, no, not only can he not be held accountable for what he did, but hey, we'll give you even more immunity to actually go around and pardon the January 6th insurrectionists, even those who committed violence against police officers, right? And so at this point, I think, the court itself has become a problem. And problem not because, my colleague Andy Craig wrote this article, which was about, it's a really, really excellent article. It's super well thought out. He looks at it from every possible angle. And he basically argues that, if you are going to tame the presidency and control it again, you need to get a reconstruction agenda past this past the courts. And with this particular court, you are not going to get it. It's a 6-3 majority. If this is the majority that has given the president all these powers, even if the Congress were to pass laws taking back those powers, they're going to be sued, and this court is going to essentially veto even congressional attempts to take back some forms of executive powers. But on the other hand, the normal suggestions from our leftist friends, like let's just pack the courts, let's just add more liberal justices in order to change the ideological makeup of the court and get what we want. Well, there's a problem with that, because the next president who comes, the Republican president, MAGA president, can simply add more justices to undo what the previous court has done, or to get an even more draconian agenda through the court. And that basically is a route to destruction of the republic, as David French pointed out in one of our panels at libcon. So Andy actually came up with an extremely good proposal where he takes the idea of judicial review extremely seriously. I mean, judicial review has given us all kinds of victories to uphold the basic promise of equality in this country, right? You mentioned Madison versus Marbury, or Marbury versus Madison. So what he suggested is that we do a one-time court packing if there is a Democratic trifecta in the next, in the next election after 2028. Do a one-time court packing, add 4 justices to change the ideological makeup. By the way, we've had a conservative majority on the Supreme Court since the 1970s.
Yeah.
It's not so bad when it's 5-4 and there is one justice who can be the swing vote. But when you have a 6-3 majority on one side, it changes the way that the court functions.
Yeah.
That internal tempering that ought to happen just through debate and discussion because there's one swing vote is gone, and you bring out the worst ideological tendencies of the court. And it doesn't matter if it's a liberal court or a conservative court. If you are in power, you're just going to behave badly. And that's kind of what you are seeing in this court, right? So his suggestion is pack the court one time, but immediately put a constitutional amendment proposal forward where you do major reforms of the court. One reform is you give each justice 18-year terms going forward. You give every president 2 appointments each term. And you then restore the number of justices to 9, and you do it through a constitutional amendment so that you forever take away, the packing mechanism off the table. So that's kind of his proposal. And I really think it's like a very, very ingenious proposal. I mean, you can think of all kinds of obvious objections to it. You'll get the packing, but you won't get the constitutional amendment that you are thinking of. And those are all legitimate worries, but we do have to think creatively as to how to get past this court to make some fundamental reforms with executive power.
Yeah. I don't disagree. There are a couple functions of the Supreme Court that I don't like right now. One is obviously the heavy partisanship, given that 2 of the votes are just freebies, that you never have to wonder how Thomas and Alito are going to vote. They could be the craziest conservative plan in the world, and they will always go that way.
Yes.
So
they'll vote for something crazier, right? Like they'll write a concurrence or a defense.
True. We didn't go far enough. Yeah. So then you have like it's like a 3. What would it be, like a 3? A 2-3 court where you only need like 1 or 2 points to score, whatever, or something. I do the math on it. Or 3-3, you only need like 1 or 2 points to score because basically, you're always guaranteed, these 2 freebies on a 9-person court. Right. I like the idea of I don't care as much about term limits. I guess we need them. But I like the term limits idea because I like the idea of each term of a president getting Supreme Court picks. Like the wacky jackpot lottery scheme that we're on right now is just so beyond stupid. The idea that Alito could retire tomorrow, I know there were whispers of it a few months ago, but I think it ended up being a rumor. But if he were, that would be 4 Supreme Court picks to Donald Trump. That's just insane. That is just so stupid. So I think,
Without term limits, what you get is precisely this kind of like gaming of retirement, right? Like, like Ruth Bader Ginsburg was on her death.
Has to hang on.
Well, like, is she going to die or is she not going to die? I mean,
Oh.
it's, and that kind of, and that turns politics into a zero-sum game, right? Like, and so that's the advantage of term limits. You get your term, and then you are done, and you go, and it lowers the stakes of Supreme Court nominations. Anyway, I'm sorry I interrupted.
Yeah. No, yeah, I agree with that. I also like the idea. I actually do like the idea of more. I feel like we should have at least one Supreme Court justice per circuit. I feel like that makes sense. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not the expert on this, and really Andy is the expert on it. He tells me it's a bad idea and I buy it. But so if you really want to get into the weeds on that, he's got his reasons for why that's not a good idea, although I know it's kind of like popular.
Okay.
Let me remember. Okay, his argument, so there are 13 circuits, right? And you're not going to have and the idea is you've got 13 potential justices, and each case is heard by 9 justices. So you pick 9 out of these 13 for every case, right?
Sure.
One problem with it is that you want the same justices ruling. You don't want similar cases going to different benches, because that just muddles things up a little too much, and you don't have the consistency and the stability, of rulings and precedent that you'd want. So I think that's one of his reasons, and I might have completely mangled it, so you should have him on to explain it more. But I think that's one of the reasons why he's not so hot on that idea.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to that because I've heard complaints about the lottery system of how, you might get different justices on different cases, and that might determine whether or not you win or lose a case.
Right.
One of the 2 things that I like, the first thing is the idea of just them being able to hear more cases might be nice. And then the second one, I don't hear people talk about it as much, but I thought it was cute. I liked it when back then, I think they had to actually ride horses to go from the Supreme Court to the different places that they would actually go and hear cases at. That's why it was called riding circuit. So when you had your Supreme Court justices that were in the Supreme Court, they would ride their horse sometimes to the districts or the other states, and then they would ride circuit and they would hear cases that way. I like that you got it's interesting seeing. I guess it's like a formal version of dicta, like to hear a Supreme Court justice opine on a case because he has the opportunity to go down to the appellate court and then rule on a case there. You kind of get an idea of where the justices are out on things just because you see them writing and ruling more in a slightly lower stakes environment. I thought it was kind of nice, but I don't even know if that's like a thing that people like much. But something the Supreme Court, it seems like right now is probably not where we want it to be. Although I would also argue too, and I'm sure most people would agree, and a lot of this is like a interlinking jigsaw puzzle where when you try to move one thing, everything else needs to be moved. One of the reasons why the court is so annoying right now is because the president is so out there doing whatever he wants, and it's because through popular mandate, unfortunately, the Congress has abandoned its job. The Republicans have decided they're not going to do anything. So we have checks and powers, and the Congress has so many different ways that they could check the president, but the Republicans have just decided they're not going to, and it's like, Jesus, yeah.
Right. Yeah, they could impeach him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so that's kind of like, that's kind of like the sad thing in our current moment is that except for district courts, which have been sort of heroic and really have stopped a lot of nonsense, all the major branches of government have ceased to function. They have ceased to behave the way the founders visualized, right? I mean, the founders were imagined that the Congress would guard its powers jealously, that each branch of government would be jealous of its powers and try and protect them, but the other would rise to tame it. What do you do when the Congress, instead of being jealous of its powers, is just going to give up its power so that the president of its party can do whatever the hell he wants?
Well, I think that's what you just said. That's the issue, though, is that what you just said makes perfect sense given there are no political parties, because why would somebody in Congress sell it for the president? Well, if they're on the same team, now it changes it a lot, Yeah, so I agree.
But you sort of function with few hiccups here and there for 250 years. I mean, to some extent, actually, we've never impeached a president, right? This country has never impeached a president.
Yeah,
Andrew
convicted
Johnson,
in the Senate, yeah.
So we've never really impeached a president. So the impeachment mechanism has never really functioned the way it ought to. I mean, Richard Nixon came closest, but that's because actually the Republican Party was a little bit more sensible and healthy at that time and put the interests of the country above the party, right? Now that is gone, the norms are gone, the decency is gone from the system. Now you've really got to shore up the institutions themselves to rebuild the incentives for norms. So norms, the way I put it is that our system used to work on an honor basis, right? There were lots of problems with it. It wasn't beautifully constructed. There were weaknesses in it, but it kind of functioned because of the honor system. Presidents partly didn't go someplace because they knew next time another party's president would come and do unto them what they've just done unto their party. So there was this done. That is gone. I mean, Trump has kind of come and blown all that up. He doesn't care about his party. He doesn't care about the country. He cares only about his power. And the, Congress with Republicans in control are too meek and too intimidated and too afraid to really do anything about it. So we've really seen a sort of a systemic breakdown of a kind that I think actually founders had a hard time imagining this level of breakdown.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. Yeah, but also because, even the president having so much power, so many agencies existing, him being so influential, news being so national rather than us being from our individual states or cities. Now we're Americans that are part of the United States, and the idea that somebody who lives all the way over in California having such a vested interest in what AOC from New York is thinking or saying, who's just a representative, is a lot of it just strains, I guess, so much of what the system was originally built on. And it would be, it feels like a pipe dream, unfortunately. It's sad, but it would be nice to revisit some of these really foundational things and really iron out some of what just how we function fundamentally. One of the things that so I give this pushback a lot, and I've kind of been giving it to you a little bit, that you have to play in good faith, and if you change the rules, it doesn't really matter because if people are playing in bad faith, it doesn't matter anyway. But one of the counters to that is that certain rule sets can lend themselves more to people who want to play in bad faith versus other rule sets who don't. So a lot of people complain about the two-party system in the United States, and I've seen how multi-party systems and coalition governments function in other places. I'm I feel like they have a lot of problems too. But I will say one of the more compelling arguments that I heard for a four-party system in the United States is that one thing that sucks in the U.S. is you have kind of these radical wings that kind of take over parties. If you had four parties instead, you would never have to worry about that because the radical people would just go to the other party, and then you would very clearly kind of see where everybody's at, and you wouldn't have to play these weird games where the Tea Party takes over the Conservative Party. They would just join the far-right party, or now we've got our DSA Commies trying to take over the Democratic Party. Well, they would just join the leftist party, and maybe that would lend itself better to better political action instead of everybody kind of being so subversive. So there might be rules or ways that you could change the government and the structure of the Constitution, everything that would lend itself towards people embracing their roles a little bit more and not playing so bad faith. Yeah,
no, absolutely. 100%. Yeah, no, I agree with that completely. I mean, right now, you had this Tea Party revolt, which is kind of I didn't see it at that time, how reactionary it was. I mean, I actually, and the Tea Party actually grew worse over a period of time because, of the rise of actually, you talked about in your panel with Sarah was, how the Republican talk show circuit had created the information ecosystem that Trump profited from, right? So the Tea Party started as kind of a revolt to Obama and Obamacare, and I was not in favor of Obamacare. I wrote piece after piece after piece against Obamacare. And it started off as a revolt to that. But actually, they were kind of very constitutional, and they were quite interested in keeping executive power in check, and you could have a decent conversation with them till they became radicalized. Once the Tea Party became radicalized, the only way it could take over the Republican Party, because you still had a lot of adults at that time, Paul Ryan and Jack Kemp and all these guys who were pretty sensible, decent guys, Mitt Romneys of the world, by pushing them out and doing a hostile takeover. If the Tea Party could have formed another party, you would have, I really do agree with you, managed to hang on to a smaller but still significant and healthy Republican Party. That's gone. Mm-hmm. Now, the one problem is that, you can't have four parties. I mean, that's what you have in England right now. You've got a lot of parties, but you had this situation where the Labour Party, which got a third of the votes, still got 66% of the seats or something like that. Don't hold me to the exact numbers in the parliament because they have, the winner take all system, first past the post system. So I really think what you need to do is not only, break up the duopoly of the two parties, but then also move to a proportional representation system where you have in one district you have multiple members and different parties compete for each of those, and you get the number of seats in the parliament that's in proportion to the number of votes you get into each district. So I think so we've been pushing that a lot actually at the House, like proportional representation and multi-member districts. I think if you're going to think like big and bold, that's got to be on the table. And by the way, we just ran a piece yesterday on how the new Prime Minister of England, Andy Burnham, is actually pushing for proportional representation over there because they've really got like the extremist wolves standing at the door on both the left and the right. And the Reform Party can form a government by getting only 25% of the vote. And then you're really fucked.
Yeah, the people used to complain, or I used to see that like first past the post is so bad in the United Kingdom, and we have first past the post here generally, so I didn't really see what the problem was. And then I didn't understand how they also had like this multi-party thing going on. So then looking from district to district and then understanding how that plays out, I feel like the UK has like the worst political system, and that's just that theoretically like a party could get. I mean, theoretically, they could get probably 20% of the votes nationally and form like a majority government, depending on how the votes play out. Like, it's just like, it's insane to me that you would do that. Yeah. Some kind of I guess I kind of feel the same way in the US sometimes when it comes to like, maybe Senate seats, maybe electoral votes, where it's like, why is it that I think Maine and Nebraska are the only two that do a semi-proportional electoral voting allotment based on their votes in their states, but then every other state is winner take all for electoral votes. And it's weird if like California is 60-40, why does every single electoral vote go to the president? But these are always like big. The thing that sucks is that usually these changes tend to favor one side over the other. And right now, the structure of our government, I think, heavily favors conservatives and rural stuff. So it's very, very, very hard to bring them on board with any kind of change because it's almost certainly not going to benefit them politically. And they'll just accuse us of being partisan for it. Yeah.
No, that's absolutely right. Why should they give up their advantage, that they get from the status quo? I think, one thing is that they have an advantage in some states, but not in all the states. So in those states where Republicans don't have an advantage, they would be more amenable to these kinds of fundamental reforms. So this actually has to start at the state level. I mean, this is not a scheme that you can actually impose top down like tomorrow, even if you had like a benevolent dictator who's not as awful as Trump is, it wouldn't stick. So you really do need to have, do this state by state. But the thing is, you've just got to start pushing it now. And if you have like a threshold of states where the districts become more competitive and both sides think, okay, these rules of the game give us a fairer chance of winning elections, I don't know. I think it would go somewhere.
Yeah, I agree.
But there is a great deal of momentum for proportional representation right now, at least in the pointy-headed intellectual circles.
I do wish that we would go back to the state people trying out stuff again. Like I think people miss how important it is that you have like a whole state that you could theoretically experiment with. And if something does work well on a state level, it's very easy to accelerate that to the national level. But the conversations are all so national now, especially with social media and everything, that it's hard to ever care at all about what your particular state is doing.
Right. No, yeah. But some of the most important changes that have happened in this country have started at the state level. I mean, the legalization of gay marriage, for instance, the states started doing it first, right? A number of states legalized them, which made it impossible for the Supreme Court to not act because you can't have gay marriage be legal in one state and illegal in another state. So that doesn't work, right? So some of the best changes have happened because of, our federalist system. And so we should rely on that a little bit.
Yeah, 100% agree. Was there anything else you really want to cover or go over? Or?
Do I? Well, I want to talk about your panel with Sarah.
Yeah.
I mean, that was an interesting panel. You tell me, what were your thoughts on that panel? were the highlights for you?
The highlights for me, well, it was very hard to hold my tongue because I actually really liked the Everything Everywhere All at Once movie, and I didn't appreciate Sarah attacking it right at the outset of our panel. It was a joke she told, but
sorry, what did she attack? What did Sarah attack?
There's a movie called Everything Everywhere All at Once, and she says she hated that movie right at the beginning, and that I like that movie. No, I thought it was. Usually for discussions, I like to get like really, really deep into like a single thing is very interesting to me. And sometimes with panels, you kind of have to bounce a little bit more on the surface. Although this one was better than most, I think, panels have been on. I think sometimes it's good to have a really brutally honest conversation about like young people, because I think in some ways everybody wants to make everybody happy, but like in some ways your life is the worst when you're young. And like that's just always kind of going to be that way. And there are ways that we can try to make things less bad, but like it's never going to be, you know, like in terms of like say like money or earning or affordability, like things are always going to be worse at 20 than they are at 30 or 40, hopefully, unless something's gone really wrong. So yeah, I mean, it was interesting to have that conversation back and forth a little bit. Yeah, and I like talking to Sarah. I think she did a really good job at moderating and asking questions of people and everything. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, she's great. She's such a hot wire that you know, she keeps things very, very alive. But I'll tell you what I really loved about that panel. I mean, first of all, it was kind of like a new thing for us, just wading into this Gen Z territory. It was new for us to have a streamer along with like more traditional media types represented over there, right? Like all of that was great. But what I also liked was there was a certain kind of like complementarity in the panel in that you know, Rachel and Gabe Fleischer, you know, they are both Gen Z, much more than you are, but they, you know, come at it from their understanding of their generation is mediated through, you know, reading polls and doing focus groups and, you know, so it's a little bit more textbook. Whereas your perspective came more from actually being a practitioner and interacting, you know, being in the scrum of things and interacting with, you know, Gen Z audiences, you know, being on social media a whole lot where you can directly access what they are saying about issues and then participating in the political conversations, right? So that's what I liked about it, was that you were bringing like a ground level practitioners participant view to the panel, and they were bringing their more, you know, research oriented outlook to the panel, and they both really complemented each other a lot. And what was interesting to me was that coming from these very different sort of angles, you all pretty much agreed on a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, one of the things you agreed on was that you know, the concerns of the Gen Z are actually not that different from the concerns of the older cohorts at this moment. And also that, you know, the Gen Z today is not all that different from the younger generations of the past. I mean, their concerns are the same. The difference, of course, is, you know, how they express themselves, how they consume information and media, and how that kind of changes the whole vibe of how we look at of Gen Z. So I just thought all of that was super interesting. And also I thought it was very important for the older people in the audience like me to get like a feel for these new media spaces, right? And so your presence gave that, but then we had a lot of short content creators and other streamers who just brought a very different kind of like a vibe to the whole atmosphere. So I kind of like really appreciated that and enjoyed that. And I thought, you know, some of your, you know, people in your orbit, Digital Ground Game and others, they were great. I mean, they asked fantastic questions. They were very respectful, very thoughtful, didn't hog the mic. And so I just actually appreciated all of that.
Yeah, I was really worried. I told you this at the end of the conference. I was worried for a lot of them there that they were going to come up and just like ask me dumb questions about my stream or whatever. But yeah, they all were on their best behavior and they all did really well. So it's good for that. Yeah.
So that's great. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I like to serve, I guess now I'm old enough, I can be a little bit of a link between like older generations and younger generations when it comes to talking politics. There's a weird thing that happens as you get older, where you have like this re-engagement with your parents as like an adult versus being a child, and then you recontextualize and understand so many different things. And it is funny, like growing up, you know, like your parents, or I guess I can't speak to yours, but I think it's a really common, you know, middle-ish class experience in the United States, probably with everybody, where your parents are very protective of you. And, you know, the idea of you smoking weed or cigarettes or anything is like, these are the worst things ever. And it is funny sometimes to remember, like for my parents grew up, I think in, if my mom is almost 70, she would have been growing up in like the 60s, 70s and everything. And it's like, you guys were doing so much crazy stuff. Yeah. And then when you get older, and especially when you start talking to like aunts and uncles and stuff, and you find out like, oh, like, you know, mom, you know, my mom like rode a motorcycle, went partying, dancing like every weekend. And, you know, like, you know, uncle crashed his car, totaled it because he was drinking and he was like 16. And it was like what was going on here? And it's funny when you re-engage in that way, because then there's a difficult thing that you have to do when you're talking to younger people. And I have a way more aggressive personality, so I'm not like generally suited for this unless I'm really thinking about it. But like, you have to be able to tell a younger person all the concerns that you have are not as bad as you think they are, but you're totally justified in thinking that they are as bad as you think they are because you're a young person, you know? And it's hard because you want to validate the things that they're feeling while also telling them that things will change, but not to delegitimize the complaints now. Like, it is funny, I brought up that example on the panel that for all the pain and collapse of hope in the system that everybody felt when it came time to supporting Bernie Sanders in 2016, like all of the people that I knew that were big Ron Paul fans in 2008, we all felt the exact same way. And we were super hyped on the abolish the Federal Reserve, and the debt was the biggest problem, and Ron Paul was the only libertarian who can, you know, and then when he lost, it was like, oh my God, it's hopeless, the system is destroyed. And that's just like a political process along all the other living processes that you kind of go through growing up. And yeah, I see, especially now, somebody in his late 30s, you see a lot of older people talking about how insane young people are. And it's like, okay, well, I used to be pretty crazy, and I know you used to be really crazy. So like, it's not really that abnormal. We are all people at the end of the day, you know? It's not like these are new stories that are being told to some extent, yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, actually, it's funny you should say this, because, you know, my foray into the streamer community, you know, what I realized, I mean, yeah, so, you know, as an old person observing it from the outside, I just thought like these were like free for all, like normless, lawless, ruleless communities that just shoot them out and say the worst things and have no respect for discourse and norms or any of that. And what I'm actually pleasantly surprised about is that, you know, the norms are different and the rules are different, and they are, you know, more elastic than the tight norms of, you know, the older generation. But they are there. There are limits, and there are certain things that, you know, you guys, I think at least some of the streamers I met and interacted with, you know, they won't go there. They won't say, they won't do. But within that, they will, you know, they'll be loud, they'll be flamboyant. And so the older people get a somewhat misconception of how these communities work. And I'm not sure I understand you guys completely or even a little bit. But I think there's more to it than older people appreciate. And this is part of what I want to do, is this sort of be sort of like a two-way education, like educating old people about how these communities work going forward.
Did you see Adam Mockler and Scott Jennings on, I think it was a CNN panel? Do you know these two people, or?
I know both of them, and I cannot stand Scott Jennings, and so I flip the channel every time he comes. But yeah, but I've seen enough of him, and I know Adam.
If you see Scott on the TV, if Adam is there too, you always should watch those, because Adam is he's an incredibly sharp guy, and he knows his facts, and he doesn't let.
He actually bailed on us at the last minute, but he was going to be there and be streaming and doing some stuff.
So you should poke him on that more next time. But him and Scott got into a big one where generally Scott will just bring up a lot of stuff, and like I said, Adam is just very good at needling him on everything, because he on CNN, he has to defend the administration, and it's indefensible. And they had a huge blowout a few months ago where I want to say Scott said, like, he called him, like, he was like, you fucking annoying or whatever, and it was just like on CNN, like he was really rattled. And it's funny because you say, like, oh, you know, like, there are rules and things change, but you know, in a way we're all the same. Do you remember Buckley and Vidal? They're two really famous. Yeah. And there was the one where Buckley exploded at Vidal and called him a queer on TV, and he totally lost it. And in a way, like, it was kind of like the same. It was just funny seeing, you know, as societies play out or whatever. And I'm sure there are other examples of this happening, and there will be in the future. It was just really funny.
You talked me into it. I'm going to subject myself to Scott Jennings now,
Sure.
maybe.
You should Google Scott Jennings and Adam Mago. Anytime they're on the panels together, it's really funny. I don't know if he'll appear with them anymore, but it's very, very, very funny and very satisfying to watch. So yeah. Oh, he said, because Adam is talking, they're seated close together, or whatever, and Adam's just talking like this, like normally, and Scott said, "Get your fucking hand out of my face." he was so mad. I was like, oh my god, yeah, but.
So what happened? I mean, did CNN do something? I mean, like, was there outrage against Scott Jennings and his poor behavior?
There were a lot of people that blew up at him on Twitter, on the lib left side and the far left, maybe, I don't know, mainly the lib left, and then all the conservatives defended him because they were like, well, Scott was being, Adam was being incredibly rude and he's so petulant all the time and blah blah blah. But no, it was just really funny. It's worth a watch. Okay,
well, just for that, I'm going to invite Adam next year to libcon.
Okay.
No, I don't know. Okay. Well, listen, this is a lot of fun. So you should have Andy on, by the way, if you really want to get into the weeds of all this court packing shit. And I mean, like, he's really good. He really knows his stuff. So
okay, I'll read his article and then I'll shoot you an email for him to come on and discuss it. Yeah.
Last thing I'll alert your listeners to is we are having like a huge debate on this whole idea, Andy's idea of court packing. So we ran this piece of his where he offered this very ingenious scheme to pack and unpack the court. Then we had Ilya Somin, who is a libertarian law professor at Scalia Law in George Mason, issue a response yesterday, which we posted. And we are going to do a couple of more responses to that scheme, and then Andy will respond again. So it's a really high level but interesting conversation. So I really recommend you guys follow it and then have Andy back to talk about it.
Cool. Yeah, we'll definitely check it out.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I enjoyed the conversation and have a wonderful day.
You too. Bye.
Now that's what I call Weo. What?
I'm here to listen.
And learn?
That was good. I like her.
Yeah, she's cool.
So Mockler, huh? Ooh. Last second, huh? Wow. All right, turn the donos on for a minute. Let's hear him.
Really?
Let my people speak to you.
I'm gonna grab my Red Bull in 1 second.
Oh.
Waiting. Hello, DGG. How are we all doing today? Shit! My Legos, man.
Bam, nah.
Good morning, Lil Chum. Are you so busy writing your Dogwarts fanfic to Mr. Moton or your ultra short girlfriend, Yee? Or you're still composing that script for January 6th, so we have to watch this shit on the telly cam on?
I want to kiss that boy. Parsec on the lips.
Destiny, sorry, I meant Epstiny, Sexpestiny, Molestiny, Pervstiny, Ludstiny, Obscenestiny, Indecentiny, Creepstiny, Groptestiny, Harassstiny, Fetishtiny, Raunstiny, Filthstiny, Volkstiny, Degenstiny.
Debate the gnome. Who do you think I am? I don't avoid the gnome. I'm the god gamer, the dog tamer. Debate me.
My name is Destiny Borelli, and I got catfished because I stopped playing old school RuneScape before I could be inoculated against fake girlfriends.
Somebody vax this guy.
How does it make you feel knowing that all of your fellow liberals have succumbed to anti-Western propaganda?
I'm gonna bomb Iran.
That's a good voice.
Is that Dr. Ken?
Yeah.
Good. It's over Destiny.
Thank you.
You stand before Epstiny, Sextiny, Consent Guestiny, second of his name, Lord of the Groiper Harriser Doxers, 2 times divorce champion, pushing 40 with a Nazi child, defender of the N-word Diddy G. and bad at Factorio.
Last night was crazy, Lil Gup. Any chance of inviting Josiah on stream for a friendly convo about lib media strategy?
PISSCO does this on purpose. I have homeless patients in South LA who engage in this type of behavior. Destiny should exclusively focus on Russia, Ukraine, and NATO in the lefty convos, because it is the best wedge issue between liberals and leftists.
Who is this?
Its general election salience does not matter, and it allows for a simple constant
Is
attack.
it Sykuno? I don't know.
600K dead. Kyle is a Russia shill? Yes or no? A lot of these people are way further left than they let on, or are okay with way further left candidates ideologically.
The formal definition for equivocation is a word-level bait and switch, using one word with two meanings to make a bad argument sound right. E.g., the sign says fine to park here, so since it's fine, I parked.
I know you're on a lefty arc, but Steven Crowder just published a video the other day where he goes full mask off and advocates for fascism. Care to check it out?
No.
Hello, it's me, Rin Looks. Are you going to be a good boy for me today? You know I hate it when you're naughty. Yes, I'm talking to you. You're such a naughty, naughty boy. Will you please be good for mommy today? Please tell me you'll be good.
Anything for you.
Was that Peach?
I don't know who that was. Is that it?
Yep. Probably.
Tonight.
Apparently is it the DSA candidate? The Francesca woman is heavily favored to win. Is it the Wisconsin race or just the primary?
I didn't know that.
Hello, me ancestors! Used to stack rocks in the glen and take mud baths. What?
Okay, we're pausing these for now.
You skip him?
No,
You
that was the
better
end.
replay him
I just
later.
paused it. Shut up.
Tonight, a WYSN 12 Commitment 2026 election special. An unprecedented race for Wisconsin governor. State Democrats in a hellstorm.
What does that say about you as a leader?
Money troubles, scandal, upheaval.
We want to just kind of... All right. Rodriguez just dropped out.
Five candidates remain.
Oh, have you heard anything about this Moskowitz drama with the debate thing?
No.
So there was a Florida debate. This is my district, I guess, where there was like the lefty candidate that said that Moskowitz dropped out of the debate at the last minute because he didn't want to debate the lefty dude. But apparently he never even agreed to this. This is just like a random debate. This guy didn't even promote it on his Facebook or anything. So it was just like a random debate.
Oh, so he never agreed to the debate.
Yeah, and then he's just like accusing him now of like dropping out or whatever. Interesting.
Lie. Just lie.
In a fractured Democrat field, just days from the primary to decide who will take on likely Republican nominee Tom Tiffany. Tonight, their first and only televised debate. At a critical juncture in Wisconsin history, former
I think
Lieutenant
they should be
Governor
forced to do like a
Mandela
6-hour
Barnes.
fucking debate.
Damn.
All across Wisconsin, taking the fight directly to Tom Tiffany.
Former Tony Evers cabinet member Joel Brennan.
And I am in this race, and I'm committed to continuing in this race.
Oh, no.
Because
Brutal, real
Wisconsin
voice.
values are at risk.
Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley.
Wisconsin, you deserve a strong Democratic candidate. And that's exactly why I am re-entering this race.
State Representative Francesca Hahn.
I am the only candidate in this race who takes income
she was on
and
Hassan's
power
stream.
inequality seriously as the most urgent crisis of our times.
State Senator Kelda Royce.
Now is not the time to move backwards and be in more disarray.
And now, live from the campus of Marquette University in downtown Milwaukee, tonight's moderators, WYSN 12 Political Director Matt Smith and upfront co-host, 12 News anchor Jaron Jordan.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. We are live tonight from the Marquette University campus.
We thank our audience across Wisconsin for joining us for the first and only televised debate between the Democratic candidates in the primary for Wisconsin governor. Mandela Barnes, Joel Brennan, David Crowley, Francesca Hong, and Kelda Roys, we thank you all for being here with us tonight.
The top vote getter in the August primary will take on the likely Republican nominee, Tom Tiffany, in November. With Tony Evers not seeking re-election, it is the first wide-open race for governor since 2010. First tonight, a few ground rules. This is a debate, but we'll be having a conversation. We'll be discussing some of the key issues facing Wisconsin. Candidates are asked to state their positions, stay on topic, and to be concise. The candidates may speak to each other, but we will manage the time on any given topic and move the conversation along if necessary.
At the end,
God,
each
those Trump
candidate will
fucking
make a brief
2020 his
closing
first term
statement.
debates were awesome.
That was crazy times, yeah.
It is fair to say that this race has been chaotic over the last few weeks, so let's get right to it.
Mr. Crowley, 3 weeks ago, you dropped out of this race saying you couldn't see a path to victory. 11 days ago, the primary upended when Sarah Rodriguez dropped out.
You came back?
And you made the unprecedented move of re-entering the race with an immediate endorsement from Governor Tony Evers. Since then, you have been linked to a social media account that includes offensive posts. You've said you didn't write any of those. And some have accused you of being the latest prop for the Democratic establishment. So, are you, and why should voters now trust your judgment and ability to win?
Well, first and foremost, thank you for having us. But I was never born into the establishment. I was actually born into struggle. I grew up in the 53206 zip.
Okay. You gotta give it to me a little bit.
Okay, I'm listening. Oh, this is gonna be a bad one, huh?
No. Jamie Foxx collateral. A little bit. Just a little.
I'll give it to you.
Yeah, a little. Just a little bit. A little bit.
Like Jamie Foxx's cousin.
I had to work extremely hard.
Jamie Foxx's what?
Cousin.
Okay. Absolutely. A little bit.
Everything that I have. And so I'm not here to protect the establishment. I'm here to deliver real results for Wisconsinites all over our states. And, you know, I like to make decisions based off of the data, based off of facts. And we learned ever since that day that a lot of things have changed and we were going off of false data. And so we know that the stakes are too high this upcoming election. And that's why I got back into this race. And I'm honored to not only have the endorsement of Governor Tony Evers, but labor unions and leaders all across this state who believe in my leadership.
Well, okay, from YouTube, thank you for $100.
Delivering for all of Wisconsin.
Ms. Hong, you are the Democratic Socialist who is leading in all of the polls, yet some Democrats are attempting to stop you from winning, fearful that you cannot beat Republican Tom Tiffany. Just this weekend, the co-chair of the Democratic Socialist of America, which you are a member, reaffirmed the DSA's position of abolishing the Senate, prisons, and replacing the presidency and the Supreme Court as we...
A bit off topic, but isn't it weird that Dave said so much wrong stuff about your personal life? Do you think he got hit by the snarkers? Well, if you go and search for stuff about me, you can find all sorts of shit, so that's not surprising at all.
You know it. Do you fully back the DSA platform, and why should primary voters trust your judgment and your ability to win statewide?
Well, first, thank you so much to the team at WISN and Marquette University for hosting this important debate. I do not support the full platform of the national DSA, and I am not endorsed by DSA National. What democratic socialism is a form of government that puts working class people first, that puts work first. The policies that we have been working on, permanent affordability, has broad bipartisan support in every corner of the state. Well, things like fully funding our public schools, ensuring that we are doing right by our kids and cutting property taxes, taxing the ultra wealthy and mega corporations, ensuring that we can invest in free childcare and that everyone has access to affordable housing. And we are the only campaign to support a moratorium on AI data centers, and we have found broad bipartisan support. I am looking forward to helping the Democrats become the big tent party that they've aimed to be for many years.
Mr. Barnes, you were once seen as the clear frontrunner in this race. You previously lost a statewide election for U.S. Senate when the field cleared for you. In fact, last year, the Milwaukee Courier said, "We need a candidate who can unite this state and win." Mandela Barnes already showed us he can't.
Damn.
And Governor Tony Evers recently endorsed David Crowley over you.
Damn.
So why should primary voters now trust you that you can win statewide this time?
Well, thanks so much for the question, and thanks so much for having me. There's not a single person on this stage who's united all shades of blue of the Democratic Party as I have before. Now, that race in 2022, it was the closest U.S. Senate race in the state in over 100 years. It was the closest challenge to any incumbent across the entire country. No incumbent lost statewide. Now, while D.C. insiders like Chuck Schumer didn't see the race as winnable,
DC
Republican
insiders.
billionaires certainly did. They spent over $50 million to defeat me, and I only lost by 1 point, 26,000 votes. Now, I can tell you, having been the only person on this stage who's actually won statewide in 2018, when we kicked Scott Walker out of office for good, that race was also decided by 1 point. Now, I've been on both sides of the coin, and you learn a whole lot more when you lose. When you win, you think you did everything right. But when you come up that short, you have a whole lot of time to think about the things that went wrong. You learn about the devastating impact of big money in politics. You also learn about how low Republicans can get. And I can tell you, right now we have the resources and we have the support to get it done. And on the terms of Governor Evers, I have zero interest in upholding the status quo. I have zero interest in being the establishment candidate. That is the difference right here on the stage, because I am pushing the envelope to make sure that we are as bold as we can possibly be in the Donald Trump era, because that's what people have been calling for Democrats to be all along, and we have not truly met the moment.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan and Ms. Royce, you are both polling in the single digits and have been since the start of this race. At this point, are primary voters wasting their vote on a vote for you, Mr. Brennan?
Well, here's what I would tell you is I don't think primary voters have been paying much attention until the last 2 weeks and all the upheaval that you have seen. This is what I find when I am going out around the state is that, and this has been verified by polls that was done here by my alma mater at Marquette, because about half the people at this point haven't made a decision, and so that is a lane that's opening up. The challenge that I have had from day one is not that anybody thinks I'm unqualified for the office. I served as the top appointee to Governor Evers. We created the largest budget surplus in state history. We increased the rainy day fund. We got billions of dollars out to family farms, to small businesses, to renters.
That's on Trump officially saying that China created COVID in a lab. Didn't they already release like a whole fucking COVID thing? I don't know why they released another one.
Needed it during COVID. So all of that stuff puts me in good stead. The challenge I have had is that people don't know me as well as they know some other candidates around the state. And so what I have found in recent days is that the disruption, the upheaval, somebody putting their thumb on the scale, it has gotten people much more engaged and much more interested in this race. And day by day, I am feeling that momentum, and I'm feeling people who want somebody who can beat Tom Tiffany in the fall and who can hit the ground running on day one. And I will put my qualifications on those issues up against anybody in this race.
Mr. Brennan, thank you. Ms. Royce, you are continuing to poll in the single digits as well. At this point, are primary voters wasting their vote on a vote for you?
If you want the best public schools in the nation for your children, if you want to open up the state's healthcare plan so that everyone can buy in and we can lower costs for all Wisconsinites, if you want a candidate who is going to stand up and fight Donald Trump and bring an end to this authoritarian regime, then you should vote for me. I am the candidate in this race that brings the most experience in and around state government, with 10 years of service in the legislature and the only one who served on the state budget committee. I've also been an executive in the private and nonprofit sectors, and for over 20 years, I've been the candidate that has turned progressive ideas, like the kind that all of us have on this stage,
into a reality.
Into law.
Wow.
That kind of experience is absolutely essential. And voters need to think about not just who can beat Tom Tiffany, although that is important, not just who can deliver a Democratic legislature, although that is vitally important, but who can actually do the job on day one. And I am proud to have earned by far the most endorsements of any candidate in this race, including the most endorsements in Milwaukee County, the most largest labor union endorsement with WEAC, the state teachers union, and the endorsement of former Lieutenant Governor Barbara Lawton.
Thank you all. Last week, a Madison police officer shot and killed a man. Tonight, the investigation and the protests continue. Governor Tony Evers.
What? You think that's,
a man is dead.
You think death is funny? You think it was funny that he shot and killed a man? Okay, interesting.
It's called for transparency and accountability and urged for peaceful protests. Ms. Hong, in the hours following the shooting, standing alongside protesters, you said, quote, "The state-sanctioned violence was an execution." Would you make those immediate declarations as governor, even though an investigation had not yet started?
Ooh.
No, the governor has the largest microphone in the state, and there comes deep responsibility with that. But what we saw in videos and what I had talked to folks who had witnessed that, I think what we saw, it was clearly the type of violence where...
Is this the first time she's been on like a major stage doing a debate, or she seems really nervous? I know she's been on a few like
They said
Mike
this
and
is her
Hassan's
first debate.
Okay,
Or their
okay.
first debate.
No one's life should have been
Can you pull up
taken.
the
My
video
thought...
of this guy?
What guy?
They're talking about a guy who got fucking murdered in Wisconsin. I want to see
Well, you guys are the cop sloppers. Why didn't you watch it?
Well, I haven't seen it yet. I didn't know.
Huh.
are with Corey
I don't have it. I don't know.
Ruiz
Somebody check him,
and
like-
his family, and I hope that the accountability and transparency that both the Governor Evers and I have called for, the independent investigation, the investment in body cameras. We want local governments to be able to invest in public safety, to be serious about public safety, and I plan to be a partner in that.
You have also called to defund and abolish police
public
before,
speaking
while
is not
saying
very
your
good.
ideal world is one without prisons. Would you sign a bill or budget that cuts funding for police departments?
No.
No.
Oh.
Why not?
The governor cannot defund police, and I'm not here to govern by slogan. I'm here to make sure that I am the governor that is most serious about public safety, and that means investing in the things that we know prevent crime, and getting resources to victims, and ensuring that the people who are incarcerated and the folks who are working in our prisons are able to live a life of dignity and work with dignity. I think it's important that we invest in communities, including our public schools, out of school programs and mental health resources, and attacking the opioid epidemic. These are things that are proven to prevent crime, and this is what will help to make sure that we have a government that is serious about public safety.
Mr. Barnes, you have
Is that why it's
previously
hitting the-
shown support.
I don't know. Something is fucked with it. I don't know much about how I've heard different things about how pop filters actually work, but something is bad, obviously, with the plosives on the mic.
Support for reducing police funding and abolishing ICE. Following the Madison shooting, you said you were deeply disturbed and pained. Would you sign a bill or budget that cuts funding for police departments?
First of all, we should all be very disturbed by what we saw in those images, what we saw in the video. And we should
death bad.
Fight as hard as we possibly can as a state, as a people, as a society, to make sure that never happens again.
So are you pro-death?
Body cameras, of course, are the norm. It should be the norm. And I wish that the Madison Police Department did have those body cameras. So, of course, I would not sign a budget.
The cops yelled taser, 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 then shot him with a gun. By the way, it was a black man they shot. Thanks for that. Warning, disturbing video. I'm turning this off on stream because I don't know if there's about to be some crazy shit. One sec.
Oh, true. on YouTube.
Oh, I think he's dead.
Yeah, I remember this one actually. This is a bad shoot.
Did he have a weapon on him?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I don't think so. At least I didn't see one.
Well, how do you know if it was a bad shoot then? Usually when I see cops that are like in this position, usually, unless it's ICE, usually the guy, they think he has some kind of weapon on him, and so they're trying to be very, very careful not to let him like go for it and start swinging. Usually, but I mean, maybe they didn't hear. People that are
I think the reason I said bad shoot is because why not just genuinely like step back, and then if he rushes at you, you get him. But we need people catchers, is what I always say. Those fucking Chinese people catchers where they have like the big sticks with the things on the end. That's what we need.
Maybe, yeah.
Unironically.
That reduce funding because obviously that police department needs the funding to have body cameras.
Ms. Royce, after the Madison shooting, you said we do not have to accept this as inevitable. We can create a more fair, safe world. Would you sign a bill or budget that cuts funding for police departments?
No, but I think we need to actually fund local communities so that we can do evidence-based programs that actually reduce and prevent crime. At the end of the day, I'm a mom and stepmom of 5. I want my kids and every kid to be safe in our communities, and I want law enforcement officers to be safe in our communities. That means that we have to invest in proven strategies that actually do that, unlike what Republicans like Tom Tiffany have done, which is cut funding to local governments and take away local control so that communities don't have the resources to be able to actually solve these problems effectively. I am really proud, as the only attorney on this stage, to be someone that has fought for and passed criminal justice reforms to make us more safe and more just. I have taken on racial disparities in areas from health to criminal justice. And I believe that Wisconsin can be a place where everyone has the freedom to thrive, but not if we aren't willing to tackle these really tough issues.
Mr. Brennan, after the shooting in Madison, you are also... Waiting?
Yes, hon.
Wait, who? Who do you think it looks a little bit like?
If I had to say, oh man, I don't know, but she does look like someone. I was initially gonna say Jennifer, not Jennifer Lopez. Fuck, what's the lady?
Skylar
Hunger
from
Games
Breaking
lady.
Bad. A little bit. Her softer sister. Her softer younger sister. A little bit.
You're always right, dear leader.
If we aren't willing to tackle these really tough issues.
Mr. Brennan, after the shooting in Madison, you are also calling for a full DOJ investigation. Would you sign a bill or a budget that cuts funding for police departments?
Of course I wouldn't. And I think, as others have said here, there's been a generation of disinvestment and a broken system between the state, the broken partnership between state and local government. And so we need to make sure that we're robustly funding that. It has been demonstrated this 115-year-old contract that we have had between state and local government worked pretty well for the first 80 years, and then the Republicans just turned off the spigot and stopped funding local government.
Goddamn
So
Republicans.
we need to make sure we do that. On the larger issue of criminal justice reform, we need to look a little bit to our neighbors to the west. In Minnesota, they spend about $215 per capita on criminal justice in that state. They're about the same size. They have about the same crime rate. We have about 3 times as many people incarcerated. In Wisconsin, we spend about $315 per capita on that. As a long-term target, spending that $600 million difference that they spend on other things in Minnesota, spending those on early childhood, on K-12 education, on other programs in Wisconsin, that would be the kind of investment over the long term that would put us in better stead and keep us from having fewer of these incidents, because they should outrage all of us, but there are ways that we can make a difference on those by spending our money differently.
Mr. Brennan, thank you. Mr. Crowley, without first seeing any video, you said that you were horrified by the reports of the shooting and immediately pointed to other police shootings in Kenosha and Minneapolis. Did you rush to judgment with your comments, and would you sign a bill or budget that cuts funding for police departments?
No, I did not rush to judgment with my comments. My thoughts and prayers are not just with Corey and his family and friends, but with the entire Madison community and everybody who's been affected and re-traumatized by this. Again, we have seen these types of incidents happening here locally with Jacob Blake, as well as George Floyd in Minnesota. And so it's extremely important that we have transparency. We cannot defund the police. We should be investing in public safety, and that doesn't mean more money to police officers. That's like investing in systems like the community violence interruption. Milwaukee County, we have been a leader in actually helping to reduce violent crime here in Milwaukee County, working directly hand in hand with not just police departments, but also community organizations.
How
and
did
so
the
we have
defund
to
the
focus
police
on
slogan
not
get so fucking huge when it obviously seems like nobody really wanted this? Like in actuality.
There's a bunch of answers, and if you add all of them up, it goes to 50%. And it's young people, it is feelings of racial inequality in the United States, it's bad videos that we're finally seeing a lot, it's inability of the, I guess, lib left to ever say no to the far left. Like, all of these things, I think they add up to 50%. I think the other 50% is COVID. We were just like, everybody was locked in their fucking homes. Everybody was kind of fucking crazy. And fucking, what else we have to do without, go out and do some, fucking crazy protesting, rioting. Fuck it. Yeah, it was a time. It was a time in our lives.
Just investing upstream, but making sure we wrap around services around families so they don't have to go down the road of criminality in the first place.
Madison police currently do not have police body cameras. Raise your hand if, as governor, you would sign legislation requiring all police and sheriff's departments in Wisconsin to have body cameras.
All of you.
All candidates.
Let's move on to the economy. Tonight, Wisconsinites overwhelmingly say inflation and the cost of living is the most important issue ahead of this election. The failed tax relief deal negotiated by Governor Tony Evers.
Hands up questions.
That'd be funny.
Republican leaders would have delivered rebate checks to Wisconsinites, directed money to local schools to lower property taxes, increased special education funding, and eliminated taxes on tips and overtime. It failed in the state Senate. I'd like you to raise your hand if, as governor, you would have signed that deal into law if it passed.
If it passed?
If it passed, would you have signed it into law? 1, Mr. Crowley.
Ms. Royce, you were one of the 15 Democratic senators who helped kill the deal. Why?
Because at the end of the day, my job is to be a responsible steward of taxpayer dollars. And this would have created a $2.9 billion deficit down the road, which our schools and our healthcare system and our local governments cannot afford. It also would have spent the surplus before it had even materialized. Look at what is happening with the economy. When we are spending money that we do not yet have, and spending it in ways that do not actually help us solve the long-term problem of getting more money into our public schools, giving property tax relief to property taxpayers, and making sure that we have a more fair, just tax system. All we are doing is throwing that money away on a political gimmick that was frankly cooked up by Robin Vos as he sees the blue wave coming and wanted to do anything that he could to either protect his members from losing their seats and run away from their terrible record on public education, which Tom Tiffany is partially responsible for.
Quickly, that projected deficit factored in zero economic growth. Would you consider zero economic growth? Would that be part of a Roy's administration if you cite that deficit?
Damn. I'm looking at having a president who is hell-bent on making things as expensive and challenging for families across the state, and a congressman running for governor who has done nothing but rubber stamp Trump's agenda 100%.
Thank you. Mr. Crowley, you were the only one who raised your hand to sign the deal. Why would you have signed it into law?
Well, we signed it into law because we would have gotten a bipartisan deal actually done. I think folks understand here in the state of Wisconsin, when you have divided government, it can be a bit chaotic. Were there things in this bill that I did not like? Absolutely. I love the fact that we were going to give relief to our schools and property tax relief, and there are other things in this bill that I didn't like. At the end of the day, we know that there are many Wisconsin families who are desperate. We should be focusing on how we lift them up and not playing politics. And so I would have signed that bill because that means it would have passed with bipartisanship.
Congressman Tom Tiffany is campaigning on the fact that he would return the entire surplus, he says, to taxpayers. Ms. Hong, would you return the surplus to taxpayers, or how would you spend the projected $2.5 billion?
Those are the taxpayers' dollars, but investment is what we need, thinking about our shared future, our kids. It is an investment when we invest in public schools and ensuring that we are cutting property taxes but doing right for our kids. Our campaign is about permanent affordability and putting all of those surplus dollars back into taxpayers' money. I think that it would be irresponsible. And the reason why that surplus deal was so problematic is that those who are on fixed income would not have received that check. Folks who are lower income would have received less. I think it's important to think about some of the working class families across our state that deserve real relief, durable relief, and that deal was not it.
We should mention you did vote against that in the Assembly. Quickly, what would you spend the surplus on?
Public education and health care.
Mr. Brennan, would you return it to the taxpayers, or would you spend it, and how would you spend it?
Well, I think Tom Tiffany and the Republicans have already shown their hands about how they'd return it to the taxpayers. There are 3 sections in the studio audience here tonight. If the poor people and the people on fixed income and Social Security were sitting over here, they would get nothing. The rest of us who are doing okay would get the $300 and $600. And by the way, if you want a stimulating effect by putting money into the economy, you put it in the hands of people who are going to spend it. And so that was part of the deal. The thing that I would have exercised in all of this is caution, because we live in a Trump economy. I put together, as the Secretary of Administration, 2 budgets for Governor Evers, and we need to make sure that we are doing everything possible to be cautious in this time of Trump. The way that I would spend it, one, it would be cautious, but the first thing that I would spend, the first $100 million, which I will do in January, will go into child care and early childhood education. It is a system that is broken. $1 billion of productivity sits on the sidelines every year, especially from women, mainly from women who can't find affordable, accessible, or high-quality childcare. It is a K-12 and workforce issue. That's the first place I'd spend $100 million. Then I would restart the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Fund with another $100 million. Like, those are the types of things that we can do. That's bipartisan effort. Those are bipartisan things that have been successful. The Knowles Nelson Stewardship Fund, 90% of us live within a mile of a project that's been enhanced by that over the last 40 years. It's as bipartisan as it gets, and it now, as of July one doesn't exist anymore. Those are the types of things that we should be investing in.
Thank you. Mr. Barnes, would you send it back to taxpayers or spend it, and how would you spend it?
Well, let's first talk about how we got here. Now, the reason there is a surplus is because Republicans in the legislature have failed the people of Wisconsin. Our school districts are going to referendum every single year just to keep the lights on. And we also see gaps in healthcare because we are one of 10 states that has yet to expand our Medicaid program under the Affordable Care Act. We are in a world of trouble, and Robin Vos has never been a good negotiating partner. So no, I certainly wouldn't have signed the deal, but the way we give more money back to people, the way we actually return money to folks is by taxing the wealthy, taxing the billionaires, taxing these corporations that have been getting over on us, making money hand over fist while communities continue to starve for resources. This is how we can most effectively return money back to folks. And on the issue of affordability, the best way we can close the affordability gap is to put more money in the pockets of hardworking people. Our minimum wage is still $7.25. Costs have gone up, wages have not. But returning that money to the people, that means making the right investments in public education, making the investments in healthcare, taxing the wealthy, and implementing a working class tax cut for folks who work hard every single day and don't get the benefits that corporations get.
So quickly, what are you doing with the surplus?
Well, with the surplus, like I said, it's just reinvesting back into education. And also now, and also because of Trump's big ugly bill, there's going to be some stresses when it comes to expanding Badger care, which I still support. It is the right thing to do for us. So many folks are staring down medical debt, medical bankruptcy.
We're going to move on.
Put money into healthcare.
We're going to move on to taxes. We did bring up taxes, so let's move on to taxes. You all, in some degree, have used phrases like making the wealthy pay their fair share and discussed raising taxes on the rich to fund your priorities. Wisconsin already has the second highest top income tax rate in the Midwest at 7.65%. So we want to know what all of you define as rich. So, Mr. Barnes, under your plan, what is the specific income level where taxes would go up, and what percentage would that top tax bracket pay?
Yeah, so I think that incomes over $1 million should be taxed a little bit higher, even if it's temporary. The fact is we are in a real crisis right now. And our necessities have not been seeing the resources, have not been seeing the funding.
Wait, what?
Is that going to get them a lot of money in Wisconsin if you tax income over $100 million?
Probably not.
I can't imagine
probably
there are that many people
very
making
few people, for ordinary income. Hey, language question for you. Usually when you talk about definitions, you frame them as inclusive of all of the thing in question and exclusive to all other thing in the universe, yes? No? I don't think so. I don't know what that means.
Again, there's no reason these school districts should be going to referendum every single year just to fund basic services. And if we increase that tax rate by less than 1%, 0.9%, 0.8%, we do a great deal to be able to provide much more funding to our school districts and also help close the shared revenue gap.
Is that what you're proposing, 0.8 or 0.9%?
Well, I'm saying this is all, I'm happy to negotiate. This is what we need to negotiate, but this is the arena where I'm in right now.
Ms. Hong, the income level that you would raise taxes
Do you agree now
on,
with that, like, policy doesn't fucking matter, and you shouldn't talk policy?
I mean, it matters, but when you come to govern, but not. You should probably just like message on like, whatever feels good at the time.
The vibe.
The vibe.
How much?
Those who are making the $1,000,001. I think that the billion as well, to increase that to 0.9%. It is incredibly disappointing that some of our lowest income earners are
making the billion as well. No one's making $1 billion in ordinary income in Wisconsin.
Or maybe even anywhere in the U.S. I'd be surprised, but yeah.
Paying a higher tax rate than some of our highest income earners. We need to return to a progressive income tax rate. It is how we build sustainable revenue and ensure that we're able to actually increase our tax base across the state as more working class people are going to be attracted to coming to Wisconsin to live, work, and play here. I think that the legislation that I introduced that would tax the billionaire and add a millionaire tax bracket would lower property taxes by up to 44%. And we could put that funding into special education funding, which we have neglected to actually honor the budget amount. And we must bring that back up to 90% reimbursement.
And the percentage for those millionaires?
I would increase that by about 1%.
You would increase that to about 8.65.
Correct.
Mr. Crowley,
increase
your income level and how much would you tax them?
Nobody likes that one.
Let's be very clear. It's just not the income tax, but it's also the property taxes that are also extremely high in the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah, they always want to bring down property tax.
Okay, well,
you always have this hard thing where you have like the you've got this really difficult thing where you've got complaints about affordability of housing and everything, but nobody really wants to touch anything related to housing because all of your old people And your middle-aged people are the ones that own all the homes, and they want their shit protected as much as possible. So
we talk about
those
income
people
taxes.
bought the house for fucking 2 nickels and a dime.
no one cares. Doesn't matter. You can't touch them. They're big voter dudes.
We really need to be focusing on is how do we actually fix this system moving forward? What we need to do is take a holistic view of our taxes here in the state of Wisconsin. The last time that we took a holistic view of how we spend our money and bring in revenues was in 1986 when Governor Tommy Thompson was actually governor. And so we need to bring academics, we need to bring labor, we need to bring business owners and community members to the table, and let's actually have a real discussion about the entire system. I don't think that we should be just focusing on how we can increase taxes just particular for certain income earners when we haven't looked at the entire system. When it comes down to those who are making hand over fist, we absolutely need to tax the ultra wealthy, but we need to be smart about how we're doing things.
I need to hear somebody say this in the future because I heard this talking point brought up a lot in I heard this talking point brought up a lot when I was at DebateCon off camera. All of these people, okay, not to burst any bubbles, there are a lot of people who talk about like repeal the 19th Amendment, and we actually need to go back so that only people that own land can vote. Have you heard this before? It used to be that only landowners.
No, I've never heard this.
Oh, you never heard this talking about? They say
I've known that. That was a thing, but I haven't heard people talk about it.
Yeah, they said only people that own land, I think, should be able to vote again. Okay. Now, in modern America, rural people own land, and city dwellers are in apartments and everything. But when only landowners could vote, they weren't talking about, no offense, like the white trash trailer park people that might own the plot of land there. Those were wealthy elite people. They weren't bucktooth cow fucking retards. So all the people who are like, we need to go back to owning land and voting, the landowner equivalents would be like your condo owners in your cities today. I don't know where this concept came from that like, well, when landowners could vote, it was like the average retard. No, that literally was exactly the opposite. Like it wasn't like the cow people and the fucking people from the Yellowstone TV show. Well, except maybe that guy, because that guy's super fucking wealthy. But yeah, I hear these people say it like it would only allow, I don't know, they keep trying to select for like rural people to vote. It's like, that's how it used to be. Like, no, not really like that.
Long term.
Do you have an income level or a percentage for that?
Well, I think we always got to look at those who are making more than $1 million or more. Absolutely.
And do you know how high you'd like to tax them?
No, I think that we have to look at the entire system holistically.
What?
He's like mining him for a fucking number on like, how high do you want to tax the rich people?
Oh, yeah. It's also funny, like, because these guys they're like drilling into you.
And do you know how high you'd like to tax them?
These two guys are like drilling you with their eyes. They're like,
no, I think that we have to look at the entire system holistically.
Ms. Royce, your income level and percentage you would tax them looking to raise taxes.
I agree with my colleagues that anyone who's earning over $1 million a year should pay a slightly higher tax rate. But we also need to look at the corporate tax giveaways that have run rampant over the last 15 years of Republican rule. We have rolled out the red carpet for Foxconn. The AI data center tax breaks are estimated to cost us $2 billion.
Damn.
All that at a time when we are spending $0 on early childhood education, when our public schools have been starved of resources, jacking up people's property taxes just to help our kids keep teachers in the classroom. So as a small business owner, it offends me that the largest businesses in the state are not only not paying their fair share of taxes, but they're often getting public resources. These are going to big polluters, big corporations, out-of-state corporations. They're not tied to job creation, and we need to not just tax the wealthy, but make sure that big corporations pay their fair share.
This is why I wish that the fucking AI data center conversation wasn't so fucking destroyed right now by slopulists who just hate anything. I don't know, who hate everything. Technically, they're like Luddites almost sometimes. These things obviously are going to generate huge economic output somewhere down the line. Now, is it going to be for the communities where these places are built? From the sounds of it, probably not that much, not even compared to traditional factories. But they're going to make money down the line for somebody, so make them pay for it. If somebody wants to build like an AI data center or whatever, like we'll have the most open field and you can frack our water tables and everything else, but there's going to be like a premium. You're going to pay a tax for it. You're going to pay something for it to make it worthwhile for the communities. I don't know if this is...
You have some other retard
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. You have to make some rule against like... I hate the city and state competition to the bottom of the barrel for tax incentives and shit is very fucking annoying because it feels like... But
even then, you're also competing against other states too.
No, that's
like,
what I mean. That's what I'm saying. For states and cities,
okay,
that the people can compete against each other, racing to the bottom on tax rates like that. It seems kind of annoying.
too.
Do you have a specific percentage in mind?
I think it's concurrent with what my colleagues have talked about.
Mr.
You're
Brennan.
going to find that I have general agreement that people making over $1 million should pay a little bit more, and we could talk about what that is. But I also think that there are other things, the manufacturing and agricultural tax credit, which is generally not paid to farmers and which has continued to increase to the tune of about $400 million. I would like to continue, we're talking about raising taxes on the rich. One of the real successes of Tony Evers is making sure that we have had middle class tax cuts and ensuring that we can continue to do that. Now, the other thing about this, however, is that, I like to win. And we are losing right now to Ohio, we're losing to Michigan, we're losing to Minnesota when it comes to economic development. And so if we're truly going to get to the Wisconsin that we need, if we're going to increase our population, if we're going to increase what we're getting.
Can you explain what racing to the bottom means? Like, if you have a state and you guys have a tax for corporations, or a land use tax, or whatever, property tax, or whatever zoning tax, I don't know, whatever tax you would put on people utilizing state property in some way, what'll happen is when there are big things that are coming in that represent, they are going to be big economic opportunities, they can go from state to state and they can say, listen, I know that you guys normally charge like a sales tax to businesses, but we feel like your sales tax is high. We're not actually gonna come and build over here unless you cut us a sick exclusive deal on sales tax. And if you're like, well, no, that's just not the way we do things in our state, then the companies will go, okay, well, fuck you. We're gonna go to this other state because Missouri says that they actually want our stadium. And Nebraska wouldn't give us a sales tax exemption on all goods sold during our sports games, but Missouri did, so we're gonna go there. So it creates this weird playing field where a corporation can pick up and move to any state that is willing to cuck itself out as hard as possible for whatever tax exemptions these guys want. But the I don't know. I don't like that environment. I feel like it's not good.
Out of
How
our
do you fight
government.
against that? Like the federal government makes it illegal for states to like outcompete each other?
I have no idea. I don't know how you even deal with it. Yeah.
Come from economic growth, and I think we need to make sure that we are aggressive in those things. You don't need to tell me about Foxconn. I spent the first year of the Evers administration trying to figure out how do we get out of that $3 million obligation. Ultimately, we brought that down to $80 million, and we were able to invest and treat them like virtually every other company, and then be able to invest in Main Street businesses. So this is not just about how do we raise revenue. It's how do we raise revenue by taxes. It's how do we raise revenue through growth and making sure that we are growing our own and investing in economic development in our state.
Real quick before we move on, what if all the millionaires leave the state and go to a state near us that has a flat tax rate or a lower tax rate? Then all of these plans collapse, correct?
I think that's why that's why this needs to be a holistic strategy. There's a whole bunch of ways in which people don't trust government and don't trust Democrats.
Well, it also sucks too for these like Midwestern states because like people will fearmonger over Mamdani or over stuff in California, but I mean, like, say what you want. People want to live in New York City. People want to live in LA and San Francisco. In the Midwest, kind of one of your big selling points is like, how hard can we cuck ourselves to your business in order to give you preferential tax treatment so that, please God, you'll come and please God build anything here. So, whereas I don't really buy the argument. I don't think anybody has ever left New York, and not a single person in all of history has left New York City because of the fucking tax brackets. I don't believe it. However, for like a state like Wisconsin, not to be mean, and I don't know if these guys can bring it up on stage because it sounds bad, but like, what's keeping you in Wisconsin?
Well, I mean, the jobs aren't even like the best there.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying like nothing.
Yeah.
Is.
You like the ruralness, I guess. Yeah.
The rural. Yeah. So it's a harder. I think it's more difficult. I think these states do need to be a little bit more sensitive to the idea that. Well, what if people just fucking up and leave? Because it's not like you can say, who are they really going to leave Wisconsin? They're really going to leave Wisconsin? No way. It's like, oh.
That's why I think they should be welcoming to the data centers and then just fucking tax the shit out of them. Are they really going to pick up the data center and go or what,
Maybe,
And we better be in a position where we can demonstrate to them that when we're spending these things, they're also getting some benefit on it. So if all we're talking about is raising taxes, and if this is all going to be about how do we make sure that we are doing that to people, penalizing, if it's just going to be penalties, then we are going to start to lose. We need to make sure we're growing with everybody.
I know at least one YouTuber who left New York because of the taxes, made a video complaining about it. Link me.
How long do they leave the state?
Discussing that hypothetical is a little bit... I'm confused about that.
Okay.
However, let's look at all the other policies that we have talked about.
Doing that to people, penalizing, if it's just going to be penalties, then we are going to start to lose. We need to make sure we're growing with everybody.
Ms. Hong, do they leave the state?
Discussing that hypothetical is a little bit... I'm confused about that. However, let's look at all the other policies that we have talked about that we have been fighting for with our campaign. When there is free childcare, when there is fully funded public schools, when we see some of these corporate loopholes and corporate welfare come to an end, when we have investment in rural roads, when there's legalization of cannabis, I think that we can improve the quality of life for millionaires and ensure that they too will be able to live, work, and thrive here in our state.
Let's talk about property taxes.
This past year, Wisconsinites saw the highest property tax increase in 3 decades. School property tax levies.
We also need a standard naming scheme because some like names for people, I'm sorry, are retarded. I'm sorry. Wisconsinite? What are you? A fucking alien species? Wisconsinite? Yeah, Michigander? No. There needs to be like a standard accepted naming scheme for, I don't know who's going to do it, but somebody needs to figure it out. What am I, a Floridian? What is that, an element? Or Californian? Californian actually sounds okay. It should all be oids. A Floridoid? A Texoid? I like that. I like the oid one, actually. Yeah.
Increase on average nearly 8%. Raise your hand if you as governor...
Did you hear the, Did you hear the soda pop and N-word clip?
Yeah, he just said it. And Hassan has nothing to say about it, but if you did, you know.
Damn. He didn't actually say it, right?
It sounded like he said it.
Wait, did you hear him on stream talk about it?
No.
He said, good job, Nicholas. That's what he said.
I'm confused because Nick also says that Soda says the N-word.
Yeah, but I think when he says that, I think he's joking when he says that. But here it actually sounded like he said it.
It did, yeah.
But it really sounds like he said it. Like, I don't think Soda knew. It was like that moment we were playing chess or whatever, where someone was like, you said the N-word? I was like, no. And then I listened to it, like, oh shit, wait, why does it sound like this? Like, I feel like when I was watching Soda, I think he had that one. I was like, wait, what the fuck? Because it really sounded like he said it. But if you listen after he says, I was trying to say Nicholas, it's like, oh shit, never mind. I think it was Nicholas.
Yeah, I mean, I believe him. I don't think he'd lie. Because if he was going to lie, he wouldn't have said... When Nick
well,
asked,
also, I don't think he would just let in... What is he, like a streamer for 15, 16 years? He's been streaming almost as long as me, right?
Just let it fly.
Yeah, you think he would just, like, for the first time ever, he just fucking ripped an N-word on a fucking live stream?
Damn, Nicholas, okay.
So you inspired your friend.
But if you listen, after he clarified, and then I went back, you can hear him say, damn, Nicholas.
Let me hear it
Nicholas.
again.
He says Nicholas. He does say Nicholas, but it's...
Damn, Nicholas, okay.
So you inspired your friend to be the best version of himself.
Good for you. That was great.
I'm having trouble hearing it, Steve.
Oh, man.
Would commit to an across-the-board property tax decrease. All candidates agreeing to a across-the-board property tax decrease. We'll start with you, Mr. Barnes. How would you make that happen?
Well, first of all, we have to get school funding off of the property tax rolls. That's the biggest thing. The reason we have seen these historic property tax increases is, again, because communities all across the state of Wisconsin have voted to raise their own property taxes.
Has anybody managed to do this get rid of the property tax thing? I remember when I was briefly plugged into more local Omaha politics scene, doing like a unified school district is really unpopular because the rich people really want their money to go to their schools, and it becomes like a killing issue on an election where nobody will...
Did Florida get rid of property taxes, or was it income tax now?
Florida doesn't have state income tax. I think they wanted to look at property tax, but I don't know what the fuck they're going to make any money on. But people, I'm not talking about getting rid of property tax to fund school. I'm talking about making a unified schooling district where all the property tax goes into one big pool. They tried to do this in Omaha. They wanted to call it like one school district or something. I think it was the mayor proposed it or a candidate proposed it. But I don't think that people generally go for it because they're just very protective of their own schools.
Just to keep the doors open. It is a very irresponsible way to fund education, to fund our future, to prioritize our children. When I talked about Robin Vos not being a good negotiating partner, when I talked about the priorities in Wisconsin missing the mark, this is how we end up with a surplus because our schools don't have the funding and the resources that they need. So what we need to immediately do is get to the state's constitutional commitment of 2/3 funding. We have to make sure our schools are fully funded, when our schools are fully funded, that burden doesn't fall on the property tax rolls. And then gradually over time, we'll be able to decrease property taxes.
We are there right now at 2/3 roughly?
We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Mr. Brennan, how do you make an across-the-board property tax increase happen?
It was mentioned a little bit by Mandela, but this spring, when we all celebrated Chris Taylor's win, that night, that same night, 72 school districts went to referendum, 60 of them for operations, just to keep the lights on, not to build a new middle school, not to build a new science classroom. That is as big a condemnation as we can get in Wisconsin. And so I would immediately scrap that funding formula, which is under lawsuit right now, but it's probably going to take 3 years for that to work its way through the courts. Our kids don't have 3 more years to wait. I would create a child-centric formula where every kid has value regardless of where you live. You add on for special needs. You add on for urban, rural poverty. You add on for English language learners. Like, that's how most other states have done this. And if you do that and you recommit to that 2/3 from the state, immediately that brings down property taxes for people, and it gives kids and teachers and parents what they need in the classroom. This is where we have failed. The school funding formula has been around since 1993. It didn't work then, and it doesn't work now. So that's the first thing that we've got to do that would meet the needs of kids, but stop pitting property taxpayers against kids.
Ms. Hong, how do you bring property taxes down across the board?
As I mentioned, that we have already introduced legislation that would add a tax to the millionaire and increase the millionaire tax bracket as well as a billionaire tax. You know, this would help us fund special education while lowering property.
Apparently by a ton, but I don't know if who's the current governor of Wisconsin? Are they Republican or Democrat?
I would assume a Democrat, because I think they said that they endorsed one of the candidates.
Is a Democrat. I don't know then. I really don't know how she's winning, but I think supposedly right now she's like a commanding lead. I think she's got like a 91% on Polymarket. # paid sponsorship. I don't know why or how or what is the deal.
Taxes by up to 44%. It is essential that we return to 2/3 funding and make sure that we are bringing a responsible end to the voucher program. This is a program that currently the state is spending over $1.2 billion. And I think that it is not just public school funding that is raising property taxes. Robin Vos and the Republican-led legislature has been decreasing shared revenue, and it is a deep inadequate funding for our local governments. And they too have had to go to referenda, and many are increasing property taxes. So increasing the levies and giving our local governments the ability to raise more revenue, I think that this is how we're going to make sure that
Oh, sorry, hold on. I just made such a fucking retarded mistake. When you think about probability to win is not like exactly what the polls are. So like if the polls came back like 55 to 45, that would be like a 99% chance to win. But it wouldn't be they're leading the polls 99 to 1. Yeah. So somebody in chat just said she's only 3% behind another candidate with moderate and conservative Democrats. I don't know. Or I'm sorry, hold on. But I don't know what everybody is polling right now on their own, or like altogether. What are the polls? Link me the last polls for this.
He's getting flustered. We need a better aggregate polling site. I feel like they all look like dog shit and are hard to fucking read.
RCP is decent.
RCP?
Real clear polling. Sheesh! Okay, she does have a 22-point lead right now, though.
Okay, that's pretty big.
However, if... hold on. How many people are in this? If it is her and she's like kind of the outlier and all the rest of them are kind of like moderates, it is possible that they're like splitting the vote a lot. But then they would have to drop out before, I don't know when the primary vote is.
In the things that and the programs that they absolutely deserve.
And we're going to get to education and vouchers here in just a second. Ms. Royce, so I do want to ask about property taxes. How do you bring property taxes down across the board?
The most important thing that we can do is appropriately fund our local governments and our public schools at the state level. That means getting to the 2/3 funding commitment that was made but has never been met. But it also means fixing the way that those dollars are distributed, because right now it's deeply inequitable. My family moved to rural Taylor County. That's where I was a little girl.
These are her policies. Damn, bullshit right on the front. Policies. Oh, it's this page. Free school meals, universal childcare.
Good.
Support childcare providers. Fully fund public schools. Roll back unfair voucher laws. Special education. Higher education. Wait, is this just? Oh, this is for children in schools. Okay. Teaching is a profession. Guaranteed paid leave. Fair wages and working conditions. Gig workers are employees. Okay, W2 them all. Improved badger care for all. Expand Medicaid. Pull down healthcare costs.
They love their badgers, man.
Crack down on claim denials by insurance companies. Make larger hospitals pay their fair share. Lower drug costs. Home ownership. Wisconsin's community land trusts and limited equity co-ops are innovative housing models. Interesting. Okay. Protect renters, right to counsel, home repair safety. Okay. Property taxes. Oh, so they want to cut property taxes. Jesus, okay. Local options for funding, close the estate tax loophole.
They want tons of new.
Yeah, I'm looking for where's the money coming from.
And to cut more taxes. Very smart.
Wisconsin farmers feeding Wisconsin. Wow.
The money always comes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Whatever.
A lot of you guys.
Stop this.
And they moved because of the quality of the public education system here in Wisconsin 47 years ago. Now, raising my kids in Dane County, I can see that we have been shortchanging our kids, and that is not okay with me. So we do need more state resources to end this divisive cycle of referendums that are pitting neighbors against one another, grandparents against their grandkids' schools. I also am the only candidate in this race that actually has a plan, not just a wish, but an actual plan to bring that private voucher scheme to a responsible end, because the actual number is closer to $1.8 billion in each budget that is going directly out of the coffers of our local school districts into these private schemes. And they are unaccountable and they can discriminate against kids. And none of us as taxpayers should find that acceptable.
Mr. Crowley, how do you bring property taxes down across the board?
Property taxes are extremely high here in the state of Wisconsin. It's not just affecting the senior who's on a fixed income, it's also affecting that young person who may want to buy a home, and everybody's getting squeezed in every direction. And it's not just affecting homeowners, it's also affecting renters as well, because when property taxes go up, landlords, quite frankly, pass those down to those renters as well. And so we have to tackle property taxes by, one, investing in our education system, increasing the reimbursement rates as well for special education, because our school districts shouldn't have to choose between mandated services and whether or not they're going to have teachers. But as the only elected official who runs, county government representing 19 different municipalities, close to 1 million people, we have a lot of state mandated services. And with those state mandated services, those resources don't come down the pipeline. And so it's extremely important that we work at the state to make sure that we are getting, the local governments are getting enough resources to invest in things like public safety, because the state of Wisconsin is near the bottom or dead last when it comes down to investments and such.
We brought up vouchers, so let's talk about vouchers. Right now, about 30,000 Milwaukee children attend private schools using taxpayer-funded vouchers. Milwaukee was the first school choice program in the nation to help families who felt failed by the public school system, and still do so today. The program has since expanded statewide. As we've heard, some of you are...
I don't know. I wish I could hear more sane people make arguments for like school voucher programs, because it just sounds to me like the worst possible thing in the world. Like,
what are they?
Basically the idea that like you're in a certain district, but you really, really, really don't want to go to that public school. So there are different ways to get vouchers to go to other schools that are outside of your district that are still like publicly funded. And sometimes those vouchers even take away funds from the schools in your district. But it seems like what you're basically saying is that like our public education system is so fucking bad, we can no longer participate in it. So here's a way to like escape. But if you don't get a voucher, oh, tough luck. I don't know. It seems like a really, I don't know. It seems like a pretty sad view of public education, I guess. I don't know.
are calling to end the voucher program. Mr. Crowley, do you support eliminating or reducing vouchers in the city of Milwaukee?
Look, I am a proud MPS graduate. Went to Milwaukee Public Schools. All three of my daughters go to public schools, so I believe in the power of our public education. I think to say that we're going to fully eliminate the voucher system overnight really doesn't take into account the impact towards our family, towards our teachers, and quite frankly, toward the public school system. You know, we've talked about how we went to referendum to make sure our public schools have what they need. And if we're going to referendum for the current capacity of students that they have now, how will we be able to bring on those students and make sure that we have great public schools moving forward? And so I don't think the question is whether or not we should have vouchers. The question should be, how do we continue to invest in our public schools to make sure that they are the school of choice?
So would you sign a bill that eliminated or reduced vouchers in Milwaukee?
To eliminate or reduce vouchers, no, but I don't believe in expanding vouchers in the state of Wisconsin.
Mr. Barnes, you're proposing a multi-year sunset of the program as you've described it. What does that look like specifically in the city of Milwaukee?
Well, let's first talk about the reason why parents feel failed by public schools. This all goes back to the lack of funding.
Do you think education is one of those things the market doesn't provide well, or is the system just fucked? No, well, education, okay, so education can be provided by the market, but the problem is, I think that's the thing that you have to take a step back and you have to think, like, what do we want education to be, or like, what do you want education to do? And in my mind, like, education is supposed to be one of those things that's kind of like the saying is like the great equalizer. So if you're a person, you go to school, you try your hardest, that there's like always going to be something there for you, irrespective of zip code or background, right? As long as you're, you know, if you're willing to put in the work. Generally speaking, when markets provide for things, you know, you have like some form of pricing discrimination where, you know, the wealthier you are, the better the thing you can get. And I mean, generally speaking, I think that's a fine arrangement of things. If you're really rich, you can afford a better PlayStation or computer or car or clothes or whatever. But I think when it comes to education, it feels a little bit perverted. Like, I don't like the idea of like publicly provided education. If you try your best, you can go far. But if you were born in a shitty zip code, you're kind of restricted by, you know, the access to education. I don't know. So in that sense, I feel like there's a strong incentive, like, for the public to provide for some kind of public education, because do we really want that to be another playing field where if you're wealthy, you have like a huge advantage? I don't think it's good.
This goes back to the state not meeting its 2/3 funding requirement, and schools have been starved of resources. So it will only be natural for parents to feel that way. I am also a proud Milwaukee Public School graduate, but I know, having gone to a school that was starved of resources, what that impact meant on a lot of my classmates. And I was very fortunate to know where I was going to go home at night. I was very fortunate to not have to worry about where my next meal came from. But that's not the reality that far too many of our students face. And when we're talking about education, we truly have to talk about the societal factors that impact how our students do or do not learn. If we have these exorbitant rates of child poverty, it is going to impact the way that they learn. And as I have talked about vouchers, the main line is accountability, because we have seen horror stories where voucher operators close doors overnight. Yeah. These operators moved to Florida on the public dime. And so we have to first get the bad actors out of the system. Now, I believe public dollars belong in public schools. And if you receive a dime of public money as a private school operator, you should have to operate by a uniform set of standards. That means public governance, that means public accountability, public scrutiny. And if you cannot meet those standards, you should be taken out of the system. And I can tell you.
But do vouchers go down, or are they eliminated in the city of Milwaukee?
Well, I think that the income caps being lifted is a travesty, because that is what makes it a scheme. This no longer becomes a program for lower income parents to put their children in private schools. So there could be less vouchers in Milwaukee. It becomes a handout, and we can no longer, there's no justification for expansion of vouchers or lifting the caps if we have not fully funded our public schools. So yes, I would sign a bill that reduced them, because we have seen so much chaos with this system. We have seen, and look, a lot of students, and this is not an overnight thing by any means, but we do have to get serious about the delivery of education, specifically here in Milwaukee, but we also have to get serious about the societal issues that continue to plague our system.
Sir, he said thank you.
We always have the conversation about education, but never about poverty.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Ms. Royce, at what point in your plan do vouchers go away for tens of millions of children in Milwaukee, tens of thousands of children in Milwaukee?
Tens of millions of children. Oh, no.
No student in Milwaukee or Racine who is currently enrolled in a voucher program and is happy there will be displaced, and they will be allowed to continue their education until they graduate, as will their siblings. However, All programs that take public money need to be subject to the same rules and regulations that public schools are. Right now, you can do corporal punishment in a voucher school. You don't have to have licensed teachers that undergo background checks. You can discriminate against teachers and against students, including cherry-picking students and saying, no, we don't want a student with a disability. I think that's totally unacceptable as a taxpayer and certainly as a parent. Every single child deserves a high-quality public education. And what we have with the statewide
Do you think Destiny would be a kangaroo in a fight? Okay, I'm going to be honest, okay? We've talked about this on stream before. Kangaroos are not, these are mythical animals. These are not real things, okay? You see these guys that look like humans in outfits and they're like boxing and shit? Kangaroos are like fucking meme things that Australians talk about to like troll you into thinking they have like some crazy fucking otherworldly shit in their country. These are not, I do not believe that these are real creatures. The boxing mammals? No, give me a break.
Expansion is essentially a program that has subsidized the private choices of wealthy parents. The vast majority of students in the statewide expansion were already in private school at their parents' expense before taxpayers started picking up the tab. I believe that public dollars belong in public schools, and if you take even $1 of public money, you need to be subject to accountability. And yes, over time, I am going to bring the private voucher scheme to an end as we increase the quality and the capacity of our public schools, because the most important thing to me as a parent, and what I hope my legacy will be as governor, is to restore Wisconsin in our rightful place as the best public education state in the nation.
So a 3-year-old child, for example, in the city of Milwaukee would not qualify for a voucher under your plan.
Jesus.
Correct,
What the fuck do
unless they were
3-year-olds
enrolled in a 3K
where are they going to
program
school? What?
or if their sibling was already
3-year-old?
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, do you support ending or dialing back the state's voucher program? And specifically, what is that?
Hassan watching Destiny talking about kangaroos and laughing right now, chat. Wait, is he live watching my stream? No.
I'm trained, ladies and gentlemen. I also have an update on this lesser known guy, Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu's standing among Republicans has collapsed by 33 points.
Why the fuck do we care? Oh my God, bro. Move back to Turkey. Go talk about Middle Eastern politics there. Holy shit. You probably don't want to talk about Middle Eastern politics in Turkey, actually.
That look like for Milwaukee?
Yeah, and I do support some putting back the cap on for the statewide program, which has come off. I think that we've already talked about some of the accountability. There's a transparency issue. We should pass a state law that says on your property tax bill, you can see how much the city, the county, the public schools, and how much vouchers are costing. Like, all of those things are important. I'm a proud parent. My kids went to Milwaukee Public Schools for about 22 years. But let me add a dose of reality here. There is not going to be a bill that passes in the legislature that is put on the governor's desk right now to end vouchers in Milwaukee. You know why? Because there are representatives in Milwaukee who represent the city of Milwaukee for whom more than half of the people who live there are sending their kids to private schools. Like, we have to live in the real world. This is an issue that is dividing Democrats, because in Milwaukee, what parents deserve is a great option. And I want to make sure our public schools are better than any, bar none. We have the largest achievement gap in the country right here in my hometown. That's not acceptable. So the results aren't what we want. We need to hold everybody accountable. You know who doesn't like accountability?
Wait, so who do we like up here? Well, if we're doing spite politics, we like anybody except for that Francesca girl. Realistically, I don't really know much about Wisconsin's politics. I don't have a strong opinion one way or another.
Lousy schools, no matter what kind of school they are. So we need to make sure we are holding ourselves accountable, but we need to also make sure that that we are, living in the real world here. Because I wouldn't put legislators in a position where they're going to have to tell parents that they can't send their kids to school.
But let's say a bill got to your desk. Would you sign a bill that reduced vouchers in the city of Milwaukee?
I wouldn't right now, because
hot take: standing up to the billionaires, okay, is easy. I want you to stand up to the middle class. I'm not going to put a bill on the desk that's going to hurt the middle class people that want to send their kid to any school. Fuck them. Fuck them. Tell them that, hey, this is America. We all got to chip in here. You are not going to be able to get infinite amounts of money from your billionaire. I know that they think, people have this delusion. They're like, oh, we just tax billionaires more and more. We can fund everything. No, this is a group project, okay? We're doing a team sport right now. It's the United States. We're all on the same team, okay? You're going to fund this shit. Everybody's got to be involved.
I think we need to make sure that we are doing right by everybody in the city of Milwaukee. There are changes to be made. The largest recipient of vouchers in the state, $44 million to a virtual school. Like, those are the types of things we can change.
Ms. Hong, you are calling for a responsible transition away from the, quote, unfair voucher program. Does that include fully eliminating vouchers in Milwaukee?
No, I'm a very proud daughter of immigrants, a single mom where my son is going to the same public
Daughter
school
of
district
immigrants.
that I came through in my hometown of Madison. I believe that public dollars not only belong in public schools, but one of the reasons that privatization has grown across the country is that, it's public institutions of education that are one of our last remaining democratic institutions. And if we don't have strong public schools, we can't have a strong democracy. Our plan would ensure property tax transparency. I was in Luxembourg, Wisconsin, at the dairy breakfast talking to a gentleman who had no idea about the voucher program. And when he found out that the statewide program is where some of the public dollars were going into private schools, he was shocked. Ending that statewide program, implementing property tax transparency, and then moving to Milwaukee and Racine and looking at accountability and transparency measures that is uniform across what public schools are having to be audited for and the different regulations that public schools are responsible for. And I will say, I introduced the Healthy School Meals for All legislation, and that is a bill that would include all students in K through 12. It includes vouchers and includes private schools, schools for the visually impaired. And this is a type of bill that not only helps to reduce costs for families, but would help all students across the state.
So to the point of fully eliminating vouchers in Milwaukee, your plan?
It has to be a responsible program and process where we work directly with the families and the different schools where the voucher program, depending on how expansive it is in the school, but it would need to come to an end. And I can see, I don't want to put a firm number on it, but I do believe that, again, public dollars coming in public.
Can I try my language question again? Just ask your question. It sounds like you're trying to set up I don't want to say a trap, but it sounds like you're trying to get me to commit to something so that you can ask like a big whatever question. Just ask your question, whatever your question is, instead of asking me 15 different pre-questions first.
Schools, understanding that we have built this system where it's deeply inequitable, and I think that it's important that we put in the responsibilities of working with our partners to end the program in Milwaukee.
Eventually a full end in the city of Milwaukee.
I believe that is what bringing a responsible end to the voucher program is, Matt.
Thank you.
Let's talk about data centers. In Marquette's latest poll, 76% of Wisconsinites say they believe the costs outweigh the benefits, and that includes a majority of Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. You've all outlined varying plans on how you would approach the boom in data centers, from new regulations to construction moratoriums. State lawmakers recently attempted to pass a series of regulations, but they failed to pass the full legislature. If lawmakers can't agree, and if you believe in local control, what really can you do as governor, Mr. Crowley?
Well, one, we need to, it's unfortunate that the legislature actually left session without actually putting any guardrails in place. And so as governor, we need to make sure that we're protecting ourselves from the data centers that are currently here. I do have the same concerns that many folks have across this state, but I think
I've only been half listening, but Hong sounds better than all the other DSA adjacent candidates now. Does she? She sounds like she's very nervous in this debate. I'm not even sure if she's able to accurately represent anything she believes.
A short-term moratorium doesn't address the long-term concerns that we have. And so as governor, we will make sure that we hold these data centers accountable, that they pay for the energy use, they pay for the grid upgrades, and they bring the Beyonce approach, bring your own new clean energy. We need these data centers to be as close to 100% renewable energy as much as possible. But they can go anywhere in this country. But we have to understand that our clean air, our clean water, it doesn't stop at the borders of Wisconsin. And so as county executive, we have put in place a climate action plan to reduce our carbon emissions, and we're 50% of the way there. And we need to make sure that we're having that same level of accountability here in the state of Wisconsin. But if they are going to be here, let's make sure we're utilizing union labor. Let's see project labor agreements, prevailing wage, and community benefit agreements across the entire state, because we're all going to be affected. And I believe they should be subsidizing our energy use if they're going to be here.
You said they could go anywhere. Do you want them here?
I couldn't hear you.
You said they could go anywhere. Do you want them here in Wisconsin?
Well, we need to make sure that we have a framework in place to protect ourselves moving forward, because right now we don't have anything right now with what's already here.
Ms. Hong, if lawmakers, they can't agree on any regulations, and if you believe in local control, what can you really do as governor?
I introduced the legislation that puts a moratorium on the construction of new AI data centers, and I would call a special session into play so that the legislature can take up that legislation or the other Democratic legislation that had been introduced by my colleagues, and yet Robin Voss ended session early. I think it's important that we have enforceable regulation, that we bring union workers to the table, that this is very similar to what I believe could be seen as more collective bargaining, to make sure that we're protecting union jobs and that, you know, the natural resources, we're letting some of the big tech companies know that they are not for sale. And until we fully fund the Department of Natural Resources and we have the actual regulations to hold polluters accountable, that we are including in the Public Service Commission, you know, different types of phases where we have stricter legislation and clear definitions of how data centers can actually move forward. This moratorium is necessary so that we can responsibly and put in enforcement mechanisms to protect communities. And seeing local governments already put moratoriums into play, we want people to have local control, but we also want to make sure that there are the guardrails, the legal resources, and that if data centers are going to come here in our state, that they pay their own way and actually pay up front. And I think it's important to say that, you know, the data centers that currently exist in our state, you know, there is a sales tax exemption with over $2.1 billion that could go back into infrastructure for clean, renewable energy, green union jobs.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, if lawmakers can't agree and you believe in local control, what can you do to address the boom in data centers?
3 words to start with: get new lawmakers. That's why the stakes are so important this year. That's why we need a nominee who's going to win down ballot and make sure we can have a majority in the state assembly and the state senate. Once we do that, you know, what people think about when they think about data centers is they are angry. They're angry because government has failed them. The state got into the data center game and they put no guardrails on. And, you know, I have not called for a moratorium, but I have said that I would put a pause on the construction of new data centers, not for a year, but in the first 100 days, we can do 4 things. We can make sure that nobody watching tonight pays for the construction, the operation, the transmission, the ultimate retirement of these. Make sure that there are real teeth in the environmental regulations, making sure that they're having to do renewables. Make sure that there are Wisconsin union workers who are building these if they happen here. And number 4, make sure that there are never going to be the non-disclosure agreements that are the reason why people don't trust government, why they're so angry about these things. If we can demonstrate in that first 100 days, and there's good legislation that's gone through 12 drafts, and Democrats and Republicans both, and stakeholders have had involvement in that. If we can do that in the first 100 days, it's not going to make everybody happy, but it's going to set the bar and take away that uncertainty and take away another reason why people distrust government and why they're so angry. Like, that's, I think, what governing is.
Mr. Barnes.
So as the governor, the response has to be bigger than buzzwords. Now, I do think that there should be no new data center construction without those guardrails in place. If a community rejects a data center proposal, then there should be no new data center constructed. And with the guardrails, with the framework that protects our natural resources, that makes sure that water quality, air quality is protected, that also makes sure that people's utility rates aren't increasing. If that framework is in place, it also needs to be retroactively applied to existing data centers. And we also have to have a renewable energy mandate to make sure that they are contributing energy back to the grid. And I want us all to, you know, caution, especially, you know, because I do, again, no new data center construction without those guardrails in place. But even as the representative mentioned, in urban Milwaukee, it was reported that a full data center moratorium may face legal repercussions. Those were the words of the representatives, not mine. And it is important for us to empower the Department of Natural Resources to make sure that they have the funding to engage in the ongoing quality monitoring of these data centers to ensure that they aren't negatively impacting air or water quality.
Mr. Barnes, thank you. Ms. Royce.
Something that
What I think I asked a couple years ago, but want an updated take. As a single male in California, how do I know if I'm middle class? I don't know. It depends on, I don't know. These are like feel vibe questions. Like if you can live on your own in a place, if you can like afford a vacation, if you can, I don't know, it was like a bunch of baseline things and then a couple luxury things, I guess, that you have, but not super luxury. I don't know. It's kind of, it just depends on where you live. And it probably depends on the era. I'm not sure.
One of my colleagues have mentioned, even though we are all running for governor, is using executive power against the existing projects that are
If you have a car, middle class, boom.
under construction, and were put under construction over the strenuous objections of those communities. We have a Department of Natural Resources that should be protecting our air and our soil and our water. We have a Public Service Commission that needs to be much more aggressive about making sure that the big guys are not asking us to subsidize them. I have put forth the strongest legislation and the strongest plan of the candidates in this race to actually address and stop the unregulated development of data centers, because I believe the status quo is totally unacceptable. The moratorium bill has very little support and is unlikely to pass, but the strong regulation bill that many of my colleagues have described is poised to pass in January. But I will not stop there. I will also establish a public negotiating team so that any community that decides it would like to engage with a data center has the opportunity to have expert negotiators. I will increase shared revenue so that communities don't feel desperate like they have to. I will also end the subsidies for data centers because they should be paying us and not the other way around. And when a community decides, yes, we've reached agreement, I will charge an upfront fee that they will pay to the state on the order of hundreds of millions of dollars to finance a clean infrastructure public bank.
I apologize if I cut you off here. We are kind of running up against time. Everything you've talked about tonight relies on a democratically controlled legislature. Ms. Hong, what happens if there's a divided government or Republicans control the legislature and your governor?
You know, I have passed bipartisan legislation, the one where it would require K-12 schools to teach Asian American history. So much of working in government has to do with building strong relationships, and I have done that with Republicans. I am willing to work with anyone at the table who wants to actually deliver for working class families and improve lives and work on policies that are going to be deliverables. And I believe that shared revenue, healthcare, and public education are three areas and some of my top priorities where Republicans have shown some support, and I've talked to them about these issues. And so I believe that even with the split legislature, my focus and my leadership will ensure that we are governing to actually deliver for working class families across the state.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. How do you get anything done with Republicans?
Well, I can tell you that's why this race is so important. That's why rejecting this broken system matters so much. That's why rejecting the status quo is so important when people go to cast a ballot. Look, we'll never be as bold as we need to be as a state if we continue down this path that we've been going. And it's been mentioned that the county executive had his campaign resurrected by special interests in a dark room with people with their thumb on the scale. Damn. This means things will always be the same with that sort of leadership. We should be asking for more. We should be demanding more. And if we lead with a bold platform, we implement a mandate. We have a mandate to govern in the interest of people in a way that we have never done before. And that's what this race is about.
Thank you, Mr. Crowley. How do you work with Republicans? Get anything done?
You know, I served in the state legislature like many of my colleagues here, but none of them have actually run local government. You know, I'm the county executive of the largest community. And when I was elected in 2020, we had to work to get Act 12 passed. And we worked with Democrats and Republicans, and we've done it in Republican-controlled legislatures, and I do believe that we'll get a lot more done.
Thank you. Believe it or not, it is now time for closing statements. We did choose randomly with the campaigns present to determine the order.
Each candidate will have 30 seconds for a final thought, and we will begin with Mr. Brennan.
Thank you very much. While you've seen differences amongst us today, we have a common threat. It's losing to Tom Tiffany and Donald Trump. And the stakes have never been higher. We can build 100,000 new homes. We can expand Badger Care. We can stop having property taxpayers pitted against kids in Wisconsin, but we have to win in order to do that. For 25 years, I have been somebody who has solved problems. I'll be a governor who's more interested in results than rhetoric. I hope that I can get your support on August 11th and November 3rd. Thanks for tuning in tonight.
Mr. Crowley.
Thank you.
I want to first and foremost thank our moderators for hosting us, and I want to thank all of you who are tuning in today. You know, my story is like Wisconsin's story. I grew up learning the values of hard work, resilience, and to stand up when somebody tries to knock you down. But people all across this state are struggling every single day, and I know what that feels like. They need a governor who's going to deliver for them on day one. And that's why I have received the endorsements of folks like Tony Evers, Governor Evers, our labor unions, and folks all across our state, because they know I will be delivering the results that's going to make a great impact. I look forward to having your vote on August 11th.
Ms. Royce.
All of us on this stage are good people. For 25 years, I have been turning the good ideas that we've shared into state law in the toughest of political environments. I've stood up to bullies and billionaires just like Donald Trump, and I will never stop fighting to build the Wisconsin that all of us deserve, working alongside you as I have throughout my career. We need all hands on deck in this high-stakes moment to protect our rights and freedoms, to deliver health care for all, and to make sure that every child has a great public school. I ask for your vote on August 11th.
Mr. Barnes.
To everybody watching at home, I want you to know that the establishment is trying to rig this election. They want you to choose between their preferred candidate, and also Republican billionaires are lining up to the tune of $3.5 million to choose a Democratic nominee in this race. I'm here to say that's BS. I've been a progressive fighter who's taken on the tough fights but also the only candidate on this stage who's actually defeating Tom Tiffany according to the most recent Marquette poll. We can get things done, but it starts on August 11th. I'm asking for your support so that we can go into November with the strength and that we can go into January with the mandate to govern in the interests of people.
Ms. Hall.
Thank you so much to the viewers this evening. I am your fighter, fighting alongside you and fighting for you. And this is a movement moment. Our campaign is one that has built a bipartisan coalition where we have reached voters in every part of the state. Republicans, independents, Democratic Socialists, and Democrats. They have come together and already uniting. We are already beating Tom Tiffany, whether it comes to the number of donors, whether it comes to the number of individual donations. I think it's time for this moment of unity, and I'm the leader to meet that moment.
That was quick, and we did it. We made it. Our sincere thank you to the candidates this evening for being here tonight, and thank you to everyone watching at home.
If you missed any part of tonight's debate, it will be available on the 12 News app, YouTube, and streaming on Very Local. You can look for post-debate analysis Sunday on Upfront. Election Day is Tuesday, August 11th. Early in-person voting already underway. Thanks so much for your time tonight. Have a good night.
Anything about the Fauci hearing? Did that already happen?
Yeah, he just played the fifth the whole time.
Based.
Okay.
But was there anything interesting from it, or was that it?
I didn't watch it.
Oh, so you don't even know then?
Well, I know you played the fifth the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I just got to read this. Dave sent me a paragraph here. Well, he didn't like my my fact check video last night. He said I misquoted him a ton.
Did the Professor Dave guy? Did he just like debating retards? Was that it?
He's debating flat earthers, so.
Yeah, but is that he just likes to smurf? Basically, is that? Oh, it feels kind of cringe, but okay.
Things conspiracy theories. Yeah, I think there are some conspiracy theories in Dave's video. Yeah, I last night was all about just, running the transcript from your video, Dave, through my my Pang Burn AI system, and reading through that and also giving my commentary. But I had watched the video beforehand, but today was my plan to do a full analysis like I'm doing today. Been accusing me. Yeah, I didn't show any of your video, Dave. Thank you for the super chat. Someone says, Dave Farina, you must think I'm Persian the way I ran. Dave's not happy with my friend accusing him of anti-Semitism using ridiculous logic. That's what I think that's in reference to you, Don, if you're still there. He doesn't like that I'm platforming Destiny at all.
Okay. But he can platform like anti-vaxxers? Okay, based.
Because of targeted harassment.
Oh my god. Where everybody always just like yanks the harassment zip cord like immediately. Like, or ripcord, not zip cord. Where? What is the harassment? Were they bad comments in your YouTube comment section? What do these people count as harassment? Is that all it is to these guys?
I don't know. Does Destiny engage in targeted harassment of people? I mean, if Destiny does engage in targeted harassment of people, I would implore him not to do that. I mean, there is It might even be illegal to do that. Dave said, I fixated on him using the word Nazi in a way I didn't like, while ignoring the fact that Destiny literally accused me of Nazi rhetoric.
Yeah, he does do Nazi rhetoric, though.
I
I'm
think
sorry.
I said
Like,
last night
I
that
mean, what do you want to
nobody
say?
should be doing this, and I mean, this. You obviously sent this at 2:30 a.m.
Damn. Oh, that was an anger email. 2:30 in the morning. He mad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like how people throw around Nazi and Nazism and comparing Israel to Nazis in the way that you did in the video here.
Is there a way to open both these grids at once, or no? There's not. I don't think there is. Whatever.
There's a truck that drives by. I live in Oaxaca, Mexico, and they sell atole, and it's it's so good. It's kind of like oatmeal in like kind of a brown, sugary, almost hot drink. Oh, it's so good. This is all leaving a sour taste in Dave's mouth. Dave says, and the fake charity you offer, that I still care about Palestinian kids, even though I won't show up for an imaginary $1 million you claim you could raise, is just really ridiculous. Dave, we could easily raise $1 million between our 3 platforms for you and Destiny to get together for a debate about this. I mean, just do the math. Like, we're talking about, like, if we live streamed it, if we, all of our things together, I mean, we would exceed $1 million in support of Palestinian children. Come on.
Fuck, sorry. I don't want to bully Josiah too hard, because I know we're all doing these things right now, but like, I don't know I don't understand. Who has moved too far extreme? Democrats, 46%. Republicans, 40%. Josiah tweet, this country's fucked. Politicians and pundits alike have a duty to comport themselves in ways that undo these numbers. Expose MAGA insanity and advocate for popular, effective policy. Right now, the perception is Democrats are too far to the left, and not that Republicans are too far to the right. And you're saying we need to continue to expose MAGA insanity. What about maybe like the DSA insanity that is pushing this number up? No? Is that like, hello? Or, I don't know. Whatever.
Well, he just doesn't think that there's insanity.
Yeah, but like, why would he even respond
to
this poll right here that's literally saying, and we see these polls also in the Democratic Party, that even Democrats in the Democratic Party think that the party is too far left. So I don't know what, it's like, we got to keep hammering MAGA. I was like, all that's doing is allowing this number to grow, but whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
He needs to be able to post.
It's not a fake offer.
Stop.
I've successfully raised a lot of money for charity in my career. And we continue to do it at Pangburn. Philanthropy is a big part of what we do and what I'm passionate about. So it was not a fake charity offer, by the way. And then he says he won't be able to work with me moving forward.
Damn, Jesus!
Okay, Dave, that's your prerogative.
What the fuck? Nice. And the isolation.
Dave and I were
the schisming continues.
Planning to do a little tour that he was agreeable to.
And now Pangburn has become a Zionist shill.
That's too bad. Why can't we disagree with each other, critique each other, call each other out,
Yikes.
and
This
still
guy wants to disagree
continue to work together?
Genocide?
Makes no sense to me.
Oh, I don't know about that one. Chieftain.
You guys are probably wondering where I've been, because a lot of you guys are probably wondering where I've been,
because I haven't been streaming a whole lot lately. Well, the truth is, I've been dealing with a severe, crazy online harassment/bullying campaign against me that has, for lack of better words, made me want to disappear completely from the face of the earth. Because of this, I had to take some time off to go undercover, to infiltrate the most toxic guild in World of Warcraft, and show you all exactly the types of people that we're dealing with. But before we get into all that, I need to give you guys a little bit of history to show you how I got myself in this mess to begin with. So let's start from the jump. So it all started here, in the Night Slayer PvP Discord server, specifically in an especially toxic channel they have here.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hey, quick question. Do you have any issue like doing a stream that would be raising money for Palestinian children, or like an organization that helps them?
I don't know. I would have to look into it. Probably, maybe not. Probably not.
Just confirm the organization like actually goes to Palestinian children. I get it.
Yeah, like assuming so. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course, I would have no problem with it.
So how can these so-called pro-Palestinian advocates not put aside their ego to do that?
I don't know. You should ask them. I don't know. It seems kind of dumb.
I don't speak to them. Remember, I'm a... What the fuck did they call me? I don't know. They call me something.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't know. It seems pretty dumb. But all of it seems pretty dumb, so what are you going to do?
Called PvP Salt.
I know the fucking answer, retards. I just said it because I want him to say it, because he didn't fucking say it.
Yeah, if these guys cared about the issue, obviously, I don't know why you wouldn't do these are no-brainer things, but yeah. They're wacky.
I don't know, like, I'm trying to find any other reason other than anti-Semitism for them to be this fucking wacko about it. And I just can't come to a different conclusion.
I mean, I don't think that they're actually, like, they get to anti-Semitic positions, but not because they're anti-Semitic, just because of, like, all the other political stuff that's, like, factoring in right now. Like, if you want to do, like, populist shit, you're always kind of, like, attacking the elites. And if you're talking about the elites, like, Jews are probably going to come up at some point, and then, I don't know, it's just an easy scapegoat for everything, maybe.
Well, have they seen how Mizrahim live here? They're not exactly elite living. You've seen them.
Yeah, but the colors and stuff in Israel, nobody cares about. I mean, like, the actual issues, I don't know, nothing in the actual country matters. It's just our view of it from over here.
Also, the country's gotten a lot crazier since he left.
Yeah? Oh, well, that's not good.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Oh, wait, what are the next elections supposed to be coming up?
October.
Or, I mean, I'm sorry, what, like, is Netanyahu finally expected to get fucking kicked out, or is it never, ever happening?
Supposedly, according to polling, what was the party? The Democratic Party seems to be, like, polling really far ahead.
Mm-hmm.
For once, thankfully. I think the Arab party I normally vote for is projected to get 7 seats this time. They usually get 5.
Mm-hmm.
Although the fucking extremist motherfucker in charge of the police is doing some quick changes real quick. So remember how I told you my city's like been one of the like areas where there's not rampant murder in the Arab sector?
Sure.
Yeah, they recently arrested all of our private security, or anyone that calls themselves the private security here, on the basis that they shouldn't act in place of the police.
Interesting. Okay. And then for people that are listening, this is like in Israel proper. So.
Yeah.
And then just as a quick thing to clarify what you said, when you said like there's not all like the murders and killings or whatever, there aren't, even in the heavily Arab places or heavily Palestinian places in Israel. There's not like cities that are burning to the ground with like rampant fucking murder and arson or anything like that.
It's not burning to the ground, but it's pretty bad. Like I'm talking about, do you know how Mexico has like really bad like homicide rates?
Sure.
Okay, so they removed all the Jews in this statistic for Israel.
Mm-hmm.
If you counted just the Arabs as their own country in Israel, they'd be 5th in worldwide.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's pretty fucking bad.
I guess that is not good then.
Yeah, it's really bad. This issue isn't exactly rampant in the West Bank. Like, Palestinians are murdering each other.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a bunch of crime families here that are just rampant. And the only area that was, like, genuinely safe is, like, this small village next to us and us. And even the village that's, like, really close to us, like, a bit far called Jaljuria, it was still rampant with murder.
Well.
So
sounds shitty.
Shit.
What do you want me to say? Sounds not good.
No, but there's other shit. Like here, because I had to leave the fucking Discord servers and shit when I got fucking hacked and shit. There's some things that you probably didn't even look into when you heard about Israel. Like that is quite bad.
Sure.
Like I think some pro-pallies online were like saying it's the protest to rape.
Okay.
Remember that one? You've seen that online?
I've seen all the rhetoric around it. Yeah.
Israelis were protesting to rape. Basically, there was a fucking prison where they caught on camera, or some whistleblower released the footage of them like sodomizing a Palestinian prisoner.
Okay.
They said, a lot of Israelis said it was this guy was Hamas. No one can really confirm because after all of that, they released him back to Gaza. Like the prisoner that was sodomized.
Okay.
And then when these people that were caught on camera doing this were arrested, the crazy wacko Israelis with some ministers in the government went to protest against the prison. And after everything, these people weren't charged, and the person who released the footage was actually fired from her position.
Gotcha. Well, not good. Definitely not good.
So yeah, no, that is one situation that you probably didn't even look into because, you know, saying Israelis were protesting to rape sounds fucking insane.
Sure. It's probably more along the lines of either people didn't believe it or they think that my guess would be most of it was labeled that way. I'm sure there are some extremists that would say that, like, I don't know if they should be allowed to rape, but there should be no accountability. I think one of the most shocking things that you can look up for the country that I don't think there's a good answer for, or there's like an excuse for, is the idea that like I'm pretty sure like of every like crime that an Israeli person has been committed or convicted for when it comes to like killing somebody without justification in the West Bank or otherwise.
This is my talking point. You got it from me.
Well, it might have, yeah, maybe, but I take it as the white man now. Yeah, is the idea that I don't think any of these people have served more than like 7 months in prison. Like even for the longer sentences, they usually get released earlier.
The longest sentence was actually a massacre in my village. That was like 2.5 years to 3 years.
Sure. Wait, that might have been the longest sentence, but did he actually serve it or did he get released after?
No, well, the sentence was 15 years.
Oh, okay.
But he served only 2.5 years. And the only one I could find where he served more than that, there was like a story in 1951 where a soldier, or like 2 soldiers, I think, they found a Bedouin family, killed the parents of the girl, kidnapped the girl, and actually raped her repeatedly at a base. And then until their officer commanded them to execute her. And then he was only convicted of murder afterwards, and none of the other stuff. And he was convicted to 25 years, and no one knows how far he served, but they only started spotting the person again outside, like living his life after 7 years. Like They don't know when he was released, but they saw him after 7 years. So he didn't serve the 25 years. The other one was a not Jewish soldier who murdered a British white man that was protesting in Gaza, and he got 10 years, and he actually served the 10 years.
Damn. Wait, where was he from if not Israeli or whatever, or not Jewish?
He was a Bedouin. Or Bedouin.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so those are the only cases I actually found after, because, like, it started with looking at my town and how many people were punished for it, and then I just started looking more and more and more. Some people sent me more stuff about it, and then eventually I found, like, that is the most extreme case, the one that, like, kidnapped the Bedouin girl and did all that shit, and then was charged with just the murder. That's the most longest sentence I found for, like, crimes against an Arab or Palestinian.
Yeah. Well.
So yeah, here's more sauce for the talking point you took from me, motherfucker.
Well, thanks. Thank you for the sauce, man.
These are his ideas.
They're my ideas now. True.
No, do you know Mutin? Mutin? Is it Mutin or Mutin?
Mutin.
Mutoni.
Mutin. This motherfucker took this talking point from me that I told him on stream, and then when he met me in person, he told me it.
Wait.
That's his talking point now.
Me or wait? Are you talking about me when I met you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking about meeting.
While you were with me in the car, you gave me the same talking point I gave you on stream.
Listen, when I see people in real life, it's like meeting them for the first time. Okay. You just don't associate them with the person you saw online. It's a different thing. Okay.
Fair enough. All right. enjoy the shit show you have in America. It's still, honestly, I don't think it's still as bad as the shit show we have.
Well,
what do you mean us fucked?
He's a Arab Palestinian guy, okay? So he doesn't count as those guys, all right?
Never mind.
Yeah.
I'm fucked from all sides, motherfucker, and all the Palestinians hate me too.
Well, that's what you get for living in Israel, okay? Moved it back to your something West Bank terrorism.
This is one of the mind-fucking things that they just can't come around. They're like, why are you living in Israel? I'm like, don't you want Palestinians to stay on their land? It's like, it makes no sense.
Yeah. Well, shit sucks. What do you want me to say? Sorry.
It really fucking does. You should also play Deadlock, since you're looking for video games and you're back to fucking Fucktario.
Okay, I'll think about it.
Don't think about it. Play it. It's great. It'll bring back your what was that game? The RTS game you used to play?
StarCraft?
Yeah, it'll bring the StarCraft within you.
Okay, I'll consider it.
See you.
Have fun. Bye.
Supposed to be a gathering place for players of the Night Slayer PvP server in order to find groups, raids, etc. But it's unfortunately become a place to spread hatred. The Night Slayer Discord is owned and ran by this guy, Poppy Putin, who is also the guildmaster of the most toxic guild in World of Warcraft, the Red Empire. Make note of that, because that's really important information that we're going to be going back to real soon. A few months back, I was in that PvP Salt channel talking literally about double rogue arenas with somebody and how much fun the comp is, when all of a sudden, this guy, Coach, otherwise known as Hundo, starts spam replying to all my messages in there saying stuff like, Nightman is racist. No, I'm not a fucking racist. I've never said a racist thing in my life. I've never said even something remotely sus on stream. They have nothing. It was said purely just to rage bait me. And as someone who's a leader of a guildmaster, someone who's trying to make it as a streamer, someone who also is the owner of...
What?
He's a WoW player. I don't believe him.
True.
A big Discord server. I put a lot of effort and time into keeping racists and homophobes out of my community. So I'm not gonna lie, the rage bait got me. It triggered me. And I talked a little shit back to him. I'm not gonna lie, I did. One of the arguments I made back to the guy was, if you're gonna call me a racist, then I might as well just call you a chimo, because that's the same logic you're using on me, just pulling up rumors out of thin air. Poppy Putin, who is this guy's guildmaster and also his close friend, didn't like that I said that to him, so he banned me from the Discord, and I've been banned ever since that day. Whenever you ban someone from a Discord server, it gives you the option to delete all the past messages of the person you're banning for the past 24 hours or however long you choose. So when he banned me, he deleted all my messages from this conversation that I'm talking about, and that's why I have no screenshots to show you of the conversation in which I'm referring to, except for this one, where he somehow found an IRL picture of my girlfriend from when I took her out on a date to the arcade, in which he then AI changed to show her in a bikini and then posted it in the PvP Salt channel in a 30,000 plus member server Discord full of degenerates. Someone who I know may have had some choice words to say with that person after that picture was posted, but you tell me what you would have done. Me, obviously super pissed off from having my girlfriend posted in the Discord server and then being banned by the Discord owner, went into my own Discord server and went into the guild announcements channel, and I made a post saying that basically, if any guild member in Most Wanted is seen collaborating with the Red Empire, it'll be an immediate G kick. We no longer associate with them.
Guild kick.
Poppy Putin saw this, and this is where all hell broke loose. The dude fucking lost it. Almost immediately after I made that post, Poppy Putin then made his own post in his own Discord server with a link to my Discord server instructing all of his members or goons to spam my server. All of a sudden, dozens of people started flooding my server, spamming racial slurs in every channel. They then screenshotted the slurs that they posted in my server and used it as their evidence, saying I'm racist because this is the type of stuff that I let happen in my server. After an entire night of getting my Discord spammed with racial slurs, we finally banned about 36 people, and the spamming stopped momentarily. But that wasn't enough for them. They started spamming my social media, every single account I have on every platform. I tried to ban them all, but it's still happening for months. I think they just keep making new accounts. They then took their harassment into the game. They began to spam whisper my guild members with claims that I'm racist, among other things. This didn't happen once, this didn't happen twice. This went on for weeks and is still going on till this day. Myself and my officers still get constant reports about receiving these messages from them. They took it to general and trade chat, all the way down to shouting it as an entire guild 40-man group from the rooftops repeatedly in Orgrimmar.
Not the WoW
They
harassment
literally
guild.
created a guild called Nightman is a Racist and started spam inviting anybody they could find. At one point, they had like 50 people online. Poppy Putin was very adamant about reminding his guild members to keep up with the harassment. These screenshots were shared with me of him constantly reminding his guild members to harass us both in-game and in Discord. Before I created Most Wanted, I was in another guild called the Crossroads Caravan Co. The GM of that guild's name was Sledgehammer, and now he's actually an officer in the Red Empire. So I reached out to him early on, basically pleading, asking him to see if he can get through to them to stop with the harassment. They took a screenshot of our conversation, posted it in their Discord, and then laughed about it. I literally cannot shake this Poppy Putin dude. He is everywhere I go. I can't even talk in a Twitch streamer's chat anymore because he's gonna be there just lurking, waiting to spread false rumors about me. Anybody who streams on the server, he's in their chat just waiting. I can't even hang out with streamers while they're live anymore because Poppy Putin will send people to try and gain access to their comms to harass me in their streams. Like what happened when I raided Nax Ramus recently with No Hit Jerome.
Hey, Nightman, why you dodging fucking
Whoa. Nightman is a N-word repeatedly. What? Not good.
They did that in front of like 350 people, by the way. And let me pause just to note, this is the owner of the whole server Discord. This is supposed to be an outstanding member of the community. How can we all just stand by and watch as someone like this stands at the helm of the community that represents all of us? And that leads me to the next shit show. Remember this part where I said he owns the entire Night Slayer Discord server? Well, I wasn't giving this asshole the reaction that he wanted. All of my guild officers advised me not to do anything, so I just ignored it. I didn't say anything. I told my guildmates to report them and to just ignore them. So Poppy wasn't satisfied yet. This dude goes to the Night Slayer Discord and he makes a massive hate thread about me, making all sorts of crazy claims, all of which I will be addressing at the end of this video. And then he pings the entire fucking server, all 30,000 of them. And this is where it gets real cringy. They started using AI to change my logo and put me in a clan suit. They started hunting down anyone in my guild that also streams and then started posting their links in the thread and used that thread to flood their stream with people to harass them. They use endless slurs all over the place in the thread. Anyone that came to my defense in that thread, Poppy Putin pretty quickly banned. And eventually he told everyone in the server that was in my guild they had 24 hours to leave, otherwise they would also be kicked from the server. And the unfortunate thing is, it was working. There were people that were leaving my guild because they were tired of being harassed. It was going on for days at that point. They were over it. So how come I haven't said anything about this? It's because they have my fucking address. How do I know that? Well, let me tell you. On November 10th of 2025, I paid a fellow guild member in Most Wanted named Care Camp $300 to help me develop an add-on for the Most Wanted guild. Unknowing to me, when you PayPal someone, it shares your entire address down to the apartment number. I didn't realize this till months later. Not long after that, Care Camp got into a petty argument with my girlfriend, who was also the vice GM of our guild, over some bullshit, and he ended up quitting the guild over it. Turns out he hated us the entire time. Because lo and behold...
What?
Getting in an argument with the GM's girlfriend.
Oh,
and
big
then
mistake.
Getting to quit the guild or, yeah.
Big
get kicked.
mistake.
Yeah, that's a classic.
The second there's some PvE drama in Most Wanted, and people crash out and leave the guild, guess who buddies up with that person to give them my address? Care Camp. Yeah, that's right, there was some PvE drama in Most Wanted. A group of people got together and said, fuck Nightman, and left the guild together. As soon as Care Camp found out about that, he became all buddy-buddy with them. Next thing I know, a whole bunch of people have my address. How can I confirm that? Because this person told me so. This is Cutnex. Cutnex is also an ex-Most Wanted member. Cutnex told me verbatim that he was there when Care Camp was actively doxing me. To be fair, Cutnex seemed to have my back despite leaving Most Wanted, so I appreciate him coming to me with this information. The person who continued spreading my address after Care Camp was...
Wait, is there a point to this video, or is it just him going through all this kind of fucked up shit?
Vance. I know this because I was contacted by my literal arch nemesis from Classic, who used to stream snipe me every day, Ugg, to share with me that Expanse had came to him thinking that he would want my address. This dude had pictures from my mother's Facebook of my girlfriend, of me at Christmas, of my sister's wedding. Dude, what the fuck?
Okay.
You know what? Shout out to Ugg. You're a real one after all. Ugg strong. So what does all of that have to do with the Red Empire? They were approached with my information as well. I know this because Poppy Putin himself posted about this in the Night Slayer PvP Discord. He unfortunately deleted the comment before I could get a screenshot of it, but what I do have is screenshots of the person who approached him with my information confessing to it when my girlfriend called her out in a Twitch chat. This chick flat out admits to all of it. Oh yeah, and that chick fatherless? You guessed it, another ex-Most Wanted member. Fortunately, nothing ever happened with people knowing our address, and since then, me and my girlfriend moved to a different area. But it was scary, man. My girlfriend doesn't even want to take her dog out at night anymore. This is real shit, man. This isn't a joke, and it's all over a video game. So why should you believe me? I've given you a lot of information, but it seems so have they. At this point, from the outside looking in, it seems like a whole lot of he said, she said. That's why I infiltrated their guild, to show you guys firsthand that everything I'm saying about these people and their character is true. So how did I infiltrate them? That part was easy. First, I needed a new character. The Red Empire loves to world PvP, so of course I chose the best world PvP class, a mage. I even leveled engineering to 300 to make myself more appealing for them. Next,
300? I thought the max level in WoW was like 70 or something. What the fuck?
I chose the most brain-dead PvP spec I could find, Palm Pyro. This ensured that I could blow up noobs with ease without any practice whatsoever. After dialing in my UI and getting some gear, I was ready to go. The mage was ready to go, but I still needed a way in. I didn't yet have a plan. Soon enough, the perfect plan revealed itself. Poppy Putin announced a huge server-wide PvP event in the Night Slayer Discord set for July 5th, the invasion of Orgrimmar. And there it was, my golden opportunity to get in. When the invasion comes on the 5th, I will be there, lurking.
The night of the 5th came swiftly, and as promised, I headed to Orgrimmar, prepared to infiltrate their organization. I received intel that invites for their guild event had begun to go out. It's now time for action. I whispered them saying I was interested in the guild event, and not long after, I was in the raid group. But this raid group was for the public. I needed to go deeper. Next, I had to infiltrate their communications. Using an aged Discord account in which I had sourced and prepped beforehand, I was able to gain access to their comms via the link they posted for the raid. And there he was, right in front of me.
How many do we have? Spots do we have in raid?
Poppy Putin. The rest of this video is going to be pretty shocking, and I want to note that it may be triggering for some, so please proceed with caution. The version of this video that you're watching has likely been censored, so if you'd like to see the uncensored version...
Uncensored one! Well, oh, but you're on YouTube, never mind.
Yeah.
For further proof, please check the description of this video. It wasn't long after that when Poppy Putin's hate speech had begun.
This is going to be the largest realm event that this server has had. I saw this in a prophecy, that we were going to beam all of these transsexual, liberal, alliance player and if we have any rat from Big PvP, we are a better guild than you. We are absolutely
not the
going
prophecy.
to beam the fuck out of you. You are not going to kill a single fucking person in these 7 fucking raids. The Jajas will unleash blizzards down upon your children for thousands of years.
What the hell did I just walk into? Wow, what a great speech from the owner and leader of the Night Slayer Discord to get us pumped up for the
largest realm event that this server has had.
Real nice. Of course, it wasn't long until the racial slurs came out, hard R's and all.
He's just spamming ad breaks now. Don't give him revenue.
Yeah, fuck that stream.
Whoa.
Damn. Hard R and all.
Not good, guys. Not cool.
Holy crap. How are you going to invite the entire server to a PvP event and then drop hard R's before it even starts? But hold on a sec. Let me point out one thing. I am being accused of being a racist by someone who uses the hard R proudly in front of the entire server. Can you see now how fucking ridiculous this shit is? And people are believing it. There will always be a small amount of people who believe that shit without proof. But that's the entire reason why these people do this shit. This is the dark side of the internet. The people that see it in my comments, the people that see it in Facebook groups, the people that see it in Twitch streams, the people that see it shouted from the roofs of Orgrimmar, they don't know that this guy's a proud racist.
The roofs of Orgrimmar? Is that a place in WoW?
But you know who they will think is a racist?
My bad.
Me. It wasn't long after Poppy said the hard R himself that he instructed everyone in every raid to start shouting that Nightman is a racist in Orgrimmar once again.
Let's get a /yell. Nightman is racist. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What the fuck, bro?
Damn, that's insane.
That shit hurts, man. You know, I attach my identity to this whole content creation thing, and then to have someone just tear it down right in front of you because they don't like you, it fucking hurts. But you know what would make me feel better? Some gold. You are not going to believe this shit. So the Alliance were taking forever to get to Orgrimmar. At this point, we didn't even know if they were going to show up. So in order to keep people in the raid groups and to stop them from just leaving, Poppy Putin would periodically roll off different amounts of gold for people to win.
And have every raid roll for 200 gold.
I rolled a 97. I rolled a 97. They said they're gonna have every raid roll, and then the winner gets 200 gold. And I rolled high as fuck. Can you imagine I take their gold?
Everyone who won, you can trade me at the palm tree right there.
I'm gonna go trade them.
Iliad, Peanut, Hominy, Zura.
It's me.
Flash.
Let's go. 200 gold.
This is fucking retarded, by the way. What's fucking retarded?
Just keep going. We're getting
Let's
there.
fucking go.
Well, who knows? In chat said this is fucking retarded, by the way.
I got it. Oh my god. Let's go. Yup, that's right, Poppy Putin. I took your gold. And guess where it went? Right into the most wanted guild bank. Much appreciated. Deposit. 200 gold.
He snarked him, bro.
We're not 200 gold richer. Thank you, Red Empire. Much appreciated. Get wrecked. Honestly, I'm really happy I could inject some comedy into this, because otherwise it's been a really depressing video. But that being said, it didn't stay positive for long, because shortly after this happened, the event took a serious turn for the worse. You see, this event wasn't going as planned for the Red Empire. We waited about an hour and a half, and the Alliance were nowhere to be found. They didn't show up. The event was a flop.
I'm not exactly sure why the Alliance didn't show up to this event. I've been told by the leaders over on the Alliance side that the Red Empire just shouted a date and time at them and expected everybody to comply. I don't have anything to confirm that, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because the Red Empire and Poppy Putin were pissed and they needed someone to blame. Of course, you weren't going to find the Red Empire admitting their own failure for their flopped event. They needed someone to pin it on, which led them to their next target. This guy, a small streamer named Orc. This guy, Orc, is a brand new streamer. He's the guild master of an up-and-coming guild on Nightslayer called Final Strike, and he currently has 293 followers on Twitch. Orc was streaming live during the time of this event over on the Alliance side, which was supposed to be the group that was coming to fight the Red Empire. So when they didn't show up, they chose to pin the entire thing on him. What the Red Empire did next is going to look pretty familiar for you guys by now. It was around this time the Red Empire found Orc's stream and started using it to gain information on the Alliance to see whether they were coming or not.
Let's fucking follow Orc guy so fucking literally has in his stream title, The Invasion of Ogremar starting soon. We can change the stream title now. What a fucking
Whoa!
Unreal.
Change the stream title!
Yeah,
No way!
Just Stormwind Defense.
Yes!
Stormwind Defense. Actual fucking.
And there it was. They had their next target. Orc was not a key player in this event. He was just a streamer who was streaming the other side. He has 294 followers. He's a GM of a small guild. You think he's gonna rock up with enough people to counter a 300-man defense that Poppy Putin had organized? Hell no. But just like what had happened to me, they saw a target and they went for it.
Orc thinks he's slick, but he doesn't realize he's actually like literally killed his fucking guild in one night.
Yeah.
Like killed his fucking guild.
Hey, he griefed his own fucking guild trying to grief us. Like, what are you doing, you fucking
What? When I heard Poppy Putin say that Orc had killed his guild in one night, I knew exactly what he meant. I knew exactly what they were about to do to him. The same exact things they'd done to me. The Red Empire took to the Nightslayer Discord and began harassing
That's funny.
The stakes are pretty low here, I won't lie.
Wow.
But I hate snarkers, so I'm on this guy's side.
Okay.
Orc in the same way they'd done to me. They threatened his guild and his stream, called for everyone to report him and me, even though I had nothing to do with this, and ultimately used this community Discord server to terrorize someone once again. But of course, it didn't stop there. Orc ended up leaving the Nightslayer Discord, and since the Red Empire could no longer harass him there, they did exactly what they did to me. They sent their lackeys to his Discord. Using the Nightslayer PvP Discord server, they shared Orc's personal Discord server link in order to flood it with people to harass him. Poppy Putin himself took part in this, pinging everyone in his server, and a bunch of other Red Empire people joined in too. It looks like Orc had to ban a bunch of people from his Discord server and eventually turned off invites altogether. I want to remind you that this is not just guild v guild drama. This is the owner of the server Discord using that server Discord to target small streamers and send people after them. The Nightslayer Discord is not a safe place for the community. I don't know exactly what they posted within
Did this guy end up getting canceled or something? Is that why he had to expose these people, or because people were calling him racist? Or
Discord server, but as someone who's had them do this exact same thing done to me, I can bet you it was a bunch of racial slurs. Want to know why I think that?
Why?
Because of this comment right here.
He lost 90% of Twitch revenue.
Ah, gee. Looks familiar, doesn't it?
Really?
That's because that's the same exact shit they did to me. That's the exact same way that they started the Nightman is racist rumor, and now in front of our very eyes, we're watching them do it to someone else. This is what they do. This is how they harass people. This is how they go after content creators.
Moot
and it
thinks
works.
this is fine, by the way.
I know what it's like to go through this, and it sucks.
Oh,
All you
yeah.
can do is just hope they leave you alone.
This is just
But I
wow.
tried that, and it didn't work. So here we are. All that literally stemmed from the first event on the first day of me infiltrating them, by the way. I wasn't even in the guild yet, which leads me to the next phase of my mission. Even though I already had enough evidence to probably wrap up this entire case, I came here to infiltrate their guild, and that still needed to be done. So I sat and waited for the perfect moment to come, and just as I had planned, it finally did.
If anybody needs a PvP guild, please whisper anybody in the Red Empire if you would like to join.
Yeah, I could think of someone. That was actually way easier than I thought it was going to be, I'm not going to lie. But just like that, I was in. However, little did I know that what I would find behind the red curtain would be the most shocking discovery I've found yet.
Uh-oh.
When I set out to infiltrate the Red Empire, I knew I was going to find some pretty gnarly stuff. But to be honest, nothing could have prepared me for just how deep this stuff goes. Because there was another layer to the Red Empire that I needed to crack. Their Discord. And this one was much harder. You see, even though Poppy Putin was the owner of the Nightslayer Discord for the entire Nightslayer server, he also has his own personal Discord for his guild, the Red Empire, as well. Now that I was in their guild, I needed to blend in because my...
Wait, Hassan posted this retarded TikTok about Ukraine striking Iran and he's getting smoked in the comments.
Ukraine shot an Iranian commercial ship. Why?
What?
Is Ukraine doing this? Well, part of the reason why Ukraine is doing this is because it's in Ukraine's best interest, I guess, from Zelensky.
Oh my God, he's going to try to say Zelensky to simp for Trump?
Zelensky's calculation to operate as an American proxy in the region and try to get America to join the battle. Ukraine's security service, the SBU, said that Ukrainian forces struck an Iranian vessel transporting military cargo between Iran and Russia in the Caspian Sea. Iran's foreign ministry said that the target was a commercial vessel and that the attack had killed one sailor and injured another. Mark Ames says Zelensky knows that Ukraine's only path to victory against Russia is direct NATO and U.S. involvement. Biden reportedly used to complain about how Zelensky was trying to suck the U.S. into Ukraine, joining the U.S.-Israel war on Iran is Ukraine's best shot at World War III. Tridapar says Ukraine is not trying to just enter the war with Iran. Rather, it appears it is trying to merge the Ukraine war with the Iran war. I agree with this assessment. Do you think it'll work? Jesus. I don't know. I have a policy of not conducting analysis on the basis that world leaders are crazy. But unfortunately, world leaders are fucking crazy. Donald Trump is an insane person. Vladimir Putin is an insane person. And seemingly Zelensky is getting just as insane. It's very difficult to conduct sober analysis on events like this
analysis. Thank you, Hassan.
Top minds that are making these decisions are not listening to sober analysis. Do I believe that, Zelensky has military leadership that's telling him this is a stupid idea? Of course I do. Same with Donald Trump. We know that Donald Trump has the American intelligence community's own assessment that told him this was a fucking stupid idea. We know that Donald Trump had generals tell him in the room, this is a dumb fucking idea. Do not strike Iran. We will deplete our interceptors. We will deplete our standoff munitions. That happened because Donald Trump decided to be the one American president that listened to the Israeli leadership that has been begging and agitating for this war against Iran for decades. Ukraine shot an Iranian commercial ship.
Man, sure does seem like the U.S. and everybody in the West are the bad guys here. Apparently his comment section is blowing him up for that.
My mission was not done yet. So I did my best to seem like a normal guild member. I offered to help with heroics. I did my dailies any chance I could, just so I wasn't AFK in chat. I needed to seem normal because their Discord was under tight wraps. They weren't just gonna let anyone in, which you'll soon see was for pretty obvious reasons. When you join the Red Empire's Discord, you don't just automatically have access to the entire thing. You literally have to fill out a whole form, and then they have to review it and accept you in order for you to gain access. And in order to gain access, I was going to have to gain their trust.
Wait, real quick. I don't remember if this was Space Age or if this was the other big mod. Does your ship need to be aerodynamic? Does that impact your speed in the Factorio DLC, or does the shape not matter?
First. So after a few days of being the Red Empire's favorite Blood Elf baddie, I decided it was time to infiltrate their Discord. So I filled out the application as best as I could, and after about a day of waiting, I was in. That's right. I was behind the red curtain. The first channel
Hi, what's up?
Very short, but leftoids, hello Mutin by the way, leftoids right now are saying we are new Israel, like because we attacked the Iranian ship.
Yeah.
His uncle, Cenk, he said that basically Ukraine has become Israel. Actual quote, by the way. It's not me like coming up with shit. So I don't know, dude. Like we are the new Mossad, whatever.
Well, yeah. I mean, they've basically already kind of had this position, but it's not surprising, yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I say like that it's Israel, basically us trying to appeal to Israel, which is. When have we ever appealed to them? Like, yeah, Israel has like fuck all to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that's kind of funny. Just wanted to point that out. I saw Cenk doing this thing, and I was like, oh no, they're gonna do it now. They're gonna be like, it's the new Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody brought up, by the way, the legitimate reason to attack Iran. By the way, as if the whole Shahed thing doesn't exist. But
yeah.
They never bring it up.
Nope.
I never heard a single one bring it up, actually.
Just one side. That's how they work.
Yeah. Well, anyway. Yeah, that's all I wanted, pretty much.
Well, be careful. Stay safe.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Have fun, bye.
Went to after gaining access was this one. Their guild announcements. And what I would find next was truly shocking.
Oh, wait. Somebody linked the Cenk clip on this?
I'm done officially with support. Number one, I'm done officially with supporting the Ukrainians' war. So it's been a long time now. I don't know. They seem like they've been at war for about 18 years now. No Math Dragon on Twitch said, I'm still trying to figure out how Ukraine found out about an Iranian ship in the Caspian Sea. Ukraine is several hundred miles from the Caspian Sea. That was some great shooting. That's such a smart point, because how in the world did they get that intelligence? They got it from Israel, right? The second issue is that Ukraine has now become basically Israel. Now, why do I say that? We're a rare show that talks about this phenomenon. It's really important. Remember, Russia was helping Iran and Syria Israel needed Russia distracted so they could topple Bashar al-Assad. Oh wait, that happened, didn't it?
It did. Yeah.
During the Ukraine-Russia war, and that Iran couldn't be helped when Iran was attacked. Oh right, that also happened during the Ukraine-Russia war. So Ukraine and Israel working together to keep Russia busy so that Israel can attack its neighbors and take more territory. So before that was apparent to people who were paying attention. Now it's more than apparent. It's obvious because Ukraine is literally joining the war and attacking Iran. Right?
Yeah, Russia invading was wrong, but I think that it's a mistake to think that Russia invaded for no reason at all, and that there was no provocation in the lead up to that, especially as it pertains to, you know, the very overt discussions that were taking place at these international conferences about Ukraine joining NATO.
Top minds. We got the top minds working on this, guys.
Number one.
Damn. This is pretty rough, though, for Ukraine, because we all know that Cenk and Anna were the biggest supporters of the West and the biggest supporters of Ukraine against Russia there, but...
Because their guild announcements aren't just guild announcements.
I do like, though, by the way, that it's totally justified for the Houthis to unironically hijack civilian ships that have nothing to do with anything with Israel or anything, but they're like, well, this is because Israel is committing a genocide. Like, that's actually totally okay. But shooting ships that are shipping weapons to a country that is at war with you, that's like definitely not okay. But all right.
They're lists of every guild in which they've attacked. So I'm just going through these announcements in the Red Empire Discord, and they are truly unhinged. I just wanted to read a few of these for you guys. Our short war with Golden Boys, must be another guild, is over. It ended in total absolute victory for the Empire. They ceased to exist. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, wow. This is the message that I sent in my Discord server when I was initially pissed off at Poppy Putin for banning me from the Night Slayer Discord. Look, that was the day he sent everyone into my Discord server. Look at this one.
What? Hey, what's up?
Lie, he did say it. Also, what are we gonna do now? Cenk is no longer supporting us. I don't know what to do, man.
Well, I don't know. Good luck.
What people ever supported us? I was literally on a fucking Peter. Oh, sorry, not Peter. Fucking how's his called? Piers Morgan. With him, he was against supporting Ukraine. Then it was years ago.
Oh yeah, or it's the only support is literally just like war bad, and everybody should try to find a peaceful solution. Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if that's support, then fucking keep it. And also, Kasperian is sprayed up insane, by the way. About she's like full on Azov battalion queen. Very Armenian of her, but what can you do? Anyway, yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know what we're gonna do. Leftists are saying we're Israel now. They were our biggest supporters, but now they're gonna drop the support.
Yep, just like when they were holding the vote hostage for anybody over whatever Israel, Russia, like they were ever going to vote anyway. Yeah. Not good.
I like how he opened with the I'm done with supporting Ukraine.
Yeah, very dramatic.
How does that work on people? I just have no idea. Like, how are the viewers watching this and they're like, have you ever like supported Ukraine? Have you ever spoken about it? Even yeah, it's just very, very strange. But yeah, anyway, I guess it's just all Israel at the end of the day, and we all just are dogs of the Mossad. Okay, we are the dogs.
The play of Israel-Palestine. We're all actors on the stage for it now.
And the fact that our president is a Jewish is like extra cherry on the top, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, you don't even need to try to make the connection with the they. The they being the Jews, dude. I actually watched a little bit of that. I didn't have the time to watch the whole thing, but I watched that crazy ass, absolutely insane dude reacting to you, like the anti-Semitic dude.
Oh, the Professor Dave guy or whatever, yeah.
Bro, like it's just one last thing I will say. Like, I would be shocked, genuinely, if I ever seen anyone talk like 1% of that vitriol about Russians.
Yeah, or Palestinians or Arabs or anything. Yeah, it's always like, you can always tell directionally like what they're aimed at when the type of discourse they're willing to accept or engage in about a certain people. Like, look at how many people will call you Islamophobic if you just say things that... I mean, how many times has Hassan called people Islamophobic? And nobody even views Hassan as being Muslim or Arab. The guy looks like a fucking white dude in America. Like, in America, he does at least. Like, nobody actually considers him, like, Islamic. And, yeah. But you can just say the most unhinged shit you want about other types of people as long as you're couching it in, like, leftist-friendly terms.
Like, it's just a little bit insane. Like, I don't think like Vosh trips me the fuck out, but I already told you that. But this is like the same thing. You can be like, the goddamn apocalypse drivers, they want to drag the entire world into the apocalypse. They just want to kill Arabs. All they want is to exterminate. And you're like, bro, this is like so insane. Like, it's the same people that fucking try to bully the fuck out of me when I basically called Russian fascist.
Yeah.
Like, this is, anything I said about Russians is 20 million times tamer
than what these guys say about anything. Than
what they say about the Jews in terms of generalizing. Like, lectured the fuck out of me about the whole fucking generalizing and how dangerous it is, and and I'm like,
and then Vosh will go on stream and be like, so this is why Hebrew is actually the colonizer language, and they should all go back to speaking Yiddish. And it's like, what the fuck?
What?
Oh, you didn't see that? Oh, yeah. No, Vosh's takes on Israel have gotten insane. Like, it's like I used to debate a lot of neo-Nazis, and these guys are way, way, way past what I even heard like neo-Nazis talking about. It's pretty insane where the rhetoric has gotten on their side. Yeah.
Dude, it's just I'm not Jew, and I'm just like, what in the actual shit? It's like, especially like in terms of like anti-Semitism, at least open anti-Semitism is very, you don't do it, due to the history of like World War II and all of that, obviously here. And it's just so wild. And what's the most annoying about this part is like, I can't get over it. I know I don't want to make it about like myself or like Ukraine all the time, but I can't get over that this is the same people who lectured us about Azov and who lectured us about Poland Russians orcs. The invading ones, by the way.
One thing you have to realize is that all of the like hand-wringing they do over topics, none of it really has to do with the affected groups. It has to do with the targeting groups. So, for instance, they don't care about Arabs. They just care when Western forces attack Arabs. This is why they talk so much about Israel or Palestine, but they won't talk about like Assad or Houthis or Iraq, Iran. Like, they don't ever talk about like inter-Arab conflicts. They only talk about Western people killing Arabs. Or when it came time for criticizing Ukraine, they actually don't care that Azov were anti-Semitic or Nazis or whatever the fuck. What they care about is that they were Western-aligned forces, right? So, like, they would view it as, like, Germany versus the Soviet. Those are the only things they care. Now, they always couch it in terms of, like, oh, like, we are opposed to anti-Semitism, but they're not. They're just opposed to, like, white identitarianism, white nationalism, when it is, like, Western-aligned. So, yeah.
Yeah, problem is that people say, are you saying that Vosh is a Nazi? They told me. And I'm like, no, I'm saying he's an anti-Semite. Those are not the same. Like,
Sure.
Nazi, sure, there is an important element to Nazism, anti-Semitism, right? But most of all, it's a white supremacy.
Sure.
I'm not calling him a white supremacist, because he isn't one, obviously.
Yeah.
But you can be an anti-Semite and a leftist, easy peasy. There's absolutely no problem there.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, historically, they were, so yeah.
Yeah, of course. Soviet Union was anti-Semitic as fuck, obviously, right? But yeah, it's just not the people. Just in their minds, it's just all connected, and they're like, no, if you're leftist, then you are Nazis, and you can't be an anti-Semite. But the problem is that you are anti-Nazis because you are against white supremacy.
Yeah.
You're not against anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, if anything, it actually ties really well, because in the Soviet Union, it was like all about them fucking bourgeois, elites, the capitalist, the ruling class, all that shit. Like, and it's easy as fuck to tie that with Jews, like in terms of like conspiracy and things like that, right?
Yeah.
And if anything, that's what actually was done by the communists in the Soviet Union in particular. But anyway, it's just some wild shit, and I was like, is this like real life? Is this allowed and this is normalized? Like, if I understand perfectly now why the Jews are like, fuck that shit, we're not listening to literally anyone. We will just defend ourselves over here. Like, I'm not because like, how else would you not see this as who will come to defend you with this attitude? Like, nobody.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just sad, because I think the same thing is happening a little bit in Ukraine right now. To agree with Cenk, I guess. We are becoming Israel, because people talk like that now. I hear that they're like, we don't care about what they think. We don't care about like being, nice and play by the rules anymore. We have to abandon that, because like at the end of the day, we only can rely on ourselves to defend us. And I don't know. It's just it's not a good talk in my opinion because I don't want us to be like Israel, obviously.
Sure.
But yeah, I don't know. It's just I don't know how to tell them. Like, how do I argue with that?
Yeah.
When like facts are against that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Pretty not good. Pretty bad. Yeah.
Are you getting like now? Will you be getting like giga harassed by this guy's community, or is he's not that like big of a deal, or like I don't know.
Professor Dave?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. It's just more. He's just cringe as fuck. I mean, he's in league with all the other like kind of lefty people when it comes to like Israel Palestine, so it's not gonna be anything new.
It's just him tripped me up because I think he pronounces things with such obvious hatred.
Yeah,
you know?
He is very like that's kind of like his style or his shtick or whatever, is to be like the super bully debate lord guy. But it is funny then that he fucking avoids me like the plague.
When it's against the whole fucking group of people, it's a completely different feeling, though. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and it just comes off as like a genuine like fucking hatred and vitriol towards the group of the people, and I think it's true. I think that's how he feels. So yeah, it's just kind of like the way that it was normalized just is so off-putting. And yeah, it's the same thing with the people are like, "Whoa, how dare you? You know, Wash is like pro-Ukraine." And it used to work on me, by the way, because I was like, "Well, yeah, he's the one good leftist, blah blah blah," you know. And then I was like, recently, I was like, "Why am I hyping the person up for doing the basic bare minimum?"
Yeah.
Like not being like super hateful towards Ukraine or like giga pro-Russian. Why am I like, oh my god, let's clap like seals, a leftist that isn't a Russophile, wow. Like it's some sort of like amazing achievement, a gift to humanity, you know?
Yeah.
And then I was like, is he really though? In a sense, because yes, he's not pro-Russian by any means, certainly not. But like Dylan went to his stream like somewhat recently, I think a couple months ago. And he have not updated any knowledge about the war. Wash, I mean. He didn't know nothing about what's happening in the recent years. Like, how much should I believe that he cares if he doesn't talk about it whatsoever? And he is also peddling pro-Russian talking points sometimes still. For example, Dylan has to actually roll his eyes and correct him when he was like, oh, poor Russians, you know, dying by millions and, you know, just basically they're forced, maybe they will like rebel against it when the conscription, you know, stops, or sorry, when the conscription gets worse and stuff like that. And Dylan is like, you know, they are not conscripted. They're going there for money. They're like getting paid and they're fighting for money. And he's like, yeah? And tell me, if a guy is genuinely like so mega pro-Ukraine, how the fuck does he not know that Russians are fighting for money? Whereas, by the way, Israelis actually have forced conscription.
Sure. Yeah.
And like, he's so comfortable with calling all of them, you know, what he says. I don't really want to repeat that shit, to be honest. But like, when someone is like, those like fucking Russian cunts who are like killing people and looting and raping for money, he's like all in his up in arms about it. So how am I supposed to understand this?
Yeah, I think you can tell a lot about a person by how much they care about a particular thing sometimes, yeah. It's just lip
Yeah, and
service,
I'm not
basically.
saying that people should, like, you know, it's ought to, that they have to talk about Ukraine or like advocate for it, or that they have to be like, if they support one cause, they have to support another cause. I'm not saying, like, you can be obviously like, I don't know, care about Palestine and not care about Ukraine. Like, it's fine, you know. I'm not saying that it should be there are plenty of pro-Ukraine people that don't give a fuck about like Palestine, Israel. That's fine. Like, I don't demand that. But it's just, yeah, that's just to present him as some like super mega pro-Ukraine guy. I don't know if you don't know the basic things about it. Are you? If you never speak about it, are you? If you have this like insane vitriol against Israel that is like fucking, you know, degenerate scum that want to destroy the world, pig dogs inbred, whatever the fuck, all of that, right? And then you never even say that, like, I don't know, the fraction of the vitriol you don't have for Russia, then how am I supposed to think about it?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I'm still about that retarded children thing. I don't know. It's just, I don't know how you deal with this shit. Like, nobody has responsibility for anything. And you shouldn't expect people to know things. You shouldn't expect people to... That guy, by the way, the baldy guy, you talked about for like 4 hours. I dipped. I couldn't take that anymore. I'm sorry.
Which one?
But you then... The bald guy, the one that is like PISSCO light.
Hutch?
Sherveen?
No.
No,
Sherveen,
that's just
Sherveen. Oh, yeah, okay.
that fucking guy who I was talking about with on your stream.
Yeah.
And he was like later then, and he was like, yeah, of course I care about Ukraine, but like then I don't, because like it's not as big of a deal as Gaza, because like there's so little human victims by comparison. And I'm like,
yeah, that was kind of.
And you like corrected him, good job, but how he doesn't know that?
Sure. Yeah.
Because he doesn't give a fuck. He just doesn't have the balls to say it. Just say I don't give a fuck. Like Ukraine, white people fighting, whatever. I don't
There's
give a
way
fuck.
more victims in Ukraine, right?
Yes.
Like it's not even
Yeah.
close.
Oh yeah.
But that's like a whole other thing. I'm not saying he should know the number or anything, but like he pretends to. Like he, of course, when that's why he's okay with the Chevalier candidate. That's why he's okay with the Mamdani thing, because ultimately he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care that much about NATO. He doesn't care that much about whatever the fuck happens with Ukraine. That's not his priority. But instead of saying that, they pretend like it's just, I don't know. It annoys me. It's same with Josiah, by the way, and other people like that. They just don't care that much that those people are fucking Stalinists. I don't know why they can't say. I don't know. Yeah, it annoys me.
Yeah.
What do you think? Am I tripping? Am I conspiratorial?
No, I mean, I've been fighting these people a lot the past few weeks, so yeah, obviously it annoys me a lot as well, yeah. Pretty dumb.
Yeah, but I just don't want to be like this. People say, oh, you're crazy and shit like that. And I'm like, I don't know, am I? Like, because like people are, for example, when people like tell you, like you argue with Trumpists, like, and you be like, Trump this anti-constitutional thing, Trump this illegal thing, Trump this did and that. He's completely unqualified to be the president. It should be everything he does should be disqualifying. And then the MAGA guy is like, yeah, he did this thing. I don't agree with this thing, but he says some things I agree with though.
And you're like that. Come in.
Yeah, well, I have to leave in like 6 minutes, so I gotta. Yeah. Also, I need to.
Bye.
I also need to finish this video too. So okay, be careful.
Absolute escape. Yeah. Bye.
Yeah. Thanks, Lobby. Bye.
Holy crap. Every guild that has crossed us either ceased to exist, dodges, or slithers into the shadows. This is not propaganda, these are facts. Look, they just list a bunch of other guilds that they've harassed. This is him, the man who disbanded Golden Boys, The Guard, Game Over, Delete, and many other guilds whose names I don't even recall, Breaker of Coalition, and the bane of all streamers. He just flat out is proud of it, dude. We are the guild killers. We are the Discord bombers. The boogeymen of Classic. Yeah. We are the content killers, the guild destroyers, the rightful owners of Nightslayer. We are supreme. Every guild crumbles to us. The Guard, dead. Golden Boys, defeated. ISR, farmed. Big PvP, forced to hide in cities and play on private servers.
Sound kind of badass.
IE Dorks Guild, globaled. Most Wanted, essentially disbanded. That's not true. In fact, Most Wanted has had more people online than the Red Empire lately. War, violence, beams, slurs. It took every ounce of strength within my body not to die from cringe while reading those announcements. But if I learned anything from reading the Red Empire's announcements, it's that their harassment towards me, or Most Wanted, my guild, is not special at all. We're just one of dozens, or who knows how many guilds that they've done this to. This is their entire thing. The Red Empire is a guild that prides themselves in destroying other guilds. Not through PvP. This is not fun in-game stuff. They do this through harassment, through rumors, through lies and deception, on social media, Discord. This has nothing to do with PvP. This is an organization that was solely created to spread hate and toxicity under the guise of a PvP guild. In a game that's supposed to be about the community. How could something like this exist for so long? Actually, I know exactly how, and I'll tell you a lot more about that a little bit later. Because for now, there's still plenty to uncover in this Discord server. Oh wow, look at this. This is where this guy posted a YouTube video about me, literally saying all the stuff that they've said, how I'm a racist and all that, and then posted it to YouTube, and I had to get a copyright strike taken down. This is their reaction. Look at this. Claimants, Nightman LOLs, that's right, get wrecked. This video repeatedly uses my copyright logo. Well, it did. As I was scrolling through the Red Empire's Discord server, I noticed this term being repeatedly used. They call it N-bombing. So naturally being curious, I decided to do a little search on the word bomb to see what I would find. Bomb this Discord with your favorite slur, and then he tags the whole server. It's a big PvP server. Wow. Another Discord server. Bomb this now. All in, full retard. At everyone. I don't know who server it is because they turned off invites. This guy snitched on me for N-bombing him, and then died 30 seconds later. Some Twitch streamer. I think I know what N-bombing is. Aw man. No hit Jerome. What? 100 gold per Jerome grief / kill on stream. 100 gold if you bomb his Discord on stream. 500 gold if you wipe his raid on stream. Punish this freak. I want to see him unable to play the game. This is our current mission. Make me proud, comrades. Dude, Jerome doesn't deserve that. They're giving out gold for people who will grief him and say the N-word on his stream. What the fuck? Some random posted your bomb, LMAO, and he tags the guy who did it. This guy lusts. Nightman is a doxer? Wait.
Hey, Nightman, why are you dodging, doxing, fuck?
This is the one that I was there for.
Get that.
This is the one that happened to me when I was raiding Naxxramas, and this is the guy who did it. Lusts. N-bomb incoming, letting everyone know to go watch it happen live. So this is something they do regularly, on a regular basis to streamers. They come into their stream and they yell the N-word. I don't even have words for this man. And the fact that they're just doing it out here in the open is the craziest part to me. I talked to some of the streamers that this has happened to, and they told me that their VODs on Twitch were taken down for having the N-word in them because of this. And I'm wondering if that's one of the reasons they do this to begin with. Regardless, these streamers can't hang out in their own personal Discords with their community anymore. They now have to keep their Discord servers locked down and vet every member they get into comms with because they're afraid that that person's gonna just be someone from the Red Empire who's gonna scream the N-word while they're streaming live. You can't make this shit up, man. If that's not enough proof for you, just wait till you see what I found next. I heard from people before I got into the Red Empire that their soundboard in Discord was atrocious, and I just had to see it for myself. This next part was really risky because I actually had to join a voice channel, and at any second, one of them could have just joined in and started talking to me or asking me questions. So I waited until 3:35 a.m. and then I joined a voice channel.
Okay.
They literally have recordings of them doing their Discord bombs in their soundboard. They even have one titled Poppy, which by the voice in the title, I can only assume is Poppy Putin doing it himself. What's crazy is literally as I was going through their soundboard at 3 in the morning, I was AFK and WoW on another window, and they're literally spamming my name and saying that I'm racist when I tab over. As I'm going through their Discord, listening to them scream the N-word. The irony. Even at 3 in the morning, these guys do not take a break. Luckily, I was able to get in and out of there before anyone had noticed me. From what I've seen, there's deeper layers to the Red Empire Discord that I could probably infiltrate if I stuck around longer, but at this point, I've seen all that I need to see. However, just when I was about to put a bow on this entire case, Poppy Putin announces another guild event. And of course, I was curious. So come Tuesday at 7 p.m. server, I was online and waiting. But what I wasn't prepared for was Poppy Putin's post trying to hype everyone up. Tell my liars, thieves, and convicted felons be online at 7 p.m. server, and look at what he posted. The Red Empire, Horde Soviet guild, built on lies, powered by theft. Loyalty is a tool. Deceit is a weapon. Crime is our creed. If you'd ask Poppy Putin in the Red Empire, I'm sure they would tell you that this is just roleplay. But at what point is this roleplay when you're using deceit to completely ruin people's image with lies that you've made up out of thin air? This is not roleplay. This is something that they actually do. They take this stuff outside of game and they use deceit as a weapon in order to dismantle their enemy guilds. They actually have an entire term in which they've coined for this that they call, I shit you not, Discord PvP. Time and time again, you will see them use this term in regards to the harassment that they do to people outside of game in Discord. And normally with most toxic guilds, you would think this would be pretty easy to not engage with. However, Poppy Putin, the Red Empire's guildmaster, is the owner of the entire Night Slayer server Discord. So it's really not easy to avoid these guys. Historically, the server Discord was supposed to be a tool for the community, a resource for players either looking for a raid or trying to find a group, to sell items and services. This is what the community Discord server is supposed to be for. However, since the Red Empire has taken ownership of the Night Slayer Discord, it has been used primarily for Discord PvP, to the point where they now have an entire section dedicated to it called the Hall of Shame. This is a section of the Discord server where they essentially shame members of the community for any wrongdoing that they may have done. And while a portion of the reasons they're shaming people are legit, like ninja looting, etc., a good amount of these shame posts are not legitimate. Poppy Putin knows that deceit is a weapon, so he uses the Hall of Shame category as a weapon against anyone who may go against him. This is where he made the post about me and then pinged all 32,000 members of the server. And I'm not the only one. They're making posts about a lot of people. I can't confirm which of their claims within the Hall of Shame posts are legit or not. I'll let you guys be the judge of it, but it's very evident that this is something in which he does. Anyone who stands against Poppy Putin or talks shit about him will get the most wanted treatment. This has happened to me, and this has happened to other people. Go see it for yourself. Seeing Poppy Putin's deceit is a weapon post in their Discord before the event made me realize how important it is to have to make this point that I just did. These guys know what they're doing. They acknowledge it, and they're gonna keep doing it. But we're supposed to be at this guild event, so let's get an invite. Let's whisper Sledgehammer. All right, we're in. It was time to go undercover once again. And once again, I needed to infiltrate their communications. However, this time wasn't going to be as easy because unlike last time when it was the entire server in voice comms with them, this time it's just me and the guild in close quarters. So I needed to be as inconspicuous as possible. I waited until the time was right, and then I infiltrated their Discord communications. Everyone had rolled out, and I was told we were headed to Netherstorm. So I took off and started to head there myself. And what they ended up doing when I got there was pretty toxic. The event was literally just camping the graveyard at Tempest Keep.
Oh, those are
For those that don't know, just to give you guys some context, this floating thing right here is the raid Tempest Keep. If you die in that raid, you spawn down here in the graveyard, but the thing is you spawn there alive. So if someone was to gank you at this graveyard, you wouldn't be able to get back up into your raid until that person stopped ganking you or you somehow escaped. That's all they did for 2 hours. But you could bet eventually it took a turn and became even more toxic. And I want to make this clear, I'm not against camping the Summoning Stone or the graveyard at Tempest Keep. I mean, it is a PvP server after all, but after 2 hours, it does get a little bit repetitive. However, I was instantly glad I came because I finally got to put a character name to the face of the guy who made up the entire Nightman is Racist rumor. Remember this part from the beginning? This guy, Coach, otherwise known as Hundo, when he joined the raid group, I finally got to put a character name to the name on Discord.
See Hundo's Warlock summon, please.
And look at how he asked for a summon in raid chat.
I don't want to hear it. You're in a racist guild, all right?
But even though the slurs were already flying, the event eventually took a turn to become even more toxic. How could camping a graveyard outside of a raid be even more toxic, you ask? Well, it all started when a person from their rival guild, Big PvP, showed up at the graveyard.
Big PvP? One him up.
Don't tell the healers.
Out of range, some fucking Big PvP shitter warrior.
Is that the guy that's been... Dude, wait, didn't we kill him like 2 hours ago here?
Oh, he's dead again.
Now, I want to preface all this by saying that this guy was nobody special within Big PvP. Big PvP has over 1,000 members across multiple expansions. This was just some random guy amongst their members. However, since he had that Big PvP guild tag, they decided to target him.
Where's Buddy go?
I don't know, actually. Yeah, so here in the rock, in the rock.
Here, wait, I want to see him, see him. Don't kill this guy, don't kill this guy. Full CC, kidnap. Do not kill him.
Is this just like the equivalent of like griefing people during like guild events or something to make sure they can't? Okay.
Instead of just ganking this guy once or twice and then letting him get back to his raid, Poppy Putin chose to do what he called kidnapping. This is where they'll use various forms of crowd control to make it so this guy infinitely loses control of his character. Their plan wasn't to kill him, it was to keep him stuck there indefinitely.
You're not done him. Why are people doubting him?
They CC'd this guy over and over and they would not let him leave.
Oh my god, and he's a tank.
Is he really their tank? No,
I think so, dude. Yeah, he has a killer sword.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We just kidnapped the raid's tank.
Well, my controller and put a renew on.
They could tell by his gear that this guy was a tank. Imagine doing a raid and your tank is held up outside because he's getting endlessly harassed by the Red Empire because of his guild tag.
Yeah, I saw him going to TK earlier.
He's trying to run away. He's trying so hard to run away.
No, he's got no 20, 30 minutes.
I reviewed my whole recording and it was about 30 minutes that they did this for, which is definitely enough time for your raid group to drop you. And even when some of the raid members suggested to kill this guy in a funny way, Poppy Putin just insisted on keeping him stuck there.
How do we take our weapons off and just punch him to death? Just jump him?
No, don't kill him at all. Just like this.
Kill the bowman on him. He's got a bowman on him.
Kill that bowman.
We just want to keep getting the polys off so we can keep getting his health back up.
Eventually, this dude just gave up and logged out.
He logged out. This motherfucker logged out.
But even though this guy all that board and literally logged out, Poppy Putin wasn't done harassing him yet.
I killed now, right? Before you.
No, he's not in the game anymore.
Okay.
Don't kill him, no, don't kill him, no. All right, like 5 people stay right there. He's gonna come back in. Everybody else will go back to the zone.
Even though this guy literally logged out of the game, Poppy Putin stationed 5 of us there to wait just in case he decided to come back. And since they could no longer
wait, how do I see all the fucking planets? I want to make this thing fly to some other fucking planet. See if we can do it.
Ask this guy in game. Poppy Putin did what he does.
Oh, true. They did sound like just a laugh. Oh my god, the snarker laugh.
He's a nice player.
Yes, everybody tag him. Everybody tag him.
So of course, Poppy Putin and his cronies rushed to the PvP server Discord to harass this guy further and taunt him for being camped out of the game. But it wasn't long until he came back to try and see if he could make it to his raid.
We have 5 people waiting.
Right now?
Yeah, they're in the pit.
Let's see if he comes back in. Over there.
He's back.
You
Do
can
it,
get in there.
don't kill him.
The second he came back, they were right there waiting to keep him infinitely CC'd so he could never return to his raid.
I knew he was gonna come back in on the same layer. Here, just keep
Click
holding.
the hub.
Yeah, kill one chase and bring back further away. I'm gonna Nova him right here. He's Nova. We get mind control.
Eventually, this dude realized they weren't gonna let him go, and he's probably been kicked out of his raid by now, so he just called it quits altogether.
He did it again. He held it for it again.
This is funny because their raid's probably waiting on this.
Look at them. They're excited. They're
Imagine being like the main tank and like the whole raid's fucking waiting for you.
There he goes.
Yeah, you're the first that I've ever done.
Space map. Oh.
For the rest of the event, I never saw the guy log back in. I don't know what happened to him, but if I can only guess, he was probably kicked out of his raid group and probably didn't finish Tempest Keep that night. This is more than just PvP. This is more than just camping someone. This was griefing his entire raid night. This is something that players look forward to all week and specifically carve out time in their schedules for. For all we know, that was just some dad on a one night week he gets to play the game. But because he was in the wrong guild.
Wow. This is regular WoW
At the wrong
shit.
place
They're
at the wrong time,
snarking
he
it,
got griefed by the
bro.
Red Empire until he had to log out of the game twice. And if that isn't bad enough, the owner of the whole server Discord starts spam tagging him with his cronies to rub it in. If anything, this just showed me that it doesn't matter who you are or what you do. The Red Empire will target anyone that's convenient for them. From what I saw, they continued messing with him the next day in Discord, but he didn't give them much of a reaction, which was smart because if he did, it could have gotten much worse.
Set the planet as a station? Well, I know you can do that. Is that really the only way to do it? That seems kind of cringe.
Once the event was over, Poppy Putin made a guild announcement saying that he was proud of everyone in the guild and that they will keep pushing these guilds to the breaking point. So I've made a lot of claims about the Red Empire, and now it's time to finally address all their claims against me. In the Red Empire's campaign against me, they've said several things, all of which I'm going to address right now. The first, and in my opinion, most frustrating thing they've been saying about me is that I'm a racist. They've been saying this to basically anyone.
Go back and put the video normal. That's literally Jew Stalker. There's no way. There's no way he has
talking
time.
about the World PvP graveyard camping. He's not. That's not.
Okay.
Who could possibly come in contact with me, and they just say DM me for proof, and then when you DM them, they never reply to you. The reason why this is so frustrating is because most people don't look that far into it. They just hear, oh, that guy's a racist, damn, fuck that guy, and that's their stance that they take. I've seen it literally happen to people that I know. People who I weren't that close with, like acquaintances within the WoW community, have taken a stance against me because they think I'm a racist, and that sucks. That hurts because the truth is, I've never said a racist thing in my life. There's nothing sus I said on stream. There's no text. There's no proof. There's nothing. Me and my officers work really hard to make sure our community is inclusive. We've kicked people out of the guild for using slurs before. I literally found Red Empire members in their Discord talking about how they left my guild because they were told not to use slurs. At the end of the day, this was something that they said purely to rage bait me. They'd even flat out admit this, and it worked. It got me. They saw that it made me upset, so they used that as their ammunition. How the fuck was I supposed to know they were gonna be shouting it from the rooftops? Could I have handled being rage baited better? Sure, yeah, I can admit that. I definitely could have. Lesson learned there. I've only been a content creator for like 13 months. How was I supposed to know that people would take things this far? But since we're on the topic of racism, I just want to take a moment to say that their open and proud use of these slurs as if it's some kind of funny joke is the most cringe shit that I've ever seen in my entire life. What is this, fucking 1906? What are you, 13 years old in a freaking Call of Duty lobby? You guys are 40, and you need to get your shit together. This shit's disgusting. Racism is not a joke. The N-word is not a meme. Do better. The WoW community is supposed to be for everyone. You think Classic Plus is gonna thrive when someone joins the server Discord and the owner of the whole server calls him the N-word? Hell no. As long as people like this are running our community, Classic Plus is cooked. It doesn't matter how good the game is. If shit like this is able to fly within our community,
How do I scroll down on the side?
All right, the next thing they've been saying in their campaign against me is that I've made IRL threats against them. I'm just gonna keep this part simple. Nothing I've said was a threat. It's really easy to take things out of context, but as someone who's had my address shared online and sent to anyone who may dislike me by people with foul intentions, I will defend myself and my family if anybody comes to my home. All right, the next thing they've been saying about me is that I'm a doxer, which I think is hilarious considering I'm the one who's personally been doxed. But they're saying it, so let's address it. But before we do that, let's define doxing. Doxing is the act of publicly exposing someone's private or identifying information like their home address, phone number, or workplace without their consent. The reason the Red Empire is calling me a doxer is because of these screenshots right here. These are screenshots of what was supposed to be a private conversation in a private chat that got leaked to the Red Empire, where I am clearly trying to find Poppy Putin's IRL name. In these screenshots, I literally say that I'm not going to harm anyone, and that once I have the name, I'm suing the brakes off of this dude. I'm an up-and-coming content creator, and all of a sudden, people are spam whispering my community lies saying that I'm a racist. So I'm lost. I had no idea what to do. So I made an appointment to go sit down with a lawyer to see what my options were. That lawyer told me that if all I had was the name Poppy Putin from World of Warcraft, I wouldn't have a leg to stand on. I needed a real name to connect these things to. And at first, it was just about protecting my name and my image and my brand from these lies that they made about me. But then it eventually turned to full-on harassment, where they follow me to every online platform I go. So yes, I did go looking for his name. Not to harass him, not to send it to anyone, not to dox him, but to protect myself and my family. In case anything were to happen to us. I didn't share any of his information with anyone other than the proper authorities. So no, I am not a doxer. All right, the last claim they're making about me is that I was conspiring to mass report people.
Well,
yep, I did that. Didn't expect that, did you? Well, let me tell you why. I have been trying to contact Blizzard about the harassment that I've been receiving from these people and other people for the better part of 2 years now. Myself and my community have submitted dozens of tickets to Blizzard about this, and every single time without fail, we get an AI response telling us to right-click their name in-game and click the report button. There's no one out there to hear what we have to say. We've tried right-clicking their name in-game. It does nothing. So we went online and tried to submit tickets. That doesn't work either. I literally went to LinkedIn and paid for a premium account just to message the WoW devs and see if they would hear me out, but I never got a reply. You can literally go look for yourself on the Blizzard website and try and submit a ticket, and there is literally no way to submit a ticket for harassment. What are you supposed to do when there's not even an option to submit a ticket for harassment on their website? This game has been completely abandoned by Blizzard. If you are being targeted or harassed, there's virtually nothing you can do to contact Blizzard to get somebody to help you. They have completely replaced their reporting systems with AI, so it seems you can get away with virtually anything in this game as long as you don't say anything that the AI will specifically pick up on. And the Red Empire knows this. Their officers literally have to remind people in Discord not to use slurs at people in game, otherwise they'll get banned, which is why they harass people elsewhere with slurs, like Twitch and social media and Discord. But the harassment is still going on in game. And when you try to go to Blizzard to explain what's happening to you, there's no one there to hear you out. So after exhausting literally all of my options trying to contact Blizzard, I heard that there was a way to mass report people in game to get players banned. So I went looking for information on how to do that, and that got back to Poppy Putin and the Red Empire. So of course they added that to the list of things they shout about me. Do I think I should be the one who decides whether players get banned or not? Hell no. But when the game has been completely abandoned and there's no one there to help you out in cases like this, what else are you supposed to do? I'm not just gonna sit here while myself and my community gets harassed. For what it's worth, after looking into how to mass report people, I found that it's not nearly as easy to do it as the community may think. And if you don't want to take my word for it, well, they're all still here, aren't they? I found that it doesn't work that way. You can't just mass report someone to get them banned. As far as I'm concerned, mass reporting people to get them banned is probably a myth, which is definitely for the best, because if it was real, people like Poppy Putin would for sure be using it to ban anybody they came across. So did I conspire to mass report people? Technically, yes. But did anyone ever get banned? Clearly not, considering my ass still gets harassed by the same people on a daily basis. So you can hate me for that if you want, but to be honest, after everything I've been through in this game recently, I really don't give a shit.
Damn.
I know that was a ton of information to unpack, so if you made it this far, I just want to personally thank you for hearing me out and listening to my story. These past few months have been a nightmare for me and my girlfriend to go through. And even though we still have a lot of good people in our corner, we felt pretty alone through this entire thing, because I don't think the majority of the community understood exactly how bad this was. Which leads me to a really important point that I want to make. This is not just a toxic guild problem.
I can't wait
this
for
is a
the
community
Poppy
problem.
video.
If I learned one thing from this whole experience, it's that Blizzard is not coming to save us. Blizzard has abandoned this community. The only ones who can do anything to make this community
So
a better
you're not
place
gonna
is
go
us,
join
the
the
people
Whick
that exist
channel?
within it, that are there every single
No.
day. But people are pack animals,
I
and
got
people want a
shit
sense
to
of
do.
belonging. When an overwhelming majority within a community has a certain
What
set of
movie are you
ideas,
gonna
people
go
may
watch?
change the way they act or behave in order to align more with the majority of people, so they have a sense of belonging within that community. When the majority are the people in charge and they're spreading ideas of hate, things can get really messy. This is how really terrible things have happened throughout human history, and I can't help but notice that this is a recurring theme that's happening within the WoW Classic community. The amount of people who I once thought were chill dudes who are now spamming slurs to fit in with the owners of the Night Slayer Discord server is appalling. And I don't know if this is just how they've always been, or if now that they think it's hip and cool and acceptable to say the N-word on Night Slayer, they're just doing it to fit in. But I want to remind the community that it's better to walk 1,000 miles alone than to walk together with racists and people that are spreading hate. And if you want a place to belong, there are communities out there that won't call you the N-word. But if we want our community, the classic WoW community, to be one that won't, then we need to stand up and do something about it. I see posts every single day on social media talking about how WoW is so toxic because of the gear checks and people check logs and they kick you out of the groups, but how come I never see people talking about how racist and disgusting the community has become? This is something that we need to speak up about. And the reason why nobody has until me is because they don't want to be targeted by the Red Empire or banned from the Night Slayer Discord permanently. Classic Plus is supposed to be right around the corner, and I love the idea of Classic Plus being our new forever home for all the Classic Andes out there. But I'm at a point now, whenever I see a Classic Plus video on social media, I just sigh, because I truly believe if the community doesn't change, then it doesn't matter how good the game is. No one's going to stick around when they're met with this type of toxic community. And unless we start to speak up about it now, Classic Plus will just die out the second all these new players realize how toxic the leadership in our community is. My hope is that the community finally starts to step up and speak about this in an effort to change it before we get to Classic Plus. But I'll be honest, I don't have much faith. My platform is only so big. It would take a lot of effort from the community to get the word out. So if you cared about anything I had to say in this video today, please share it with somebody. And if you're a content creator or a streamer, feel free to react to this video. You can be as unbiased as you would like, because the community cannot change unless we use our voices and platforms to change it. So what's next for me? Well, I'm sure Poppy Putin and the Red Empire will double down on their harassment towards me and my community. I'm sure I'll be flamed once again in the Night Slayer Discord and other Discords, and probably in trade chat of Orgrimmar on Night Slayer. I'm sure my social media will be flooded with comments once again saying that I'm a racist, but that's nothing new for me and my community, so I was expecting that. Hopefully nothing happens to me and my family in real life. The authorities have all the names of the people involved in case anything does happen, but at the end of the day, someone had to speak up, and if no one was going to do it, then fuck it, I will.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty based.
It's based to make a video, snarking the snarkers.
Yep.
Well, what are you going to do to help that guy? Oh, let me catch up on my
Not play
TTS.
WoW.
Yo, check out this website, reallegacyoftrump.com.
Jesus fuck.
Hello?
Hello? Hello, hello, hello.
Hello?
You've killed me!
Goodbye.
Hello and goodbye.
Destiny, do you love black people? Beta.
He does.
Welcome to Uncensored. We are coming to you live, and we are joined today by Hassan Pika and his dog Fish, who is hearing us from heaven. Fish, it's been a while. Hassan, anything you would like to say to him?
You've killed me!
AI Pac-Man can't save you from my brigades, you little soy boy sex pest. Shit my head small. Damn it, Kaya, please will you just...
Bellio, dear Stephen, did you know that a mother's consumption of during pregnancy causes severe autism? I guess PISSCO's mother must have chugged those fuckers like... Yow, argalag, argar.
Mr. Crowley looks like Eddie Murphy.
Good one, guys. Good one, good one.
Puck to it! Puck to it!
What? Hello, everyone. Sleepy Joe here. Hey, I hope everyone is having a great day. I'm going to have sex with my sister and play Minecraft tonight. I'm going to eat her sloppy. Then I'm going to eat some brownies after that. I will.
Yeah.
Like all good big brothers should. Anyway, hello, everyone. Sleepy Joe here. I just wanted to say I hope everyone is having a great day. I'm going to have sex with my sister and play mine.
Steven, I miss our late night cuddle sessions where we talk about the production and how we would let the sheets soak in your fucking white capitalist cum. I know what you are. Yes or no, Steven?
Why is that
yes
funny?
or no, Obamna?
White capitalist come.
Should we really not use Stalinist, Maoist as an insult for DSA? You mentioned that it's complicated since those are insults common among Republicans. But remember, Hassan Avoco are quick to label us as libtards. They're really just dark MAGA.
Fuck farmers.
I saw a clip of a second debate between you and Dinesh. I saw the one from several months ago. Was this recent? When will it be released? Your first one was a dominant
debate?
performance.
I'm not
On their
saying
channel?
it's the Jews,
I don't know if they'll release
but
the full thing or not.
it's
I
the
imagine they will.
Jews.
Time to face your hardest debate opponent yet. Me, you, US.
Destiny Unidev here. I need a raise. I have to give over half my income to the government so Metalloid Sword can live on the dole.
Meta-owned saw air! Get to work, Waggy! I need me Doldosh to watch anime and hijack streams!
Hey, how's it going, guys? Welcome to the stream. I hope you're all doing...
Okay.
Oh, God. Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck me.
"911. What is your emergency?"
Please help me.
Ah! You've been served. Get snarked, Nika.
Yeah.
I love Pepe. All Pepe lovers are socialist commie sympathizers. A vote
That's
for
true.
Pepe is a vote for socialist policies. I support Pepe Leninist policies.
Damn.
I hate Destiny because he is hung like a Tibetan yak and I'm hung like Tectone.
What does that even mean? Jesus.
Tectone has a micro penis.
No shot. Stop. No way.
He does. Watch the fucking thing.
What? His
His ex
porn?
came
What does
out
that
about
mean?
it. No, his ex came out and did like a whole fucking takedown on him. It's in the court docs, man. Was that the last one?
Yeah.
What the hell are we supposed to do when you're gone?
You said there's a Wick panel, right?
He misspoke. Oh my god.
Moot? Steven, hello? Hello, this isn't Tease. You fuck. Fine, be that way.
Okay, we'll do our 4 buys. Automatic CVT organized manual hard grind 540 guide handbook. Manual automatic and CVT? Is that some kind of transmission thing? What the fuck? Oh, these are actually getting harder now. Organized. A guide, a handbook, and a manual. That's easy. Boom. And then manual automatic. CVT? I don't know. That's my guess. God damn it. Okay. Something variable transmission. I don't know. Something bullshit. Who cares? Manual. Hard. Grind? Like things that are difficult? No. Ugh, manual. 540. What the fuck is 540? Do I know? 540. I don't know, bro. Labor? Oh my god. Skateboard tricks? A 540? Who cares, bro? I didn't play enough Tony Hawk. Rip. All right. Have fun with... Wait, no. Wrong one. With Whick. Be careful. Wait. Oh, no, fuck. Wait, he's not streaming. Did Moot lie? Add. Oh, this is live. That's an upcoming. Okay. Okay, Rebrino, Cappuccino, Pappuccino, Hoppuccino, Moppuccino, Dampuccino, Cappuccino, Appuccino, Alpuccino, Ready to go? Schedule you guys next. Stream right now.